StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Patriot's Blood. Canis, in the asteroid belt surrounding Korhal IV. This is a small satellite with a diameter of about 3 million feet, more than 900 kilometers. Its surface gravity is only a dozen times that of Korhal IV, and some smaller asteroids with carbon and metal cores and ice are orbiting around it under the influence of the satellite's gravity. These grey-brown asteroids within the locking range of the satellite fortress sentry turret reflect the light of the stars, rotating or standing still. When Lieutenant Colonel Kurt Josephine arrived at his garrison in a speedboat equipped with afterburner acceleration thrusters, he could see through the porthole that the dark brown satellite was completely covered by steel fortresses, intergalactic space missile silos and anti-aircraft missile launch towers on its surface. The moon, called Canis, gave birth to many beautiful fairy tales and poems. Today, observers at the observatory can find that its original rocky surface has been transformed beyond recognition. Thousands of railguns and cluster laser weapons are installed on hundreds of towering fortresses on the moon and the far side. Those solemn and magnificent polygonal fortresses are located between craters, connected by countless underground pipelines, missile launch towers, command centers, radar launch stations, and barracks into a huge hole. The 10-foot thick armor plates of the fortresses gleamed golden under the light of the stars. The flags of the Korhal Revolutionary Army and the Golden Wolf flags of the Mengsk family were inserted diagonally on the top floor of each fortress, hanging down due to gravity. Canis has become a giant space fortress, with a huge nuclear fusion reactor buried in its core, which can provide energy for all weapons and internal systems, and can be manually detonated when necessary. On this small satellite, the traces of human transformation are so large and magnificent that the topography of Canis has been permanently changed, and even the gravity and diameter have changed significantly. At this moment, Canis and the 16 orbital stations within 20 miles around it are stationed with about 80,000 soldiers of the KA Revolutionary Army and operators of turrets, missile launch towers and other defense facilities. More than 85% of these soldiers are from KA IV. And the rest are basically Umoyan Volunteer Army soldiers. Josephine's shuttle stopped steadily on the landing platform of a fortress on the far side of the moon. The artificial gravity and internal air circulation system allowed him to walk on flat ground and breathe freely. A dozen adjutants, divisional staff, majors, and commanders of the Umoyan Volunteer Army came to him one after another. They surrounded Josephine and brought one bad news after another. Lieutenant Colonel, 20 Behemoth-class battle cruisers. The commander of the Umoyan Volunteer Army said, according to the images sent back by the Galaxy telescope and drones, and judging from the paint and printing on the sides of these battleships, this fleet should be a mixed fleet of Delta Squadron, Nova Squadron, Beta Squadron and Omega Squadron. Their subsidiary fleet is still on the way to jump. According to calculations, the last time Omega Squadron appeared was 1,000 light years away from Korhal. From this, we can know that they began to jump to the core galaxy within at least 3 standard Earth weeks. The flagship of the enemy mixed fleet is less than 2 AU, astronomical units, away from Canis. They did not send detection drones and assault ships. At their speed, it will take at most 20 minutes to reach the giant planet Siren. The Revolutionary Army has nearly 100 high-energy gas refineries on that planet, a staff officer said, and we only have less than 50,000 troops stationed on that planet. Who is their commander? Josephine, wearing a thick officer's uniform, looked up at the starry sky above her head. After Augustus handed over nearly 20,000 revolutionary soldiers to Josephine half a year ago, even if he was incompetent, he had some qualities of a leader. Josephine was not a famous general who was used to strategizing and fighting. He graduated from the Stilling School of Art and knew nothing about leading troops in battle, but he knew that he should listen to the opinions of professionals and how to manage a large army in an orderly manner. The flagship is the Nordia of the Beta Squadron. According to the intelligence provided by the Umoyan Intelligence Bureau, this battle cruiser is under the command of Gasser Duke. It is said that he is a relative of Edmund Duke, a famous general of the Federal Navy, said the staff officer. Maybe they will stop on the giant planet and refuel. Josephine said, the Federation Navy has already won the battle, and Gassadiuk is a man who likes to show off. We have no fleet to stop them. We can only hope for the stupidity of the commander of the Federation fleet. Order, Josephine said. All fighters take off and charge the main guns of the fortress. Yes, sir. The order was passed down without hesitation and quickly. From the top landing platform of the fortress where Josephine stood, he could see Avengers with vermilion primer and gold stripes driving out of the electromagnetic projection orbit of the fortress. Thousands of fighters took off like sharp swords. At this time, it was dark on the far side of Canis Moon. Faint lights flickered on the fortresses. The ice blue plasma thruster flames of the Avengers fighters were like points of light rising straight up, and the fighters driving out from the other side of the satellite were like comets passing by the satellite. A 1,000-foot, 300-meter long interceptor carrier sailed past Canith under the cover of the Avenger fleet, and 10 frigates converted from giant-class frigates were arranged horizontally behind the carrier. These warships were only a dozen miles away from the ground of Canith, and they looked like brilliant stars from the fortress. This is our only fleet. There is almost no chance that these warships and fighters will successfully return home. All pilots and warship crews set sail with the determination to die. Josephine was sad and upset, thinking, if you were here, Augustus, what would you do? We have no fleet and can only passively take the beating. The fate of Korhal IV has been doomed since the moment it rebelled. Although Josephine is a broad-minded person, at this moment even he can feel a tragic sense of mission. Everyone who fights alongside him is ready to sacrifice for Korhal. Josephine thought that great people did not exist. He never realized that more than 1 million Korhal soldiers of such noble character and dedication to sacrifice. At the critical moment of the survival of the race, many ordinary yet great people will always emerge among us. These revolutionary soldiers are not reformed resocialized soldiers. They have sound and independent personalities. They have their own thoughts, and of course they are afraid. Many people were just sons and daughters of workers and farmers before they took up Gauss rifles. Some of them even behaved selfishly in their daily lives, but they still stayed in Korhal. Everyone knows what they are going to face. If the Federation wants to turn Korhal IV into a scorched earth, then the sons of Korhal will also be reduced to ashes. Where is Marshal Mengsk's fleet? Josephine said, putting on a military coat handed to her by her subordinates, and walked down the spiral staircase from the docking platform to the interior of the fortress. A level 5 encrypted communication a day ago mentioned that the first fleet has arrived at the MTY 324,586 system, which is less than 6 light years away from the planet Dela 4th where the Delarian shipyard is located. They must have arrived now. A young adjutant of Josephine said, even if the intelligence department of the Terran Federation can find this one among millions of forged puppet messages, it will take several days to completely crack it. If everything goes well. Josephine walked down the spiral staircase and entered the command center. I think the members of the Tarsinus Federation Parliament are already crying for their parents at this time. The fortresses of Canis are all built with modular plates. Each one is equivalent to the How Fortress of Tyrissus II, which can accommodate 5,000 fully armed revolutionary soldiers. The interior is connected in all directions, and there is a shelter underground that can withstand a level 4 nuclear explosion. Along the way, Josephine saw many revolutionary soldiers patrolling in the corridor. Up to now, the Revolutionary Army still only has power armor for officers, so the privates are still wearing ordinary dark gray uniforms with boat-shaped hats and armbands. Since the Car Revolutionary Army was not a loose organization of peasant uprisings, it was written into the enlistment oath that low-ranking officers and soldiers should salute when they saw senior officers. Therefore, when the soldiers saw Josephine, they immediately saluted and responded with a serious and respectful expression. This was a disciplined army, and Josephine was sincerely proud that she could command such an army. Josephine had never thought that she could become a colonel. He had many dreams and nightmares, but none of them could compare to the magic in reality. Josephine probably never thought that one day she would stand here in such an identity. A year ago, he was just an ordinary soldier in the Federal Marine Corps. His only thought was to join the army to avoid the limelight. When Josephine was young, he was considered an incurable dandy. His mother, Lady Josephine, was even so angry at her son's unruly behavior that she was bedridden. Josephine herself never repented or had any idea of changing. His life was probably like this, dying as a marine in an unknown battle and an unknown battlefield. No one cared, and no one mourned. Compared with his old boss Augustus, Josephine was much more of a jerk when he was young. Among the old lovers he abandoned were noble ladies with excellent family backgrounds, doctoral students in higher colleges, and the only daughter of the leader of the stealing underworld. As for the countless one-night stands, he couldn't remember them all. Anyway, when Josephine came to his senses, the hired killers were eager to chop off his head. In order to avoid harm to his family, Josephine had to join the army. It didn't matter if he died in the Federal Marine Corps. A scum like him was just a rotten life. But Josephine survived in the end. The war forged his strong will, and the friendship between the team more or less reshaped his sense of responsibility that may not have existed at all. The experience of the devil in heaven taught Josephine that people can also form a solid and inseparable collective. So Josephine began to pick up the past that she escaped from, trying to make up for the mistakes she had made. Before this battle, Josephine could have fled with the last batch of colony ships evacuating the Korhal system, but she didn't do so. Josephine's aging father also joined the Korhal Revolutionary Army and was serving in the first fleet of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. Josephine's family was a noble family of Korhal. The nobles of the Korhal people always stood between the people and disaster. Just like those Night Lords who had been eliminated by the times, but still picked up their armor, picked up their great swords, and rode their war horses. Korhal was a much younger colony than Tarsus, and the nobles there still had the blood left by their ancestors. The reason why Josephine stayed was simple. Just like Lundstein, he was a Korhal, and heir to an old Korhal noble family. If outsiders like Hanak and Lisa were willing to stay and fight for Korhal, they would also regard themselves as cowards for fleeing. Among the generals who came from the heavenly demons, only Josephine and Lundstein were born and raised in Korhal nobles. Their ancestors swore to protect their people in the early days of the colonial era. Although the glory brought by this oath has long since faded, almost every noble who survived the wave of the Korhal Revolution has sent his children to the battlefield, and those who have no offspring have taken up arms themselves. "What do you need us to do?" said a young revolutionary soldier who may be only 16 years old. "Stay at your post, soldier." Josephine could feel that the young soldier was very nervous, and his legs were even shaking slightly. No one forced him to stand here. He was determined to fight in such a place, and in such a way today. Fight for Korhal. The young soldier suddenly saluted and said, "I'm ready to die. Fight for Korhal. Fight for beautiful Korhal, the homeland of our ancestors." Josephine said and walked into the command center. In front of a huge radar map and star map, there were about 20 radar monitors talking at the same time in front of the console. A Behemoth-class battlecruiser of the Terran Federation Navy appeared on the radar scan map, with dangerous red lights flashing on the bow, and the rest of the warships followed closely behind. "If this is just the Vanguard, sir." Looking at the radar map with a dark green glow, a major officer said, "How many more fleets are there? What is that?" Suddenly, a radar monitor shouted. Josephine looked in the direction of the voice and saw the comments of the artificial intelligence in the command center on the dense red dots on the radar map, missiles or other small flying objects, some of which are likely to be empty shells used to confuse the field of vision. After they exploded, the fragments moving at high speed in the vacuum looked like dozens of reflected signal sources in the radar map. A dense group of long-range missiles and space torpedo strikes, with more than 4,000 signal sources, and more. But the Federation fleet is far away from 1.5 astronomical units. Another fleet, Zeta Squadron, one of them is a nuclear bomb Apocalypse class. 100, another 100, 300, Son of God, 400, intercepting. All the anti-aircraft missile towers and all the kinetic weapons in Canis began to fire. In the nearly vacuum environment, everything was very quiet. Josephine and his men could only see tens of millions of fire points firing at the same time, with shining lights. It can't be stopped. Josephine's tone sounded relieved. I hope they only brought so many nuclear bombs. In space warfare, nuclear bombs may be a less efficient weapon. In a vacuum environment, nuclear explosions do not produce shock waves, and the light pressure generated is negligible, so they cannot cause the mechanical impact caused by explosions in the atmosphere. All its energy will be released in the form of radiation and electromagnetic pulses. However, just as Josephine saw, in the center of the Apocalypse-class nuclear bomb detonation, the extremely high-temperature electromagnetic waves cause the steel fortress on the surface of the Canis satellite to begin to melt, like a melting sugar cube, and everything in front of her was like a distorted mirage. Son of a bitch. Chapter 152 Raid on the Delarian Shipyard. Dealer 4th. Large Orbital Shipyard 1434 SCT, the 17th of June 2489. Thousands of orange-red glimmers appeared at the end of the hyperspace jump channel, the wakes left by the warship thrusters, thousands of feet long. Numerous two-winged turbo-nano repair drones circled the steel armor on the sides and belly of the Behemoth-class battlecruiser Norad II, like fish circling whale sharks in the deep sea. About a mile horizontally on either side of the Norad II were her companions, the Hyperion and Iron Justice. The alphanumeric numbers in paint on the sides of the three Behemoth-class battlecruisers were different. The Hyperion was the classic Renault blue and the Iron Justice was the silver grey of the 33rd Ground Assault Division. The Norad was still painted in the red of the Terran Federation, but with the addition of golden Mengsk and Korhal revolutionary decals on the bow. The moment the fleet jumped out of the hyperspace channel, the interior of the bridge of the Norad II was brightly lit. The faces of many Revolutionary Army captains appeared on the holographic projection screens and LED screens on the consoles. Almost 40 people were talking at the same time, and their voices were slightly distorted due to the disturbance of the hyperspace channel. Thank God, we finally arrived on time, Jim Raynor said on the communication channel of the Hyperion. This is Horace Warfield. I'm commanding my fleet on the Iron Justice. Warfield was wearing a Revolutionary Army uniform, standing upright, with a solemn expression like a stone statue. Giant Class Frigate 7 calling the flagship bridge. The fleet is moving. Giant Class Troop Transport X. Wraith 7, 8, 9 are accelerating away from the fleet in the direction of Dela 4th, and are activating the cloaking force field generator. Oh, this thing is really fucking fast. I'm going to speed up. Praise Korhal. Augustus was wearing a dark grey uniform of the commander of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. The three-dimensional tailoring and waistcut design of the uniform well reflected his well-trained and muscular physique. He stood at the porthole of the bridge of Norad II, and his much more mature face was reflected on the synthetic glass. Outside the window was the distant starlight and the binary star system of the Dela system that was getting closer and closer, and four sister planets of almost the same size. Tychus, wearing a crimson power armor, was standing to Augustus' right. On his scratched shoulder armor was a portrait of a beautiful pink-haired girl, one of the loves of Mr. Finlay's life, that he met in the Port of the Dead. Sarah Carrigan stood to Augustus' right, holding her C-10 shotgun. Her powerful telepathic ability monitored the thoughts of every revolutionary soldier present. Augustus had not yet assigned Mirahan, whom he met in the Port of the Dead, to the bridge or the headquarters, to let her serve as the commander of a Revolutionary Army unit. For Augustus, he did not need time to prove that future rebel leaders like Raynor and Mirror and the mercenary queen of the Port of the Dead were quite outstanding leaders, but too fast promotion would cause dissatisfaction. Meeting Mirahan was an accident, and Augustus did not deliberately look for her. I think an ambitious person like Mirror would not miss the opportunity to recruit for the Revolutionary Army. And if Augustus acted too deliberately, others would not take it for granted that Mirror was talented, but would only think that he was too fond of an unknown underage girl. When the vibration during the jump disappeared, the main screen of the bridge popped up the data of the star system and planet detected by the battleship's sensors, including the population, axial inclination and temperature of the planet Dela 4th. Dozens of screens surrounded Augustus, and more than 60,000 soldiers of the Korhal Revolutionary Fleet were quietly waiting for his orders. Broadcast my orders to the entire fleet. Augustus' face shone brightly under the lights of the bridge, and many subtle emotions were buried under his calm expression. I'm Augustus Mengsk, soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, and I'm talking to you on the flagship Norad II. Korhal has been lost, and our compatriots who have been forced to leave their homes have suffered. Our common destiny has linked us together, and we are united and determined. Augustus said, now, all homeless Korhal people have a common name, sons of Korhal. We will never surrender and never compromise. We will not change our minds until the corrupt rule of the Terran Federation is completely overthrown, and a free and democratic Terran Republic is established. Augustus said, the fate of Korhal and all Korhal people and even the Terran people depends on this battle. This is a fight to the death. All fleets, move forward. I'm with the souls of tens of millions of Korhal people. The fleet advanced in a calm and resolute manner. They were still about 1 astronomical unit from the planet Dela 4th, where the large orbital shipyard of the Federation was located. Several elite Wraith fighters and fast strike ships carrying out reconnaissance and tracking missions had already approached the huge shipyard. The images sent back showed that it was a giant man-made space building with a diameter of more than 300 miles, comparable to a miniature moon. This was the largest orbital shipyard in the history of the Terran Federation. It was built of plastic concrete, refined steel, synthetic metal and ceramic panels on the surface. Its unparalleled scale and polyhedral artistic style were unmatched by any planetary starport restricted by gravity. Even the Behemoth-class battlecruiser was only a small point of light in front of it. When the Norad II was moving forward at high speed, it seemed as if it was heading towards a planet, with countless signal lights shining brightly on it, and dozens of orbital space stations and mobile research stations seemed to be planets orbiting around a star. A large number of Federation fighters left the Delarian shipyard like a swarm of bees leaving their nest and headed towards the fleet of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, gathering into red dots on the radar scan map. Such a fleet could not quietly approach a heavily guarded military stronghold. Unless it could escape all detection methods including radar scanning, Augustus could only lead the fleet to forcibly raid. No signal from any Federation fleet has been tracked. The navigator of the Norad II said, sir, this place seems to be undefended. No, usually, there will be at least one squadron docked at the Delarian shipyard, but now all the fleets are scattered in the fringe star system, the border between the Terran Federation and the Kel-morian Union, Tarsinus Prime, and Korhal IV. Augustus's Umoyan advisor said, the intelligence of the Terran Federation fleet intercepted and deciphered by the Umoyan intelligence agency shows that nearly 2/3 of the fleet has been transferred to Korhal IV, and 40 Behemoth-class battlecruisers carry more than 2,000 Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs. Umoyan military advisor said, the defense inside the Delarian orbital shipyard is much more shabby. In addition to the Behemoth-class battlecruisers that are docked in the orbital shipyard for repairs, some Leviathan-class battlecruisers are being dismantled after being scrapped, he said. Even so, the Dela Galaxy cannot be undefended. Although it is on the edge of the Federation's territory, it operates as the Federation's interstellar trade and transportation hub. During the war, the Delarian shipyards operating at full capacity can produce an average of 1 Wraith fighter every minute. This is the most important military stronghold in the entire Federation. Even if the Federation Naval Command believes that it is impossible for enemies other than the Kel-morian fleet to raid here, at least half a squadron will be stationed here. I saw them on the radar map, Augustus said. There are 4 Behemoth-class battlecruisers. Stop them. With Augustus's order, thousands of destroyers, frigates, fighters, and assault airships and patrol airships sailed resolutely towards the 4 Federation's Behemoth-class battlecruisers, while the Norad II arrived at entrance I of the Delarian orbital shipyard after a short jump. It seems that Duke did not report the number of our fleet truthfully to his superiors. The situation was still under the control of Augustus. He stared at the large orbital shipyard outside the porthole and whispered, and the pirate ship Jackson's Revenge we hired should have led Duke's Alpha Squadron to the Pan-Radiant Galaxy, which is 200 light years away from the Dela Galaxy. Duke must be chasing the signal tracker happily. Ty just laughed and said, I'm really looking forward to seeing Duke's frustrated look. When he sees Jackson's shabby ship, he will be so happy that he will be speechless. How many big guys do you think there will be in here? Ty just looked at the magnificent man-made building on the screen. How much are they worth? No less than 20 Behemoth-class battlecruisers. Augustus said, these battlecruisers have not yet been delivered to the fleet. You can think of them as a hovering car that has just left the factory but is unmanned. As long as a team including navigators, warp engine technology and engineers can drive a battlecruiser into the sky, it is not a difficult task, but these crew members are far from enough to ensure that the battleship has reliable combat power. When the Norad II was less than 3 miles away from the Dalarian orbital shipyard, the huge shipyard continued to expand in front of Augustus. In front of him were walls about 10 miles long, which extended infinitely upward and downward, and the edges could not be seen at all. An entrance to the port, about 5 miles in length and horizontal, appeared in front of Augustus. These entrances were connected to deep tunnels, and the symmetrically arranged signal lights in the tunnels flashed red. Each entrance facing space has a stable atmospheric stabilization device, but it obviously has no protection other than the turret, and even no shield force field is set up. The infrared and laser identification sensors of the Dalarian shipyard can identify unmarked illegal intruders, but they can do nothing about the fleet that broke in. The automatic machine guns and sentry turrets at the entrance of the Dalarian orbital shipyard fired at the Revolutionary Army fleet that was diving towards the Dalarian orbital shipyard from 360 degrees. The turrets and machine guns rotated the ammunition belts pouring out, and hundreds of Revolutionary Army fighters and Norad II carrier-based interceptors turned into brilliant flames one after another. Shields fully open, Augustus said. Norad II deployed a green defensive shield when it jumped into the port tunnel. The bullets and laser beams of the sentry machine guns could only be said to have caused minimal damage to the shield. From time to time, the Terran Federation's Wraith fighters and transport ships drove out of the tunnel, but they were all shot down one by the Norad II's laser gun group. As the flagship of Alpha Squadron, Norad II was able to take the lead in upgrading the Explorer's scientific ship's trial defense matrix force field generator, based on experimental stable energy field research. However, due to the fact that the reactor of the Behemoth-class battlecruiser was not strong enough to withstand the energy loss of the shield, coupled with the cost and many complex political factors, even 10 years later, most of the Behemoth-class battleships were still using the old-style armor defense mode. I'm entering from entrance 4th. Raynor's voice was intermittent with the electromagnetic interference device in the Dalarian orbital shipyard. The Iron Justice has entered the inner hangar of the Dalarian shipyard and is sending landing troops. After driving in the tunnel for about 10 seconds, the bridge of Norad II suddenly became bright. The interior of the Dalarian orbital shipyard was completely hollow, and it could even take off and land warships. In front of Augustus, large docks connected to each other, and parking platforms full of fighter planes appeared. In the center of the Dalarian shipyard, there is an even larger dock, with a longitudinal length of more than half a mile. In the eyes of people standing on the ground, it is a huge canyon. It is hard to imagine what kind of giant it is used to build. The Norad II moved closely along the ground inside the Dalarian shipyard, which consisted of the dock, apron, isolation area and employee living area. The ground laser gun group fired at the ship facilities on the ground recklessly. In the orange laser beam barrage that felt like rain, the extremely thick crane boom was melted by the firepower of the laser gun group. The Dalarian shipyard was basically inhabited by ship foundry workers who lived here all year round and the shipyard directors who supervised the work. They drove space construction engineering vehicles and exoskeleton cargo armor and fled in all directions. To these workers, this was a completely doomsday scene. A crazy battlecruiser rushed into the work area and killed everyone, but the Federation Navy was still dozing off and turning a blind eye to it. Transport planes and shuttles for landing on the surface of the planet drove out from the dock of Norad II. Titus, who could no longer bear it, had already disembarked, while Kerrigan had been guarding Augustus from beginning to end, guarding against any accidents. Among the hundreds of docks, there were some half-built warships. Augustus could see their keels that had just cooled, and the armor neatly stacked on both sides. The intelligent adjutant of Norad II kept locking onto the battlecruisers parked in the docks, and those battlecruisers that had been completed were Augustus's targets. According to the scan, there are 6 completed Behemoth-class battlecruisers parked in Port A where we are. Augustus's Umoyan consultant tapped on the console in front of the main screen. There are also 17 unfinished battlecruisers. Lock onto these unfinished warships. Augustus ordered with a heartache, but a firm and decisive tone. Destroy them. Thanks for voting. Chapter 153 All Tactics Transformation. Outside the porthole was a gorgeous scene of light and darkness. The anti-air and anti-ground laser guns of the Norad II and the electromagnetic cannon on the bow kept firing at full power. The ship's guns poured a death barrage of orange-red laser beams towards the huge docks and founders several miles below the ship and the miles below. The kinetic shells accelerated by electromagnetics caused shocking explosions. Amid the roar of the guns, nothing made any difference. Whether it was the automatic defense machine guns cast in fine steel or the federal soldiers who tried to shoot down a federal flagship with their Gauss rifles and rocket launchers, whether they were steel bones or mortal bodies, they all melted and burned under the attack of laser weapons. The inner ring dock of the Delarian orbital shipyard was open, like a giant cave made of steel frames and alloy decks. Each tunnel entrance on the spherical wall led to a large dock or a warship's berthing port. Each entrance was guided by a signal light, which looked like the entrance to the dense, but regularly spaced nests of cave birds. From time to time, a number of aircraft accelerated past the Norad II and headed off into the distance. The fighters of the Korhal Revolutionary Fleet and the Federation fighters chased each other inside the orbital shipyard, like dancing blades. Bright spots of light were accompanied by the roar of violent explosions, and huge spots of light and dark brown scratches could also be clearly seen on the spherical inner wall of the orbital shipyard with a dark grey coating. Lieutenant Colonel Raynor has occupied the main facilities of Port B, and our navigators have taken over 6 Behemoth-class battle cruisers, Augustus Mengsk military advisor reported. Colonel Warfield's Iron Justice was intercepted by a group of Federation Wraith fighters. The consultant spoke very quickly, but made sure that everyone could clearly understand every word he said. But his men have forcibly landed on the depot dock. The progress is going well. The garrison in the Delarian orbital shipyard is vulnerable. Tell the commanders to make a quick decision. Seize as many usable warships as possible, and destroy the rest, even if they have just been shipped. Augustus ordered. Before that, destroy and plunder wantonly. Don't leave any usable weapons to our enemies, otherwise the Federation will use them on your loved ones. He said, remember my order. It is not allowed to fire on workers and civilians unless necessary. Augustus' voice is always so calm. In the past, you could hear some joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness in his voice, but now his subordinates can only feel the same emotion contained in his words' firmness. Everyone should know that Augustus Mengsk's orders are never to be questioned. Only the ghost agent Sarah Carrigan beside Augustus could sense the other emotions beneath that strong exterior. The ghost with the flaming red hair wanted to reach out and hold Augustus' hand to squeeze his fingers, but she finally gave up and just intertwined her slender hands. Below the Norad II, the Revolutionary Army troops that landed on the dock were fighting with the hastily assembled defense forces. Only 1/3 of the elite troops under Augustus were wearing power armor. Even if their enemies were just a group of Federation fleet soldiers who were being trained in the shipyard, the battle scene was still bloody. The spiked bullets and hollow point bullets accelerated to several times the speed of sound by electromagnetics, turned the entire battlefield into a bloody slaughterhouse, with blood and flesh flying and organs flowing. Every 10 minutes or so, one or even several groups of Federation ghost fighters drove out from the tunnel that connected the entire orbital shipyard, including large destroyers and interceptors. There were explosions everywhere, the roar of machine guns and electromagnetic rifles. The optics and sensors of the Norad II locked onto the monster-class battle cruisers and giant troop transports lying in the dock one after another. These unfinished warships either collapsed from the middle or became a pile of scrap metal in a chain reaction-like explosion. It is foreseeable that the cost of the Federation Navy to repair these ships is unimaginable. The battle continued. At 1536 Standard Time, a Federation monster-class battle cruisers finally got rid of the interception of the fighter group of the Korhal Revolutionary Army Fleet and jumped into Port A where the Norad II was located. The two warships immediately began to bombard each other, and the barrage of bullets intertwined, but for a while, no one could do anything to the other. The laser gun group could not penetrate the armor of the enemy ship in a short time. In this era, when the Yamato guns had not yet been equipped in the fleet, the confrontation between battle cruisers was far from reaching the level of being fatal with one shot. Assault Team, Titus, report your position immediately. Augustus said in the communication channel with the landing force. Let those warships take off as soon as possible. This is the first team of stealing strikers. We are heading towards the bridge and central control room of a Behemoth-class battlecruiser. So far, we have not encountered any blocking forces. Corporal Faraday said. According to orders, we did not shoot at the workers in the shipyard. Very good. Augustus was very satisfied with Faraday's efficiency. Although he knew that the Federation would definitely portray the rebels as butchers who created a massacre, the Revolutionary Army was not terrorists after all. I have kicked this scrap metal hard, and it will move soon. Titus cursed. Move quickly, you waste. Augustus could hear the sound of steel colliding in Titus' communication channel. He could already imagine Titus operating the control system while kicking the console hard. Titus was not a brainless fool. He was actually very smart. It was not difficult for him to drive various mechas and spaceships. After receiving systematic training, Titus was even able to drive the Hyperion for a circle. When the battlecruiser driven by Titus slowly rose into the air crookedly but unabattedly, Augustus could clearly hear Mr. Finlay's rampant laughter. Haha, old Titus is also driving a big guy then. Augustus saw two more Behemoth-class battlecruisers slowly rising into the air, and only then did he show a little smile on his face. The armor of these battleships was even newly installed, and the assembly numbers were still left on them. There was no color or print painting added, and the surface was still the cold gray of fine steel alloy. Not long after, Renault and Warfield also reported victory. Warfield was a little unlucky. There were only 2 Behemoth-class battlecruisers in his dock, but his people found 9 Leviathan-class battlecruisers that were being dismantled and successfully drove 7 of them into the sky. On the battlefield, Raynor's luck was as good as ever. He captured 8 Behemoth-class battlecruisers and more than 100 Wraith fighters parked in the hangar. With the battlecruisers, the crew problem was solved. The new recruits that Augustus recruited in the Port of the Dead were immediately put to use. A total of about 80,000 strong soldiers were recruited in 4 rounds of conscription. These people were proved by Carrigan to be not spies of the Terran Federation. In addition, villains and people with hidden antisocial personalities were also eliminated. Although the remaining people had a low level of revolutionary consciousness, they were still quite enthusiastic about overthrowing the Federation. Notify the fleet. Augustus said after all the battlecruisers were launched. Immediately shake off your enemies and jump to the coordinates sent by the NORAD II. At this time, the number of unknown jump signals in the Delos system suddenly increased significantly, and the Federation Navy immediately responded in less than 2 hours. The Dalarian orbital shipyard is not far from the border area, where the Terran Federation and the Kel-morian Federation are in confrontation. The fleet cruising in the Edge Galaxy will be able to jump there soon. If not, Augustus will definitely occupy the shipyard for a period of time at all costs, instead of just robbing and running away. At this moment, the NORAD II is still entangled by the Federation battlecruiser and cannot get away. It was Titus who rescued it. He and another battlecruiser came to support the NORAD II, forcing the Federation battleship back and forcing it to retreat. Suddenly, with a burst of electrical noise in the communication, the distress signal of the ground forces was connected to the bridge of the NORAD II. The 7th Squadron calls the NORAD II. Our transport ship has been shot down. The 4th Squadron requests support. We are trapped on the ground. There are seriously injured people here, please. Someone come to save him. Augustus's adjutant and the Umoyan military advisor looked at him at the same time, waiting for his order. The Revolutionary Army sent 15 teams, including pilots, engineers, and escort soldiers, to the Dalarian shipyard. Each team had about 120 people, in order to ensure that they could seize the battlecruiser as quickly as possible and keep the ship's systems running at a minimum. However, in reality, several teams suffered heavy damage as soon as they landed. Only a few teams successfully completed their missions, and hundreds of Revolutionary Army soldiers were still trapped on the ground. However, every extra minute spent in the Dalarian shipyard meant an increased risk of being surrounded by the Federation fleet. The combat effectiveness of the captured battlecruiser was still very limited for the time being, and directly fighting the Federation fleet would put them in a very disadvantageous position. Locate all squads, immediately. This is the bridge of the NORAD II. Cancel the jump order. Augustus made a decision in a single breath. Send a new transport ship. Let all our Avengers and Wraith fighters provide cover for the soldiers on the ground and ensure that everyone can evacuate safely. We will not abandon any soldier. Augustus' voice echoed on the bridge. These words made the officers and soldiers of the Revolutionary Army stand in awe, but they were not shocked. Because in the eyes of these Revolutionary Army soldiers, this should be the order Augustus would give. They never thought that the people they followed would abandon their loyal soldiers. Augustus waited until about 1700 hours standard time to confirm that all the Revolutionary Army soldiers waiting for rescue were taken on board. When the Norad II and other warships sailed out of the Delarian shipyard, Warfield and Raynor's fleet had already jumped out of the Delarian system under Augustus's order again. When exiting the tunnel, the Bright Star Light accompanied by a Federation fleet that was ready for battle appeared in front of Augustus. However, this fleet only had 3 battle cruisers. Their commander was obviously not confident enough to face Augustus' 7 battle cruisers and did not dare to approach. At the same time, behind the Norad II, waves of fire surged from the entrance of the tunnel, which was a reflection of the flames in the shipyard. Ignore them, Augustus said. Fight back and execute the jump command at the same time. A Federation Wraith fighter that dived towards the bridge of the Norad II was suddenly torn into pieces by a beam of laser. More than a dozen Wraith fighters circled the battle cruiser that once served the Federation as the flagship of the Alpha Squadron, avoiding the attack of the rotating turret on the battleship. These brave pilots flew around the huge steel battleship in fighters with only light armor, dodging the hot laser beams that followed, and sending anti-aircraft missiles out of the launch bay one by one. The attack from the Wraith fighters caused some vibrations in the defense matrix force field of the Norad II, but it was of no consequence. Ignoring the attack of the Federation fleet, Augustus's fleet began to jump into the hyperspace channel. Augustus stood with his hands behind his back, as if the fierce battle outside the porthole had nothing to do with him. Any news from Korhal? There is silence in the direction of Korhal IV. After a short silence, Augustus said, "We must be prepared for a protracted war. The suffering of the Federation and the people of Korhal will be reflected in every order we give to the Federation commander." Everyone had uncontrollable anger and grief in their hearts. They were not telepaths, but they all felt the same way. Both Korhal and the federal government have made some mistakes. No complete and thorough revolution can be achieved overnight. Augustus said, "The Korhal people have nothing left, but the Federation has personally shaped our common ideals. The war has just begun, and the Terran Federation will never have peace. The federal parliament and the creation family destroyed Korhal IV, but created a group of Avengers with their own hands. What should we do next?" Augustus's adjutant asked him. "Return to Korhal now, maybe we can still." "No. Let's go to Tarsinus," Augustus said without hesitation. "The new recruits will be trained on our newly acquired warships. I don't require them to become elite warriors, as long as they follow my orders to shoot." The battle continued. At 1823, the last battle cruiser completed the jump command, leaving the Delarian shipyard in a sea of fire. Thank you for the reward. Chapter 154, Attacking Tarsinus. 6.214 days later, Norad II, 027 on board time. When the ship is sailing in the hyperspace channel, people who grew up on the planet will feel tired. Waking up from nightmares is a common thing. Perhaps only people with strong nerves like Hanak and Josephine can sleep soundly without any influence. Augustus used to attribute the bizarre scenes in nightmares to his past memories, but now he knows that it is because he thinks about it during the day and dreams about it at night. You have been having nightmares since leaving the Delarian shipyard. Lieutenant Sarah Carrigan was wearing a three-dimensional, close-fitting dark gray officer uniform of the Revolutionary Army. The Mengsk golden wolf pattern on the belt and epaulettes meant that she could enter and exit the captain's room of Norad II at will without incurring the roar of Augustus's guard captain, Corporal Faraday. These days, Carrigan has been deliberately combing her eye-catching fiery red hair. After becoming Augustus' personal guard, this former Federation ghost agent with terrifying psychic power always kept her hair neat and tidy, straight or in a ponytail, but today she changed her usual image. Compared with more than 4 months ago, Carrigan gave people a very different feeling. Her fiery red hair fell to her slender waist. Kerrigan's smooth hair was braided into two braids from the middle and then looped around the back of her head to form a crown. The long and smooth hair trembled slightly as she wiped the sweat from Augustus' face with a cotton towel. Under the soft light blue light in the captain's bedroom, Kerrigan's fiery hair seemed to be covered with a veil. Although there are always people who say that Augustus's excessive trust in a former Federation assassin will bring bad luck, these rumors fell on deaf ears when they reached the ears of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Soon another voice emerged. Augustus Mengsk himself appreciated the ability of the ghost agent very much. He trusted him and immediately entrusted him with important tasks. There was no need to worry about the safety of the leader because he never confided in the jackal. However, Eugen Shawshank, a fleet reporter for the Korhal Dominion Truth, believed that the truth was not that simple. He preferred to believe that our wise and great leader Augustus also had 7 emotions and 6 desires. After capturing the ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan, Augustus immediately transferred the Yumajan shadow guard who was protecting him to his father Angus and let Kerrigan take over his position. If no one can prove that Marshal Augustus and his young and beautiful personal guard have never had anything happen, then this is certainly true. Do you know what I dreamed about? Augustus was still wearing a military shirt when he sat up. To this day, he still maintains the sleeping habits of a Marine. When he was in Telesis, all clothes, guns, and bullets were placed within easy reach. Augustus would sleep with his clothes on when necessary. He was a soldier who could get up and run at any time and shoot at any time. However, perhaps he had just woken up from a nightmare, or perhaps he was wary of a psychic spying on his thoughts. Augustus stared at Kerrigan with cold grey eyes, which were as aggressive as a real steel wolf. This did not scare Kerrigan. She just said calmly, just like 3 days ago, there is a huge planet in your dream that has turned into a radioactive wasteland. I can be sure that it is Korhal IV. Sometimes, there is nothing on the radioactive wasteland, but sometimes it will become a huge metropolis. There are many people living there, but they are not Korhal people. Oh, Augustus rubbed his temple and felt a stab of pain coming towards him. If I do nothing, that's what Korhal IV should have become. I just thought so. You know I always like to think of the worst. No, you are not such a person. Kerrigan just shook her head, but said nothing next. You never think of me as a bad guy and a killer. Point I should get up. Augustus said nothing more. When he put on his coat, he casually mentioned, have I dreamed of you, dear? Augustus never imagined what the future Queen of the Zerg, the Queen of Blades, would look like. In order to avoid Kerrigan from making some unwarranted guesses, Kerrigan can read minds. Although Augustus explicitly forbids her to delve into her inner world, she may still be able to capture some sudden thoughts. From the fact that Kerrigan still knows nothing about Augustus's dark history, even out of respect and trust for Augustus himself, she strictly follows his instructions. You should ask yourself. Kerrigan seemed to be frightened. She always respected Augustus and temporarily forgot that a soldier could not yell at his superior. What are you talking about? Nothing. I just said that I should get up. Augustus observed Kerrigan's expression and found that she was more embarrassed than offended. If it was normal, Augustus might think this was cute, but he was worried about Korhal, his father, and the soldiers who were still fighting against the Federation army, and most of his words were casual and unintentional. As Augustus buttoned up his coat, he was still thinking, if Korhal IV had not sent the coordinates and encrypted information according to the agreed cycle, the Federation fleet must have arrived in the Korhal system much faster than he expected. Then, the Terran Federation should prepare to be blown up. Even though you haven't slept for 3 days and 2 nights, before sleeping for 4 hours today, do you still want to continue working? Kerrigan wanted to put on Augustus's hat, but she didn't realize that she was not Augustus's personal maid until she was pushed away. Augustus never needed servants. Although he never mentioned this, Kerrigan knew that he had no sense of identity with the aristocratic system that gave him status and power, which was exactly the same as his father and brother. You should sleep a little longer, Kerrigan said to Augustus. The bridge told me that the fleet will take 2 hours to jump out of the hyperspace channel and arrive at the Tarsinus system. Then I shouldn't sleep. Augustus' eyes widened a little, and he immediately said, my warriors need me. but your smart health assistant shows that you are very tired now, and I can also feel that your mental state is not very good. Kerrigan grabbed Augustus' wrist and said, "You are very sad, and you are not as strong as they see. I won't fall down," Augustus said as he adjusted his appearance in front of a mirror. Never. When Kerrigan wanted to say something, Augustus's determined expression still made her surrender. "I know what you want to say." Kerrigan held her forehead and said, "After all, I'm not your mother, right? Would you say that, even if Lady Catherine was standing here? This is a false proposition." Augustus chuckled, as humorous and natural as he always was. "She can't be here, and I won't allow this to happen." However, Augustus' heart became heavy again, and he couldn't help but start to worry about his mother and sister. A week ago, along with a huge sum of money transferred into Augustus's account at the Imogen National Bank, the message that his brother Augustus Mengsk had arrived at the Pasteur Manor in Imogen and met with Juliana and his son was also conveyed to the Hyperion. Now it has been nearly a month since this message was sent. Augustus has no way of knowing whether Arcturus has been able to reconcile with Juliana after such a long time, or whether he just stayed for more than a week and hurried back to his comfort zone in the mine. No way of knowing. From Arcturus's sincere, but actually complaining letters, Augustus learned that his brother was not satisfied with his nephew. However, since Augustus had already taught Valerian what a real Mengsk man should be like, and since he had never relaxed his requirements on himself after his uncle left, and had worked hard to practice swordsmanship and exercise his body, Arcturus would not call his son a sissy and a nerd as in the original timeline. Although Arcturus used many words to describe Valerian as not as smart and tenacious as Augustus when he was a child, and complained that his mother, sister, and Juliana dressed his son up as a little princess, it still had a very positive effect on bridging the gap between father and son caused by long-term separation. With Catherine present, Arcturus could at least feel the warmth of the family, and he was less angry when he complained about Juliana hiding it from him. In addition, Augustus only hoped that his brother could get married and start a family, and at the very least, he should have some feelings with his nephew. A family will feel broken if any one of them is missing. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned them," Kerrigan said apologetically. "I know, you said that for my sake." Augustus gave Kerrigan a relaxed smile and said, "You are a telepath. You know what I think and feel the same way." When the heavy airlock door of the captain's room of the Norad II opened, Corporal Faraday, dressed in an officer's uniform, was already waiting for Augustus. Behind him stood 4 Steel Striker wearing CMC 300 power armor. Corporal Faraday was a man with a stern face. He was a standard Korhal, with a wide chin, a high nose bridge and deep eye sockets. A few months ago, Faraday was just an ordinary federal citizen, but now he has become a favorite of the rebel leader. In return, Corporal Faraday was absolutely loyal. He never thought that he had the talent to deserve his current position. In return for Augustus's appreciation and decisive promotion, the young revolutionary from Korhal threw himself into the Korhal Revolution and Augustus's personal protection. Augustus Mengsk never made a mistake in his choice of men. Proving that Augustus's eye for talent remained the same, Corporal Faraday took every assignment Augustus gave him with rigor and seriousness. Whether it was fetching a piece of toast or commanding an army, even if Augustus left him alone to defend Korhal, Corporal Faraday was determined to do his best. Unable to communicate with other battle cruisers while in hyperspace, Augustus headed straight for the corridors leading to the lower decks and hold. Augustus first spent some time in the armory of Norad II, which was being managed by a cousin of Rory Swan's clan instead of the Alpha Squadron engineer. Swan's brothers all look alike, except that his cousin lost a leg in an accident at a mine in the newer Parloan community, and had to use an alloy prosthesis to replace it. "Good morning, sir, if it's morning now." Thorin Swan was a burly mean half lady. He said in a muffled voice, "Is there anything I can do for you? I have listed all the upgrades for ship weapons, armor, and shields that can be selected on the control panel. You can choose the future upgrade direction and project for the Norad II, and then tell me. Then you will upgrade this battle cruiser according to my requirements?" Augustus asked. "Of course, provided that." Thorin was interrupted by Augustus, who rarely interrupted others, unless he couldn't help it. "The premise is that you have money." Augustus spread his hands, as if 10,000 game announcers were telling him, "You don't have enough crystal mines. You don't have enough military funds. Well, I have good news for you. I have money now." Thanks to his brother Arcturus, Augustus has a large amount of money at his disposal. The only thing Augustus needs to consider is how to convert this money into real revolutionary capital. He doesn't need to be too frugal, because as long as Arcturus still holds the extremely rich mine, Augustus's account will have a series of zeros every month, and they are all Eumagian citizen points, which are not easy to depreciate, and can be directly linked to crystal mines. In addition to the Kel-morian Federation and Eumagian, Augustus must also purchase weapons, ammunition, and warships from the black market in the fringe areas of the Korhal sector. At the same time, Augustus must overcome the disadvantage of highly relying on procurement of armaments, and relying on the support of the Eumagian National Defense Army. The Korhal Revolutionary Army needs a new base, and Augustus places such hope on dozens of Korhal colonial motherships flying to distant galaxies. After that, Augustus went to the lower deck to review the armed and ready soldiers of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, and made an impassioned speech to the officers and soldiers, and made a general mobilization for the battlefield. Augustus arrived at the bridge only when the Norad II and a fleet of more than 20 Behemoth-class battlecruisers jumped out of the hyperspace jump channel. On the star map, Tarsinus was rotating at its own speed. The far lower than expected jump signal of the Federation ships indicated that the garrison of Tarsinus had not noticed that a huge fleet was approaching rapidly. Since Tarsinus became the beacon of Terran Federation civilization, it has never experienced the baptism of war. Thank you for the reward from the helmsman. Thank you for the recommendation ticket and monthly ticket. You are my motivation for updating. Chapter 155. Let Tarsinus burn. The thrusters of the Norad II spewed hot orange plasma flames, and the long wake reflected the armored surface of the fleet behind it into orange. Behind the majestic and wide Norad II were 6 iron-grey Behemoth-class battlecruisers. These 7 battlecruisers, led by Norad, formed a perfect cutting-edge spearhead formation. On the lower left and lower right were the Hyperion and Iron Justice fleets, which were running side by side. Together with Warfield's 7 Leviathan-class battlecruisers, the 26 steel giants were heading towards Tarsinus Prime in the silence of the electronic communication channel. The small and medium-sized warships and interstellar fighters that escorted the fleet's main battleship formation accompanied the fleet. From time to time, several fighters left the fleet to drive away the Federation reconnaissance planes that were rapidly approaching their own fleet. The slowly rotating turrets, armor printed with white letters and numbers, and the clean and bright portholes of these battlecruisers were all brand new. Each battlecruiser is a magnificent ship, capable of raining death on any rebellious colony world. Orbital bombardment with nuclear weapons can flatten mountains and rivers, dry up rivers and seas, and turn a garden world suitable for human habitation into a charred wasteland. There is no communication signal between battleships, and all channels remain silent, as if what is heading towards Tarsinus is not a large fleet but a cold and silent steel coffin. The Terran Federation has done its best to shift the economic recession brought about by the war to every citizen of the Federation, and accumulated funds for the casting of these battlecruisers through heavy taxes and plunder. And now, these battleships are used by the Mengsk family's revolutionary army to deal with themselves. We are still 32 million miles away from Tarsinus Prime. The Tarsinus system fleet is right in front of us. The dock of the Norad II has been opened and is launching Avengers and Wraiths. The Eumagian drone interceptor fleet has passed the final safety test and can be put into battle immediately. The 321st Marines of the Revolutionary Army and the 1st Brigade of the 2nd Airborne Division are on standby on the 1st, 4th, and 5th decks. The lower deck calls the bridge. We can send landing troops to Tarsinus at any time. The energy is full and the shield can be turned on. There are about 30 or 40 officers and technicians talking loudly on the bridge of the Norad II, but the scene does not seem so chaotic because of this. Everyone has a clear division of labor and knows what they should do and when and where to speak. The center of these soldiers and crew is Augustus Mengsk, who is wearing a dark gray military coat. He is the backbone of the entire bridge in Norad II. Just standing there can make people feel at ease, and those revolutionary soldiers who worship Augustus will ignite their fighting spirit as long as they look at him. At this time, Tarsinus Prime was getting closer and closer to the Norad II. The green planet was shrouded in bright starlight. Some light spots magnified by sensors on the main screen of the bridge represented the Federation fleet that had jumped in. They must have been caught off guard. Sarah Kerrigan, who was standing behind Augustus, said, "Even people who were startled should be panicked. Let's wait and see." Augustus said to another adjutant beside him, "Access the Federation communication channel that has been intercepted and deciphered." The reason why Augustus's Revolutionary Army fleet was able to intercept and decipher the encrypted communications of the Federation Army was entirely due to the powerful deciphering technology of Imogen and the confidential intelligence of the Federation communication codes obtained by the National Defense Army agents. All of this was used without exception to help the Revolutionary Army establish their own intelligence network. A large number of sophisticated cutting-edge monitoring equipment and technicians were sent to Korhal IV. As early as 70 years ago, or even longer, when the Terran Federation first proposed to establish a joint government to unify the human regimes of the three Kaprulu sectors, the governments of Imogen and Moria had already sensed the ambition hidden under the ridiculous reason of human unification. The former spent a lot of time to establish a spy intelligence network that penetrated into the power network of Tarsinus, while the latter did not think that the sissy Tarsinus could possibly beat the tough miners. To this day, due to only a few border conflicts that were so small that there was no loss of life, the Terran Federation still does not know that Imogen has deciphered the encryption mode of their communication channels, and it is very likely that he openly monitored the love conversation between the Federation major occupying the command center communication network and his new Liwat wife. The fate of the Moria people can be imagined. They not only lost the war, but also lost miserably. This is a heathen land outpost. They have 19 Behemoth-class battle cruisers and 7 Leviathan-class ships, and more than 1,000 Avenger fighters. The sound signals of several monitored Federation communication channels sounded on the bridge of the Norad II at the same time. "I'm from the command center of the 1st Orbital Defense Platform." "Who are they?" "Rebels." "It's a rebel fleet." "If it's not rebels, I'll cook and swallow Aunt Mary's leather boots." "An entire fleet, equivalent to the size of 1.5 squadrons. Oh my god, I either drank too many cocktails or I'm blind." "Goodbye, sir, we must retreat." "I know. Stay at your post, or I'll send you to a military court." Amid a harsh electrical noise, distorted shouting could be heard on another channel. "Rebels, it's the Korhal people. I recognize the logo on those warships. Damn it, this must be a boring April Fool's joke. Now I'm going to sleep for a while. I played with that bitch in the zero gravity cabin all night yesterday. You should try that feeling too. Daniel, I'll let her come to you, so you don't get startled." Then there was a clang and a scream in confusion. Augustus believed that the drunken radar monitor at the orbital monitoring station was beaten up by his superior. Then there was another communication channel. The access source showed that it was 2 Leviathan-class battle cruisers that cruised between the exoplanet and the main star in the Tarsinus system on a fixed route. The 2 Leviathan-class battle cruisers were far behind the current Behemoth-class battle cruisers due to their aging. Augustus's technicians quickly deciphered the encrypted communication code between them. "Ah, there are rebels everywhere. It's really a ghost," the captain of a Federation Leviathan-class battle cruiser said. "But where is our fleet? Stop them. We can't let those Korhal people do evil in the Tarsinus system. They should go back to their remote hometown." The communication between the 2 Leviathan-class battle cruisers disappeared again. It was obvious that the artificial intelligence on the ship changed the identification code of the encrypted communication channel according to the fixed operating procedures, and it would take some time for Augustus's technicians to decipher it again. "Has Tarsinus not intercepted the assembly signal sent to other fleets?" "No, sir," a technician replied. "We haven't intercepted such encrypted signals. The constantly changing communication codes are hidden among millions of codes, but it is possible that we missed it." "It is impossible to miss it," Augustus said. "If the Federal Council is already anxious, they will definitely send distress signals continuously. Always monitor Tarsinus's communication channels, and don't miss any communication that may have a significant impact on the war situation." Augustus listened to several more communications from the Tarsinus system outposts and several planetary habitation stations in orbit. He soon realized that the Federal Council did not expect the Revolutionary Army fleet to rush to Tarsinus immediately after the raid on the Dalarian shipyard. But as long as there is any general in the Federation Army who is clear-headed and has even a little strategic foresight, he should realize that the Tarsinus system lacks both barriers and defenses, and its obvious and terrible emptiness jumps out on the star map. The channels monitored by Tarsinus planetary orbital defense forces, space stations, and orbital defense platforms showed that the Federation Army that was supposed to defend Tarsinus was in chaos. Thousands of signal transmission sources outside the army and fleet system called the Federation Navy Command to ask what happened. The confused naval commanders were scolded by the dignitaries of various systems and families. Andrea Tagore and her Federation Parliament are really patient. She should know that Tarsinus now lacks even a marshal who can command the entire army, unless those retired old people are pushed to the front. Augustus shook his head and closed all monitoring channels, but asked the monitors to pay attention and report key information at any time. At this time, as the Revolutionary Army fleet led by Norad II was getting closer and closer to the main planet of Tarsinus, the bridge radar scanning map could already detect the Federation fleet composed of 9 Federation battle cruisers. The warships of the two fleets were about 10 miles apart. At such a long distance, missiles and space torpedoes were the first to leave the cabin, and the sky full of laser beams followed closely. This was obviously the majority of the warships that Tarsinus could mobilize in a short period of time, because most of the Leviathan-class battle cruisers that should have been sent to the scrap metal recycling and smelting factory or displayed in museums and naval academies were also pulled out. The flagship of the leading Federation fleet was the famous Leviathan-class battle cruisers, the Hurt, which was widely praised for destroying 2 Kel-morian Combine battle cruisers and an interceptor carrier. However, after suffering 2 heavy blows, the Hurt had to return to the Bennett orbital shipyard in Tarsinus for repairs. With the end of the Kalian War, the large-scale delivery of the Behemoth-class battle cruisers to the fleet, and several upgrades, this warship that once frightened the Kel-morians could not escape the fate of being eliminated. The Korhal Revolutionary Fleet and the Federation fleet opened fire while accelerating towards each other. In between the interlaced barrages of bullets from both sides were countless interstellar fighters that shuttled quickly. At the same time, more Federation fighters that left the space dock and revolutionary warships that jumped out of the hyperspace channel joined the battlefield. In front of Augustus was a magnificent scene, a collision between fleets. Shells and laser weapons burst into thousands of hot and bright flames on the armor of the warships. Every point of light from the explosion of a fighter seemed like a short-lived supernova on the main screen of the Norad II. After a moment of dazzling brilliance, the flagship of the Federation fleet, the Hurt, was hit by a round of concentrated fire from the Revolutionary fleet. This battle cruiser that once destroyed a marginal colony of the Kel-morian Combine and left a nightmare memory for the Kel-morians was burning in the sky-high flames and in the incandescence that illuminated the entire bridge of the Norad II in a few seconds. It turned into tens of thousands of shattered steel fragments. About 1,000 to 2,500 soldiers of the Federation fleet became a passing cloud in an instant, dying in a not-so-short pain. The two fleets collided in the 14th minute after they opened fire on each other. The outer warships and fighter planes overlapped, and the earth-shaking explosions of each battle cruiser were accompanied by brilliant light and blue electrical pulses. After kicking the 4th Federation battle cruiser out of the battlefield, the monitor on the Norad II finally accessed a level 3 encrypted communication channel that Augustus had been waiting for a long time. Soldiers of the Terran Federation, I'm Benson Tagore, the chief speaker of the Federation Parliament. Tarsinus is under attack by the rebels, and the defense fleet has suffered a blow. In accordance with the 99th agreement of the Federation Parliament, on behalf of the Federation Parliament and the people of the Federation it represents, I ask you, all fleets, return to Tarsinus immediately. Well done, Speaker Benson. Augustus laughed, and many people on the bridge could hear his hearty laughter. Korhal IV is saved. Kerrigan, who was looking at Augustus, also laughed. Although she did not hold out much hope that Korhal IV could hold out for so many days, it was too late to lift the siege of Korhal now. It's not over yet. Augustus pulled down the brim of his wide-brimmed military hat, and the expression on his face made him look like a villain rather than a leader of the Revolutionary Army. It's not over yet, Andrea Tagore. The superiors of those soldiers did not tell them that the Delarian shipyard was attacked by us, and a large number of warships were stolen. He restrained his smile. Someone must have blocked the news, but the Federation Congress must have been informed of what happened in the Delos system. But they don't know where we will go next. He faced the bright starlight outside the porthole. No one dares to assert which system the rebel fleet will go to next. Maybe someone believes that we will attack Tarsinus, but he did not prepare the people of Tarsinus for a war. Whether anyone suggests that the defense of Tarsinus should be strengthened or not, if the Federation is recalling its fleets in the entire Caprulu sector to strengthen the defense of the homeland, that is exactly what we want. If they haven't reacted by now, then I will burn Tarsinus to the ground. Mengsk, I can't wait. At this time, the figure of Titus Finley appeared on a main screen next to Augustus. Titus was wearing power armor, and behind him stood fully armed revolutionary soldiers. Titus is about to show up, and it's time for those Tarsinus bastards to run away. Don't lose your mind, Augustus scolded him. Remember what the order is? Land, said Titus. Doing this while the 3 orbital platforms and ground-based orbital anti-aircraft artillery firepower network on Tarsinus are still in operation, is undoubtedly courting death. Only about 20% to 30% of the troops can reach the surface. But this is our mission. We must let the people of Tarsinus know that the Revolutionary Army has reached their doorstep. Titus did not seem to be frightened at all by what he had just said. This way, the nobles and bureaucrats will be more eager to ask the fleet to return to Tarsinus. The target is the military facilities and scientific research stations in the city of Tarsinus, and seize the Federation's armed manufacturing drawings. In addition, we must destroy the starports and suspension train tracks on the surface of Tarsinus as much as possible, making it impossible for the Federation to quickly deploy troops, said Titus. If possible, we will rush into the city and rob a few noble ladies. I didn't say the latter sentence. Augustus turned around and looked at Titus. As long as you don't hurt civilians, I don't mind you doing that. But no one can skip me giving you this order. Do you understand? You didn't say that. Titus lit a cigar. But I think, if I were you, I would do this. Those nobles, I'm afraid they haven't been beaten by their father Titus since they were young. He chewed the cigar in his mouth, closed his mask and said, let Tarsinus burn. It's too late. Send it first, and change it later. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Titus's Spanking Camp. Lower deck of the Norod II. Launch port. Ship time 4:03. Follow your orders, Titus. Don't cause me any trouble. As Titus walked towards the Imp, the exclusive upper transport plane of the Heavenly Devils, he could still hear the voice of Augustus giving orders on the bridge in his power armor. Hyperion, assemble to me. Fire on the port side. No problem, sir. Where do you want me to fire? Raynor replied in a low voice. Ah, I see that guy. Captain Jim, prepare to attack. Titus' old friend Captain Jim Raynor is an energetic young man. All the Heavenly Devils think he is interesting and easy to get along with. Raynor has endless energy and a strong sense of justice. Among Augustus's old subordinates, he is the most successful in integrating into the new role after leaving the Federation Marines. At this time, no one would associate Raynor with the image of decadence and failure. He is a capable general and right-hand man of the Revolutionary Marshal, and is deeply trusted. At a young age, Raynor has become the captain of a Behemoth-class battle cruiser, commanding a squadron of more than 20,000 fleet soldiers. He is not arrogant, because of his youth. Everyone knows that it is only a matter of time before Raynor is promoted to general. Raynor seems to be born to be a revolutionary. He comes from an ordinary Shiloh family and can understand the suffering of the people of the Federation. Moreover, Raynor is undoubtedly a man of action. He almost never talks about justice and freedom. There is no doubt that Raynor is a gun of justice in Augustus's hand, and he will hit wherever he points. At this moment, there are hundreds of transport ships taking off on the lower deck apron of NORAD II, and the ground crew is busy sending one near-ground shuttle after another to the runway. Behind Titus, there are at least 3 upward transport planes rising slowly. The downward thrust of plasma flow has set off a series of interlaced gusts of wind. The voices of pilots, ground crew, boarding bus drivers and soldiers and officers waiting in line are mixed together, making it difficult to distinguish. Amid the roar of the magnetic acceleration track, the wedge-shaped shuttles with 3 layers of thickened plastic ceramic shells disappeared in the distance in an instant, and the transport ships gradually moved away in the orange-red plasma thruster flames. The silent revolutionary soldiers moved forward under the blue deck lights, with a cold light shrouding their power armor. Several Goliath-armed robots walked between the soldiers walking towards the transporters and shuttles, and the Mecha servo system made a subtle hum. If there is any difference between these soldiers and the federal soldiers, it is that they are all Korhal IV people who have lost their homes. All of them have a common belief and a common pursuit: to overthrow the rule of the Terran Federation and establish a free and equal country. As the propaganda department of the Revolutionary Army has advertised, the Revolutionary Army is committed to saving all Terran people. After all, the Kar Autonomous Region is an unattainable dream, and the new generation of Kar people are pursuing another more distant dream, the Great Republic. Titus chewed the cigar in his mouth, and the helmet was filled with smoke. The air circulation system inside was running as hard as an old man coughing. The small turbo fan in the CMC 300 power armor was humming softly. 32 Steely Wolf hunters in crimson power armor followed him. These warriors who were said to be able to dance with wolves had long-handled battle axes and Steely Wolf emblems on their armor. The difference between the emblem of the wolf hunters and the Mengsk family was that the Steely Wolf on their armor was pure white, and the mane on the back and neck was like a cloud pattern. The Wolf Hunters were one of the few elite troops in the Revolutionary Army, second only to Augustus's personal guards, Faraday Guards, Warfield Steel Battalion, Raynor's Rangers and the Anti-Psychic Forces Steely Striker. Augustus also envisioned letting Titus fully reorganize the Heavenly Devils and form a special tactical force under this name. But Titus refused without hesitation. Augustus gave another name, Titus Finlay's Outlaws, which was also rejected. After thinking for a long time, Titus decided to call his troops the Spanking Battalion, but was immediately rejected by Augustus. Since Titus, who had no ambition, was not enthusiastic about forming his own troops, the matter soon came to nothing. However, Titus still privately calls his battalion the Spanking Battalion. He originally called it the Recruit Training Camp. Titus also declared that his battalion did not welcome any new recruits and did not accept any young boys and girls. At first, his subordinates let this ridiculous name go until Mr. Finlay used this word in an official occasion, and the captains united to strongly oppose it. Compared with Raynor, who is already a captain, Titus seems to be the worst among Augustus's old subordinates. So far, his rank is only a staff sergeant, and his position can only command a platoon. In fact, Titus has only one Steel Wolf Hunter battalion under his command. One reason is that Titus can't lead so many troops now. It's not that he lacks such ability, but he is just too lazy to manage so many people. Now, only Augustus can firmly suppress Titus in the Revolutionary Army. If others come, it means that Warfield's words are useless. Augustus is still clear about what kind of person Titus is. In every sense, he is not the kind of man who can stand loneliness. His moral level is worrying, and his bottom line is surprisingly low, so low that it is in the dust, so small that it can't be seen clearly. Augustus dare not put Titus in a too high position, and out of his sight. Otherwise, it is almost certain that Titus will abuse his power and act tyrannically with his urine. However, Titus's status is not much worse than his old friends. After all, Augustus still has to rely on him to fight hard battles. As Titus climbed up the ramp to the passenger cabin of the Imp, the NORAD II was still shaking from time to time, as if someone was shaking this huge and magnificent steel coffin with a heavy hammer. If it were the new recruits from the Port of the Dead, they might have wet their pants. But old Titus's men were all elite warriors, and each of them was a warrior who could fight a wolf with his bare hands. After Titus and his troops were seated, the Imp began to take off. Through the HUD display of the power armor connected to the camera of the transport ship, the revolutionary soldiers could clearly see the tragic battlefield outside the NORAD II. The orbiting planetary defense platform was just a vague black dot 5 minutes ago, but now it is close at hand. Countless warship wreckages are suspended in space, and the alloy fragments flying towards Tarsinus disappear in the shining reflection. The wolf hunters of Stealing remained silent, neither exclaiming nor giving any opinions on this war, or their own mission. Whether they were elite troops of the Ka Revolutionary Army, regular troops, or militia reserves, they all had a cold solemnity to a greater or lesser extent. The loss of their homes filled these soldiers with grief and sorrow. At this time, no one would think that a crying soldier was a coward, and anyone who laughed heartily would appear abrupt and unbelievable. Chapter 157 Obtaining the Artifact, Starcrusher Revolver. The NORAD II carrier transports leapt out of the dock like a swarm of bees. They flew to Tarsinus under the escort of the landing fleets on the Hyperion and Iron Justice. At this time, the situation of the fleet battle was clear. The hastily assembled Terran Federation fleet was defeated. 5 of the 9 battle cruisers were destroyed, and 2 were severely damaged. The last 2 Behemoth-class battle cruisers dragged their wounded bodies into the shadow between the orbital defense platform and the planet. Just as the imp transport ship that Titus was riding began to speed up, in the space distortion and vortex caused by the absorption of light in the hyperspace channel, 2 Behemoth-class battle cruisers with iron gray armored shells jumped to a severely damaged Federation Leviathan less than 300 feet away and opened fire. The backward armor of the Leviathan-class battle cruiser could not withstand the fierce artillery fire. Finally, after a dazzling flash, it exploded. The main body of the ship was pushed to Tarsinus by the shock wave generated by the explosion, and then captured by the gravity of the planet, and fell to the Earth. Even so, the 3 orbital defense platforms of Tarsinus are still a natural barrier between the revolutionary fleet and Tarsinus. Its anti-aircraft firepower network covers most of the area around the planet orbit. The powerful Draken second pulse orbital gun can even shoot down battle cruisers, which is enough to block a fleet. Augustus has no intention of seizing these orbital platforms. Even when the returning Federation fleet arrives at the Tarsinus system, the revolutionary fleet cannot occupy all the platforms, and there is no real meaning in doing so at present. Attacking Tarsinus is Augustus's goal. Even if he cannot catch a few people from the creation family, he must make them panic. Even so, Augustus successfully delivered several nuclear bombs to the orbital platforms to destroy its main anti-aircraft firepower network, creating opportunities for more landing troops to successfully reach the surface of the planet. Titus's fleet was the first to enter the atmosphere. From the perspective of the transport ship pilot, he could see a barrage of pulse cannons, anti-aircraft guns, and missiles piercing the sky. Revolutionary transport ships were shot down every moment. Titus was used to it. This was the fate of airborne troops. Most casualties occurred before landing. At this time, Titus could hear the breathing in the communication channel become obviously heavier. Many people turned off the HUD display inside the armor. Even the elite Stealing wolf hunters would be afraid, and many people had never been to space before. Many of them vomited all over the power armor because of seasickness. Listen carefully, I know that all my men are top-notch men. Titus collected his thoughts. He often said a lot of strange things, but he was quite reliable. When he needed to be serious, the next thing will be much easier. Gentlemen, war is calling us. Maybe old Mengsk said that we are fighting for freedom, justice, democracy or something else that we can't see or eat, but in the final analysis, we are killing people. Titus laughed. Titus' words did not get much response. If it was during the Devil of Heaven, Augustus didn't need to say anything. Hanak and Josephine would have already started bragging and waving flags in the communication channel. Sometimes Titus also missed the old days, of course. He only thought about it occasionally. But this is what we are best at, killing people and robbing. Men should do what men should do. When several steel wolf hunters looked at Titus, he was trying to take out a new cigar from the supply unit of the power armor. If you want revenge, you have to show some of the ferocity your ancestors had when they hunted wolves. If the Terran Federation fleet really dropped so many nuclear bombs on Korhal IV, there would be nothing left in the forests of the wolf hunting territory. Titus could see several stealing wolf hunters tightening their Gauss rifles and gritting their teeth, but still said nothing. How boring. Seeing that no one else reacted, Titus couldn't help but miss the old days. To be honest, it would be much more interesting to recruit a group of villains than to lead these silent soldiers. At least those guys usually talk more. Having said that, if they really want to fight side by side and leave their backs to their comrades, these determined revolutionary soldiers are definitely the most trustworthy. Sir, the mission briefing shows that our destination is the main city of Tarsus, but the central area is a densely populated commercial area. A lieutenant finally took over Titus's words. Yes, we will have street fighting with the Tarsus defense forces there. Titus said, as long as the Tarsus people are not crazy, they will either hide at home or run away after a few hours. If they accidentally hurt civilians, they can only blame themselves. Where there are fewer civilians, there are fortresses and military fortresses. In the case that the transport ship they are on may be shot down, and the ship destroyed, and people killed at any time, it is impossible for the soldiers to remain calm. This is just a small scene for the devil of heaven. If you want to know about my glorious days fighting side by side with Augustus Mengsk, then old Titus will talk about it. Titus looked around and laughed. When we were in Turus's second, the scene was 10 times more dangerous than it is now. This attracted the attention of the revolutionary soldiers to some extent. In their eyes, the devil of heaven is undoubtedly a living legend. While Titus was bragging, the imp had already arrived over Tarsus. The city was still in darkness at this time. The dense anti-aircraft firepower network obscured the space, and the anti-aircraft machine guns with a firing rate of hundreds of rounds per second were pouring bullets, as if they were free. The imp and the other 3 transport ships shuttled between the high-rise buildings that looked like a steel forest, avoiding anti-aircraft firepower while looking for a chance to land. Although the Korhal Revolutionary Army had no signs of sending landing troops before, the central city of Tarsus had actually built a defense in less than 2 hours. Fortifications, roadblocks, artillery positions, arc tanks, marines and Tarsus army formed a tight defense position in the central city. The people of the Creation family, the federal parliament and the rich district were all placed under comprehensive, tight and intimate protection. Titus's landing force could only land inside a research station outside the central city. His troops quickly dealt with the scattered resistance forces in the research station and planted a flag of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. Before leaving, they set a fire that quickly went out. Near the research station was a cargo unloading platform of a trade starport. Titus, as usual, took a lot of good things when transcribing the experimental data of the research station. In a container, sent to New Sydney, a fringe system, Titus found a lot of antiques, including a very old record player and an antique revolver. TSK, an old-fashioned revolver. Mengsk would like these gadgets. I heard that his collection room is full of antiques and cold weapons from 100 years ago, and he especially likes to issue guns to officers he values. On the way to a Terran Federation command center, Titus fumbled with the exquisitely crafted revolver with engraved patterns in his hand. This is a Colt military single-action revolver, an antique from hundreds of years ago, and the bullets are extremely precious. The power of this type of revolver should not be underestimated. It can easily open the skull of a bison. But Titus thought again. He had never given gifts to anyone other than women in his life. This feels a bit strange. Well, the pistol that killed Titus was obtained by him and Raynor when they robbed the federal train. The bullet with justice written on it was originally reserved for Arcturus. Chapter 158, The Siege of Tarsus. The hemisphere where Tarsus was located was on the other side of the planet from the sun. Meteor showers were far more numerous than ever before. The debris of orbital stations the size of cities fell from the sky, shining through the atmosphere like a sun that had fallen to the ground. The sky was ablaze with bright orange spots, shining like dazzling new stars. These new stars were hundreds of times brighter than the North Star, and several of them were even brighter than the sun for a moment. They were battle cruisers that fell into low Earth orbit. The sound of air raid sirens that rang all night was devastating the highly tense nerves of the Tarsus people. The sharp alarms and occasional explosions were louder than people's heads. The chaos and the exodus from the city could not be stopped. Men drove away from the brightly lit city areas with their families, suitcases and children. The looting of weapons stores and department stores left a large area in a sea of fire, and the billowing smoke made more people think that the rebels and government forces had exchanged fire in the city. Chaos, screaming, crying. In the third hour after the air raid sirens were sounded, 7 major cities including the main city of Tarsinus were in hysterical chaos. The sky was full of flying cars and private yachts, and the transportation network on the ground was extremely chaotic. Car accidents, traffic jams and conflicts caused by them continued one after another. The number of casualties caused by mutual injuries and accidents soon jumped to tens of thousands. Before the rebels sent a single soldier to land on Tarsinus, the order on the planet collapsed. Even the most dedicated Tarsinus police did not know whether to evacuate the crowd or prevent people from fleeing the city at this time. The deputy chief of the police department was furious because 70% of the Tarsinus police were missing, and those above him were busy hiding in the heavily fortified underground conference hall for meetings. Due to the chaotic management and the incompetence of some officials, the administrative system of Tarsinus knew nothing about the war situation, except that the enemy was the rebels from Korhal. Everyone outside the federal parliament and the cabinet was confused. They didn't know how many warships the rebel fleet had parked in high altitude orbit. The Federal Navy Command repeatedly emphasized that they had the advantage, but the alarm was still not lifted after several hours. Almost all the losses came from inside Tarsinus, and the rebels only drove the fleet to the planetary orbit. Although the rebels of Korhal have not launched any form of attack on cities and large residential settlements, every minute of loss to Tarsinus will take dozens of times longer to make up. Both officials and civilians were actually very confused. The information they received was that a large-scale rebellion broke out in Korhal IV, but they never expected that the rebels would have the strength to raid Tarsinus. During the 4-year Kel-morian War, the Camaraderie Federation only fought near the main star world of the Ceres system. Their fleet did not take the initiative when fighting against the Federal Navy, and could only passively defend. The Kel-morian Federation also had the main star world and mining world to defend. The Federation government could not mobilize the fleet to attack Tarsinus with all its might. At this time, even the drunks who were loudly discussing politics and the situation in the bar began to believe that the problem of the Korhal rebels was no longer a geopolitical issue or a rebellion that would be quelled in 1 to 2 years at most. The problem of Korhal would probably exist for a long time along with the regime of the Terran Federation, and the possibility of compromise between the two sides was very small. In addition, either the Korhal people established an independent regime independent of the Federation regime, or the executioners of the Federation killed all the Korhal people. A cruel fact was placed in front of the Tarsinus who had experienced this nightmare, that is, Tarsinus was not impossible to fall. We never imagined that Tarsinus would fall one day, just like someone told me that God would be stabbed to death by assassins and Jesus never resurrected. Whether it was the politicians in the federal parliament, who were dressed in fancy clothes, but were actually rotten inside, the chief justices in the federal court, who wore smelly wigs, or the officials in the cabinet, who were sweet-mouthed but treacherous, all of them were in a hurry, shouting, "Where is the carriage that takes me home? Pick up my 20 lovers and a stack of diapers, and let me run first." When Mike Liberty, the editor of the news agency, was still typing on the keyboard, an earthquake occurred. The flower pots in the office shook and fell to the ground, the bookshelves shook, and the ceiling moved left and right. While taking a sip of coffee calmly, Mike made a note at the bottom of the document. 2489.6.21 Earthquake. There was a tremor in Tarsinus City. Why are you still sitting here? Anderson, the editor-in-chief of the Universe News Network, was a fat middle-aged man with a bald head and only 2 curls of black hair on his temples. Anderson passed by Mike Liberty's office with his briefcase and looked at him. He screamed. The fat on his belly was shaking with his heavy breathing. "The rebels are coming," he said. "Run, Mike. Do you want to be hit by the rebels again? I think you are alive, because of your luck." "Rebels?" Mike Liberty immediately showed a horrified expression. "Anderson, I thought it was an earthquake. Didn't you hear the alarm?" Anderson was also very strange. This young man didn't seem to panic at all. Could there be something wrong with his ears? "I overslept." Mike shrugged. He didn't worry about what the revolutionaries would do to him, because to be precise, he was now a revolutionary soldier. Not long ago, he joined the Pan-Terran Party and was certified as a revolutionary comrade. Anderson was shocked that Mike was so openly slacking off and was so frank, but in general, Anderson still admired Mike's calmness. Only with such a calm mind, he could be the first to appear in dangerous situations and make big news. Moreover, Mike's sharp and spicy writing style was also admired by Anderson very much. News reports that emphasized authenticity were always quite popular. However, just as Anderson was about to leave, there was another earth-shattering bang that made him pale. Outside Mike's office, a Leviathan-class battlecruiser crashed in the northern city. Even more than 10 miles away, the flames could be seen. The landing point looked like a fleeting, semicircular sun. The shockwave shattered the glass of the skyscraper, stripped off the superstructure, and exposed the metal frame underneath. The phosphorus dust produced by the explosion caused a fire that swept through residential and commercial areas within a few miles, and billowing smoke rose to the sky. Now, the casualties are definitely more than 10,000 or 20,000. God knows how many people will be burned to death. Mike shook his head as he looked at the tragic scene outside the ship. We should send more people to rescue the civilians affected. Tarsinus is burning. Chapter 159. The Death of Korhal. 6.21 Korhal System, the second satellite of Korhal IV, Ursa. Ursa is a small dark brown satellite with a diameter of more than 3.6 million feet, about 1,100 kilometers. Like its sister satellite Canis, the surface of this satellite has been transformed into a super-military fortress with dense fortresses, electromagnetic railguns, anti-aircraft missile launch towers and starport cities. With Ursa, the largest satellite, as the center, and another satellite and Korhal orbital platform Sky Shield 2 and 3 as the fulcrum, a firepower network was formed to block the Federation fleet. A total of about 1.9 million Korhal Revolutionary Army soldiers were stationed, and each high-altitude orbital defense platform had more than 2,000 sentry drones and automatic turrets. Even so, the Korhal Revolutionary Army still seemed to be extremely struggling when dealing with more than 60 Leviathans and Behemoths of the 4 Federation fleets in the war and thousands of affiliated fleet ships. The main reason why the Federation fleet was able to inflict heavy damage on Korhal's guard army in a short period of time was that they were not stingy in using nuclear weapons and did not care about the negative effects of nuclear weapons. Just as Augustus Mengsk saw on the main screen of the command center of another satellite, Ursa, just a dozen minutes after the appearance of the Federation fleet, Canis, which was orbiting on the other side of Korhal, suffered a devastating blow. Judging from the images sent back by several Revolutionary Army military orbital satellites that were not paralyzed by the electromagnetic waves of signal interference sent by the Federation fleet, Canis was twisted by the high temperature. Augustus Mengsk, wearing an ordinary dark gray Revolutionary Army officer uniform, had a twitching nose and many wrinkles on his well-defined face. He paced back and forth more often than he did today. This also indicated that Canis's commander Kurt Josephine, a descendant of the oldest noble of Korhal, and more than 80,000 soldiers under his command, died in these few seconds. They and their many colorful lives and ambitions have become a thing of the past, and many more families have lost their irreplaceable relatives forever. Humans are an emotional race. The trauma brought by war is permanent for their short life, and the trauma can never be healed. Augustus Mengsk realized that he had made a huge mistake. He had compared the federal government and the political interest groups and monopoly nobles it represented to a dragon, but he underestimated the cruelty of this dragon. Reality is far more unrealistic than fake news. Now it seems that, if the creation family is not based on absolute indifference, then they are really angry and ashamed of the failure of the assassination of Angus. Not only did the assassination fail, but Angus also had sufficient evidence to prove that the Federation was afraid of him. Then, this just shows that the federal government is afraid of Angus so much that it has to use such a despicable method. The popularity and prestige of Angus and the new ideas and new regime he represents in the Terran Federation have also risen with the fierce criticism and smearing of the Un-Universe News Network and the Un-Universe TV. Gradually, after the resolution of the federal parliament to use the Apocalypse-class nuclear bomb, to destroy Korhal was exposed, there were as many people who believed that Angus and the Korhal Revolutionary Army he represented were the evil thugs as the official propaganda said, as those who believed that the federal government was inhumane. What the federal government wants to do is to solve the problem of Korhal once and for all, rather than spending time and money to regain control of Korhal through several generations. It is much more convenient to destroy it permanently. No matter how much bloodshed and sacrifice the revolution would cause, Angus never thought of the possibility that the entire planet of Korhal would be destroyed by a nuclear attack. But even so, Angus never regretted his decision. As early as the time of Angus' grandfather, the Mengsk family was dissatisfied with the federal government's policy of strengthening the power of the central government and exploiting its colonies. This prestigious family has always regarded the power they have as equivalent to the responsibility of protecting the people. Although so far Angus seems to have brought only war and suffering to his people. At the moment of the destruction of Canis, an uncontrollable sob sounded in the Ursa Satellite Command Center, where Angus was located. It was an ordinary information technology soldier. Angus and the generals around him could not blame him. The soldier's father and all his brothers were on Canis. Activate all missile interception weapons. If a nuclear bomb falls on our heads, we will all be finished. With a sigh, Colonel Lundstein beside Angus had already issued an order without Angus saying anything more. When several soldiers helped the technician who couldn't help crying down, another 12 Federation Behemoth-class battlecruisers made a short distance jump to the USA satellite. All the battlecruisers were painted black and red, and the huge inverted U-shaped logo was eye-catching. The moment they appeared, the missile ejection compartments of these battlecruisers ejected missiles flying all over the sky, and the laser weapons plowed out shocking scratches on the dozens of feet thick plastic, ceramic, steel and new alloy armor plates of the USA military fortress. Lock on those battlecruisers and confirm their unit numbers. When Commander Lundstein gave orders to the officers in the missile tower control center, Angus turned his head and said to a Revolutionary Army technician in front of the main screen console. The bridge of the flagship of the Federation fleet gradually enlarged on the main screen of the command center, and a few seconds later an X-shaped skull logo appeared in front of everyone. Omega Squadron. The adjutant of the command center began to mechanically read the data entry provided by the Humoyan Agent Organization. Skulls of the dead black skeletons, heads of the god of death, Legion of Death. This is a fleet wandering in the Dyla Galaxy. Their main base is on Dyla 4th in the Dyla Galaxy, located within the territory of the Terran Federation. This is an army mainly composed of resocialized soldiers, and the soldiers come from prison planets throughout the Terran Federation. When washing away the antisocial personality of these criminals and reprogramming their memories, the doctors in the Terran Federation's resocialization factory retained the most aggressive side of these criminals' personalities, allowing them to activate the craziest part of their personality when necessary under the command of the commander, and slaughter the enemies of the Federation in the most brutal way. It is reported that the doctors magnified the evil personalities of some of these people during the transformation, so that at the end of the battle, friendly forces may find that the Marines and paratroopers of Omega Squadron are feasting on the corpses of Kel-morians, eating human flesh raw, using the livers of the enemy for barbecue, or desecrating the corpses of the enemy. Such weird, cruel and twisted examples are often closely related to the reasons for their imprisonment. The Terran Federation is transforming living humans into weapons. Angus silently watched the interceptor missiles in the Ursa satellite base and the missiles of Omega Squadron collide with each other in midair, forming a gorgeous scene composed of continuous explosion points. It can be found that, although some missiles will fall on the military fortresses of the Revolutionary Army on the Ursa satellite from time to time, less than 5% of these missiles that fall on the surface of the satellite carry nuclear warheads. These nuclear bombs destroyed one after another of the Revolutionary Army's military fortresses, and even shook the geological structure, but Ursa would not be directly destroyed like its sister planet Canis. It can be seen that the number of nuclear bombs carried by the Federation fleet is not so large that they can squander them recklessly. From the intermittent communication signals, Angus learned that the other two high-altitude orbital defense platforms and a space-based weapons station have been surrounded by various Federation fleets, and the enemy's ammunition seems to be too much to use up, and they are bombarding as much as they can. The command center is completely closed, and Angus can only closely monitor the battle situation over Ursa through the camera outside the fortress. The battle cruiser of the Omega Squadron is parked on the satellite. After 2 hours of uninterrupted bombing, their attack gradually subsided. Both sides are consuming their ammunition and weapons energy reserves on a large scale. From time to time, diffuse circular spots of light appear on the surface of Ursa, which come from the destroyed Revolutionary Army fortresses. At this time, the commander of the Federation fleet had to admit that it was indeed difficult for them to break through the defense of the Ka Revolutionary Army in a short period of time. The Ka people used more than 10 years of weapons and resource reserves in this defensive battle, and built several unparalleled defense base stations in space. As early as a year ago, Umoyan began to transport military supplies and a considerable amount of advanced artificial intelligence and robot manufacturing research and development technology to Korhal IV through trade routes. The Umoyan government's economic subsidy plan was also the main reason for Korhal's stable economic development during the Kalian War. To be precise, Korhal's unnatural economic growth during the war was also related to Umoyan's large-scale blood transfusion. Both the army and the military factories were organized and built by the Umoyan people with the help of the Korhal people. Not only that, Umoyan also did his best to assist Korhal engineers in building high-altitude orbital defense platforms and space-based weapon stations in half a year by transporting accessories and resources. If Korhal relied on its own strength, they could not even stop the Federation fleet from swaggering into the Korhal system for orbital bombing and dropping nuclear bombs. After spending 6 hours destroying 1/3 of the buildings on the surface of Ursa, the Omega Squadron also paid a certain price. 5 of the 12 battle cruisers were severely damaged by anti-aircraft missiles and the powerful firepower of pulse cannons with extremely long range that could even hit Korhal's homeland. But since the Revolutionary Army had no fleet to deal a fatal blow to these severely damaged battle cruisers, Angus could only watch these damaged warships sail away or be towed away by large ships using tractor beams. It had been more than 12 hours since the start of the war until the Federation fleet fully ceased fire, and during this period, Omega Squadron and other fleets did not send any landing troops. When the ships of Omega Squadron sailed out of a safe distance and quietly anchored in deep space, many soldiers of the Revolutionary Army breathed a sigh of relief. They almost thought that the Federation fleet was going to retreat. Even though he knew nothing about the war, Angus was keenly aware that the Federation fleet was either planning a new way of attack or wanted to completely blockade Ursa and the high-altitude orbital defense platform, but was just surrounding it without attacking. The commander of the Federation fleet is not in a hurry to defeat us in a short time. Colonel Runstein handed over a dry towel. What are the casualties, Colonel? Angus wiped the sweat from his face with a towel and looked at Runstein. Angus admired this young officer who was not much older than his second son. He was a descendant of the nobility and a general trusted by Augustus. In terms of commanding the army, Runstein was not outstanding in all aspects. He was not a talented general, but he was calm and could carry out Augustus' orders without compromise. If the detailed battle plan was handed over to Runstein, he would definitely follow it step by step without any leaks. But unfortunately, we all know that the situation of war is always unpredictable. Based on 5,000 people in each fortress, we have lost at least 300,000 soldiers. Speaker Angus. Runstein's face turned green. He couldn't remain indifferent to this. Many of the revolutionary soldiers who died today were his classmates. Well, Angus was about to say that he would erect a monument for these revolutionary soldiers who died in battle, but he immediately realized that this was not the political arena and podium he was familiar with. No matter those lost soldiers or family members, he didn't need to promise anything. Maybe they want to besiege us for a long time. Lundstein's expression was not good. There are not enough synthetic food and hydroponic crop factories here. As long as the federal fleet besieges us for a week, the soldiers will starve. After 2 weeks, the combat effectiveness will drop sharply. By the 3rd week, the army will tend to collapse. No, if they don't want to fight quickly, then this is exactly what we want. Angus shook his head and said. But the changes that followed were beyond their expectations, because they could notice that the Omega Squadron actually left 3 battle cruisers that could not enter the jump orbit and entered the hyperspace channel. In a few minutes, all the fleets jumped out of the car system, leaving behind 7 abandoned battle cruisers. An intercepted encrypted signal was playing the words of the Speaker of the Federal Parliament. All fleets, return to Tarsinus immediately. They retreated. Korhal IV was saved. The people in the command center hugged each other. They could guess what happened at this moment. As planned, Augustus's fleet must have successfully raided Tarsinus. Angus' smile was fleeting, and he immediately ordered, point the satellite camera at Car. The laughter of the revolutionary soldiers in the command center stopped abruptly. There were several spots of light visible to the naked eye on the main screen. When the Revolutionary Army and the Federal Fleet were fighting in space, part of the Federal Fleet had already carried out their mission of sending nuclear bombs to Car, but from the explosion points detected so far, there were actually not as many as the expected 1,000. A considerable part of the nuclear bombs that should have been sent to Car fell on Canis, USA and the 2 high-altitude orbital defense platforms. The impact brought about by this is that Car did not become a black crystal without a single intact part like in the original timeline, and most areas were not even affected for a short time. The Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs sent by the Federal Fleet to the ground were only about 150 to 200, but the landing points of these nuclear bombs were not random. Almost all the major cities and industrial areas of Korhal IV have been targeted by nuclear bombs. The black smoke rising from the explosion point will reach 10 miles into the air. The black fog will block the sunlight for a long time, causing the temperature of Korhal to drop sharply in a few months. In a few years, Korhal will fall into a cold nuclear winter. More than 95% of the animals and plants on its surface will be extinct due to drastic climate change and strong nuclear radiation. The lush and beautiful Korhal will no longer exist in the next few centuries or even longer, unless it undergoes large-scale environmental transformation. This planet will no longer be suitable for human habitation. No matter what, we have to leave Korhal, Angus said, looking at the planet on the main screen that was blooming with dazzling spots. Let us bury those who died in the battle today, and set sail. Thanks for voting. Chapter 160 The Last Sailor. June 22nd was the second day after the Revolutionary Fleet arrived at the Tarsinus system. Like all the soldiers in the fleet, Augustus Mengsk had not closed his eyes for 42 hours. Augustus's men completely defeated the Federation fleet defending Tarsinus and the other 2 fleets that came to support at different times. A total of 21 battle cruisers, destroyed 11 and forced the remaining Federation warships to retreat briefly. But the Revolutionary fleet also paid a heavy price. Augustus lost 9 of his 26 battle cruisers forever. 3 were unable to keep up with the fleet due to heavy damage, and the remaining warships also suffered varying degrees of damage. At present, Raynor's Hyperion was sending ships to several battle cruisers that were unable to move due to damaged thrusters to pick up the crews on these warships. Norad II and 9 other Revolutionary Army Behemoth-class battle cruisers fired at the main facilities on the horizontal plane of the high-altitude orbital platform of Tarsinus, foxing from both the upper and lower directions. Under the bridge portal in front of Augustus was a dense torrent of bullets from the orbital platform's automatic machine gun turret. At this time, the shield energy of the battleship had been exhausted. Norad II was using heavy armor plates like other battle cruisers to resist the fierce artillery fire. Augustus watched everything in front of him calmly. 40 hours ago, there had been a rumbling sound beside his ears. The sound of many people talking on the bridge and the sound of the fleet's artillery fire on the main screen never stopped from beginning to end. On a main screen that was being enlarged, a high-altitude orbital defense platform of Tarsinus was sinking into the planet's atmosphere. According to the calculations of the intelligent adjutant of Norad II, the landing of this orbital platform was located on a protruding peninsula of the Tarsinus continental plate, which caused a forest fire that swept the area of 10 Tarsinus cities and brought unprecedented earthquakes and tsunamis in the local area. How is the landing force going, Sarah? Have Titus's men returned? When the time on the main screen was frozen at 19:30 on the afternoon of June 22nd, Augustus looked at Sarah Carrigan beside him. His lieutenants and Umoyan lieutenants were either in the main control room or had already rushed to the front line. 32 of the 45 landing forces have successfully returned. Carrigan, standing next to Augustus, changed into the uniform of the Umoyan Shadow Guard. These super soldiers trained by Umoyan psionic mentors often wore tight black pseudo-light combat uniforms. After saying this, although she already knew what Augustus wanted to ask, Carrigan still waited quietly for him to ask. This is how they communicate now. Otherwise Augustus doesn't have to speak at all. How many people have returned? Augustus asked. Less than 2,000 people. Carrigan slowed down her speech, observing Augustus's expression. Most of them died on the way to and from Tarsinus and the fleet. The casualties caused by the Federation troops on the surface of the planet were less than 20%. Augustus just sighed and said nothing. There were almost no troops left with Taka. Too many people died in a foreign land and were buried in the stars. According to the intelligence provided by the agents of the Umojan and August Security Committee, our soldiers successfully looted 5 Federation research stations and weapons laboratories, and some of the guards there were transferred to protect local officials. Carrigan reported. We found a lot of technology in the database of the command center and research station in Tarsinus, including CMC series power armor, Vulture vehicles, arc tanks, Goliath armed robots, Avenger fighters, Kel-morian's Hellhound modified fighters, Wraith fighters, and Apod transport ships, she said. From the design concept, prototype data to the structural drawings, they are all very complete. As long as they are uploaded to the data network of a standardized heavy factory, the foundry can immediately produce these weapons. The data is being uploaded from the data disk to the terminal network of the NORAD II. The good news made Augustus breathe a little easier. Every time he lost a warship, and every time he lost a soldier, his heart was beating. He couldn't help but feel hatred. Hey, Mengsk, I have something good to give you. At this time, Titus walked towards the bridge from a valve that kept opening and closing. There were more than a dozen holes in his crimson power armor. It seemed that he had fought a lot of fierce battles. After landing on Tarsinus, a revolver Colt Arms company stopped production more than 100 years ago. There are very few that have been maintained until now except for those that are maintained by private individuals. Augustus stuck a heavy revolver from Titus's hand and put the revolver in a reindeer leather holster. Very expensive, but decently powerful. He simply commented, Jim just happened to be in need of a sidearm. Titus was stunned for a moment, then spread his hands and said, okay, you're back alive, brother. Where are the others? Augustus put the pistol on his waist. 7 or 8 good brothers died. They were all real tough guys, and no one was captured. Titus said in a muffled voice, the people in the Tarsinus police department are all a bunch of cowards, but the socialized soldiers have real weapons in their hands. We raided a scientific research station, but there was nothing inside, except a few fat pigeons in suits. He continued, I left a few people to copy the files, and then I went to the Tarsinus suspension train track base station to scout the enemy. The data has been uploaded, you can see for yourself. Augustus nodded frequently, and the bridge deck of the NORAD II was still shaking violently when he read the information. A scanned and uploaded blueprint caught Augustus' attention. It was a heavily armored tank suspended above the ground, with 2 symmetrically arranged rail guns mounted on its angular body. The blueprint came from a file bag wrapped in thick leather, with a curled up, intertwined snake-like skeleton on the cover, and the hole on its skull was ice blue. Rattlesnake. Augustus recognized this. His eyes lit up, and he began to read the information. Rattlesnake tank, a conceptual tank still in the theoretical stage, using magnetic levitation technology, equipped with executioner electromagnetic railgun fiend tank armor plate. The initial positioning is a high-speed effective suspension tank against heavy armor. Good stuff. A new thing from the Federation. Titus was amazed. Leave it to Chief Engineer Maurice One. He knows how to do it. Augustus made the final decision. Maybe we can install the railgun on other vehicles, but the development of batteries is a problem. That Kel-morian dwarf is going crazy. Titus complained. If you have money, this won't be a problem. Titus said. But after a while, Augustus' face changed. He looked at the list of items Titus gave and said angrily, artworks, antiques, record players from the 1950s after the colonial ship crashed, high purity crystals, and a collection of Tarsinus erotic magazines. Tarsinus City gathers all the latest cutting edge technologies in the Terran Federation. But look at what you brought back. There's no way. There are only a few useless pieces of toilet paper in that research station. Titus didn't care. There are at least 2 army groups and a mechanized division in the central city. There is no way we can catch the old woman from the Tagore family. I went through a life and death experience before landing on the ground. It would be a pity if I didn't take something. Titus had his own reasons. There is an old saying on Earth. If you don't take advantage of something, you are a bastard. It's my fault for not snatching back a few beautiful noble ladies for you. I forgot to ask you what kind of girl you like. Flaxen hair or red coffee colored skin or fair skin, or if you actually prefer girls with penises. Forget it. I didn't expect you to do anything serious anyway. Augustus felt that there was no need to get angry with Titus. Marshal, we have contacted the last landing force that has not returned to the fleet. Their landing point deviated from the scheduled position by about 1,000 miles and was sandwiched between 2 army brigades. In the last communication, the commander of this force, Captain Ireland, rejected our proposal to send reinforcement to the ground. I remember Captain Ireland is the eldest son of the Lunstein family. Augustus stopped talking. Why not just raise the city of Tarsinus? Titus scratched his helmet with the tip of his index finger on the knuckles of his power armor. The revolutionary fleet did not attack Tarsinus, although they were fully capable of forcibly breaking through the blockade of high-altitude and orbital defense platforms and carrying out indiscriminate orbital bombing on Tarsinus at the beginning, but they only targeted anti-aircraft firepower, military facilities and some government landmarks. Augustus only sent about 20,000 landing troops to various areas on the planet's surface. The landing troops fought in many places on Tarsinus's main star. Their purpose was just to create chaos in Tarsinus and seize the design drawings of new weapons in the command center of the federal military base and the research station. Yes, but we can't do this. Augustus glanced at Titus, and his cold gray eyes reflected the gorgeous deep space outside the porthole. Apart from the possibility that the Creation family has already escaped and that they have hidden in an underground shelter that can withstand nuclear strikes, we do have a chance to wipe out the entire Creation family. He said calmly, send an Apocalypse-class nuclear bomb to the center of the main city of Tarsinus. It's easy to aim, because the city is planned as a series of overlapping regular and variable geometric shapes, and the Creation family's sky tower is right in the center of the center. Right, with just one apocalypse, the Creation family and their ugly hearts will be finished. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After what happened today, the Federation fleet will definitely greatly strengthen Tarsinus's defenses. It won't be so easy for us to visit here next time. Titus nodded. But do you know how many people are there in the densely populated commercial district and nearby residential areas of Tarsinus? Augustus gave a number, nearly 200 million people. 1 billion people will be affected, and by then, the Revolutionary Army will be justified in being called butchers. We are revolutionaries, insurgents, not terrorists. What you do is not much different, right? Titus never considered himself a part of the Revolutionary Army. The federal government doesn't care how many people will die in Korhal, but we cannot and do not care about the civilians of Tarsinus. This is the difference between us and the Federation, he said. And this difference is exactly what we want all Terrans to know. I would rather let those from the family of Creation live, and let them continue to rot, until they are beyond salvation, than let hundreds of millions of innocent Tarsinus people be buried with them, he said. It's not that I have no choice. Your heart is not dark enough and cruel enough. Titus sighed and said, if it was your brother Arcturus, he would have launched all the nuclear bombs. Or you can push the others out and say that your general pressed the red button privately. I understand this. Augustus looked at Titus. This is a dark age, and you must do whatever it takes to succeed. Sacrificing a dozen people is a serious humanitarian crisis, and destroying more than 1 billion people is just a political issue. Then what are you going to do? Titus asked. My fleet will wander like a ghost on the border between the Kel-morian Union and the Terran Federation. Augustus said, I'm in the dark and my enemy is in the open. As long as I make the Federation busy, they will be exhausted. When the Federation begins to give up its control over the edge worlds and shrink the defenses of the core worlds, we will have achieved a preliminary victory. I will use the second half of my life to fight against the Terran Federation until one of us falls forever. Don't joke, you're only 18 after all. Ty just smiled and lit a cigar, taking a deep breath of the smoke and letting it circulate in his lungs. Can the Terran Federation live as long as you? So, you want to use those monsters of Victor V, which are called alien insects by federal scientists, to deal with the Federation? Ty just said, looking at the profile of Augustus. They are simply the perfect weapons for genocide. They will not produce any pollution, and can be thrown away after use. They can even be made into canned food after the battle. At worst, they can be used to feed the animals in the Umagen beetle farm. The Federation has a good idea. No one will suspect them. In the end, they will send troops to eliminate those monsters, and the victims will praise them. The truth will come out one day. Augustus shook his head, and the Federation does not know how terrible the Zerg are. Their number is far greater than they estimated. The Federation is playing with fire and getting burned. We must control the Zerg through other more reliable methods. At this time, the sensors of the Norod II detected a large number of jump signals. Although Korhal was not the first planet to be colonized by Tarsinus, it is located in the core of the Terran Federation territory. The fleet located in Korhal can arrive in 2 days. However, Edmund Duke's Alpha Squadron is still missing at this time, and Captain Jackson may still be walking him on the edge of the Kaprulu sector. Notify the fleet and prepare for jump. Where are you going? Ty just asked him. Sarah system, Augustus said. Send the coordinates of the system to the entire fleet. What are we going there for? Ty just understood. A remote place. I see what you mean. It's a good place, far away from Tarsinus, and one of the prime worlds. A good place to be king. What do you know? Augustus ignored him and issued an order through the command channel of the entire fleet. Everyone return to their positions and strap the wounded to the acceleration seats. It's all over, he said. But it's not over yet, Ty just added. Thanks for voting. Chapter 161 Son of Korhal. 2489.7.12 Umoyan. New stealing. This is a long-planned subversion of the government. The evil and hopeless Augustus Mengsk is the leader of the largest cult in the Kaprulu sector. He uses both mental and physical poisons to control 45 million Korhal people, enslaving the devastated Korhal people and forcing them to join his rebels armed with pamphlets and drugs. In this great defense of Tarsinus, our brave warriors fought bloody battles, shed their last drop of blood to defend Tarsinus, and fought bravely to eliminate the rebel forces that threaten the Federation. Below the glory of being a Federation, our great Federation and Starship song will be played to commemorate these heroic warriors who died. Long live the Federation. Change the channel. In a compartment in the new Stilling City Hall, where miners, helmets, and windbreakers were hung on the walls with rivets, Augustus Mengsk was sitting on an old sofa sipping a glass of port wine. In front of him was an LED advertising screen dismantled from the main city area of Stilling, the capital of Korhal. It was still playing 2D images instead of 3-dimensional holographic projections. The intelligent voice recognition device automatically identified and switched to the next channel according to Arcturus' words. These channels included an universal TV and local TV stations of several Terran Federation colonized planets. Augustus, son of Angus, is another leader of their cult and the head of the rebels. He has planned all the terrorist actions against the federal government and federal citizens so far. Augustus should be held responsible for all the insane killings. The deaths of more than 600,000 federal citizens who died in this disaster should be attributed to him. Change the channel. Arcturus has a good alcohol tolerance, but he is obviously a little drunk. This man who shaves and has a regular haircut every day even in the mining area rarely has a shaved beard, but these days Arcturus always has a shaved beard. His greasy brown hair is tangled together, and his cold grey eyes are also full of bloodshot. This is Mike Liberty, a reporter from Universe TV. At the crash site of the battle cruiser Century Gothic, the shockwave from the explosion destroyed 40% of the main buildings in Queen Mary's City. The new Reims Cathedral, the Minsk World Trade Towers and the Villa roof of the world were all destroyed in this unprecedented disaster. This is a great loss to human culture. Who wrote this script? How many people have died, and you still care about historical monuments that are less than 100 years old? Enough. Finish reading the script. I clearly told you this is a live broadcast and there is no room for error. Spread to Tassin. The fire at the East Wales starport and Nice lasted until the next morning, killing more than 420,000 Federation citizens and leaving 1.3 million with varying degrees of burns. A spokesman for the Federal Ministry of Defense said that the fire was caused by the Korhal rebels setting fire to a gas fuel storage well. After the rebels retreated, firefighting work in some areas was still going on in an orderly manner. How could the private fire brigade save the people? Where is our army? Change the channel. Arcturus could not feel any sympathy for the fate of the Tarsinus people. He even felt that it was a great relief. About a week ago, Arcturus, who had returned to the mine on the planet Peak, received the news of the fall of Korhal. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still furious when he learned that Korhal had been hit by a nuclear attack. Korhal meant a lot to Arcturus. He loved his hometown. Like all the Mengsk family, Arcturus loved this beautiful world with beautiful scenery and pleasant climate. Even if this planet was really blown to slag by a nuclear bomb, he would rebuild it at all costs. The initiator of this terrorist act is Augustus Mengsk. His second son Augustus Mengsk planned this terrorist attack. This evil family should be held responsible for a series of rebellions. Currently, Augustus Mengsk has jumped to second place on the FBI's wanted list, second only to his father. Then, the host of the global TV station on the main star of Alicia forcefully denounced the numerous atrocities of the rebels and added, as of today, 7 main star worlds have included Augustus Mengsk and Augustus Mengsk on the wanted list. If you happen to meet these criminals, please call the main star police headquarters on Vilicia, and we will transfer you to the Federal Navy. Augustus, the more they hate you, and the more they slander you, the more it proves that you are on the right path. There was no one else around Arcturus, he just talked to himself. Imogen is no longer safe. The Federation's ghost agents will find this place sooner or later. Arcturus realized that he was getting deeper and deeper into the rebellion of Korhal. His father and brother were on the wanted list of the Terran Federation, because the Mengsk family was the leader of this great rebellion. After the destruction of Korhal, Arcturus did not want to, nor did he think, that he could stay out of it. He had expected this day, but he had always wanted to escape. Angus deserved his punishment no matter what, but his mother and sister would definitely be implicated, so Arcturus had to ignore it. Augustus figured it out earlier than Arcturus himself. Even if they stabbed his father to death with a sword, Korhal, with its rising call for evolution, would not stop its rebellion. Change the channel. Arcturus put down his empty wine glass, took the bottle, and was about to refill himself, but found a shiny hand on his hand. Chairman Angus's fleet has arrived at the Imogen orbital port. Juliana Pasteur, dressed in home clothes, an apron and a headscarf, walked in before Arcturus noticed. Even though she had given birth to a child, Juliana, who was lithe, could still walk like a cat. Mother Catherine had always hoped that Arcturus could rekindle the fire of love with Juliana. Even after so many years, Juliana still loved the man she entrusted everything to, but Arcturus had long been tired of the game of love. Where did he get so many ships? Arcturus frowned. His complex feelings for Angus and his inner dignity made him always feel resistant when he mentioned this man. The main reason why Arcturus was still unwilling to join the Korhal Revolutionary Army was that he never recognized Angus's revolution. This was not just a question of who was right or wrong. 10 years ago, Arcturus left home to rebel against his father and hated the revolution. Now he would not change his opinion even for the sake of face. It is said that the Federation fleet left in too much of a hurry and left behind 8 battle cruisers that were unable to jump. The life support systems of several battleships were destroyed. The Federation captains on board asked the Revolutionary Army for help, so Colonel Runstein personally led people to board the battleships by speedboat. Well, what about the soldiers on the battleships? Those captains can be retained. Arcturus asked, if they have not dismantled the signal tracking devices of the battle cruisers, then there will be a war between the Umoian National Defense Army and the Terran Federation. At that time, we have to find a way to make Umoian fight with all its strength. The elected parliament won't allow you to interfere. Juliana sat down next to Arcturus, shook her head and said, the members of the parliament are the wisest elders in each administrative district. Some of them are even executive officers and dominion lords from 100 years ago. They still use life support capsules to maintain their lives and always pay attention to every resolution passed by the elected parliament. Then Angus is at least an elder. Arcturus stared at Juliana's slender body with bloodshot eyes, but without any lust, as if those white-haired Umoian members were standing behind Juliana. There are 25 million Ka in Umoian, which is equivalent to 1% of Umoian's population. According to the laws of the Umoian galaxy, the Ka people should have their own seat. Would you rather let the Ka people become a nation of Umoian? Juliana blinked her charming eyes, but Arcturus was not moved at all. Why not? Arcturus stood up and looked down at Juliana, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, we should get as much rights as we pay. Korhal crashed into the fleet of the Terran Federation for the benefit of the Umoian people. If you saw the tragic situation of Korhal, you would know what we sacrificed for it. The martial arts field is a beautiful grassland with the most charming lake in all of Korhal. The water there is sky blue, and at night, schools of silver lanternfish make it look like an inverted sea of stars. But now the grass there is withered and yellow, and the dust raised by the nuclear bomb adheres to a thick layer on the river surface. Now only microorganisms are still alive. Arcturus said, many of my ancestors were buried in the maple forest of Stilling, and now there are only tens of millions of empty tree trunks left there. Everyone who stayed behind is dead, whether they are patriots or traitors. The symbol of the Mengsk family, the Stilling wolves, that wandered in the dying forest will soon become monsters due to nuclear radiation. He said this, but his voice was still calm. The Federation has turned all of us into monsters. Everything will be fine. Juliana could feel Arcturus' sadness. Of course, I don't expect the Umoian people to be moral, but I have other ways. Arcturus has been drinking all this time, but he never lets himself get drunk. He always stays cold and sober. The Umoian are already doing their best to help the people of Korhal. The people of Korhal. Juliana defended the Umoian who gave birth to her. At least they don't look like a group of refugees who are naked, right? Arcturus suddenly shook his head. If Juliana's father, Federal Parliament member Alan Pasteur, and the Umoian Parliament he represented, were watching all this, then Arcturus was clearly an excellent actor. Sorry, this is not your fault, nor is it Umoian's fault, nor is it the fault of Angus and the Ka people. The fault is the Federation. The Federal Parliament and the creation family behind them will not have a good end. You should go and tell the members of the Parliament. Juliana winked playfully, and in front of Arcturus she was still as cute as a girl in love. Is this the attitude of your parliament or your father? Arcturus smiled. I secretly overheard my father's conversation with another member of parliament, and they agreed that you should attend the next meeting. Juliana whispered. Well done. Arcturus praised Juliana and said, you didn't disappoint me, Juliana. I fell in love with you at first sight. Oh, among thousands of Steeling women, that's what you said in your letter. Juliana smacked her lips, but only your mother and sister were present when we first met. I don't remember writing this letter. Arcturus only spent a quarter of a second searching his mind for memories about this paragraph, and then he quickly gave up. Okay, let's talk about business. Is Valerian still crying and calling dad? Arcturus tried to change the subject. Our son has stopped crying a long time ago, and he has stopped thinking about you for a month. Juliana crossed her arms over her chest. Now he talks about his uncle Augustus every day. That's a good thing. I talk about him every day too. Arcturus smiled. Although Valerian was weak and liked to read some literary poems, after Augustus taught him last time, Valerian had become stronger and stronger. In my memory, Augustus was only as old as Valerian. Arcturus did not realize that the emotional gap between him and Valerian was being bridged, but there was still a potential rift between the strange way they got along. When he met Valerian this time, Arcturus was surprised to find that the son who had made him dissatisfied had become a man who would never cry easily. This made Arcturus begin to regard Valerian as his heir from the bottom of his heart. Of course, in order to prevent Valerian from slacking off, he still behaved quite majestically. Speaking of which, why don't you meet Speaker Angus? He has arrived in New Stirling City and is talking to my father. Juliana said. You don't need to respect him so much. Arcturus said impatiently. I don't want to see him. Angus had better die in Korhal, otherwise we will definitely fight as soon as we meet. I respect him because he is the father of you and Augustus and the grandfather of Valerian. Juliana said with a smile. But you still love him in your heart. I hate him. Arcturus pulled open the curtains in the room in anger. In front of Arcturus was the orange-yellow sky of Umoyan and the endless buildings of prefabricated panels and modular houses. Each building was more than 10 stories high and was a sharp-edged column. The sky was surrounded by Umoyan's dragonfly-winged drones, and supply ships occasionally sailed out from the clouds that seemed to be piled up. Next to the temporary city hall was an open-air market, where the car people were using Umoyan banknotes to trade, and the crowds were bustling. Okay, I won't mention him. Juliana walked to Arcturus and whispered, you spent money to buy factories from the Kel-morian Federation, and transported them back to Car to rebuild the weak, but important basic industrial system. You provided all the car people with far more food than Umoyan provided, and the children also had eggs and milk. Because they are my people, Arcturus said naturally. As a descendant of the nobles who ruled Korhal in the world, he naturally regarded the Korhal people as his own people. But this kindness and generosity belonged only to the Korhal people. Of the wealth obtained from the giant mine, the part that belonged to Arcturus was all used to provide relief to the Korhal refugees pouring into Umoyan, and he himself would rather save money. Although the Umoyan government undertook the construction of all refugee camps, water supply and power supply facilities and expenses for 3 years, in order to build a city with complete functions that could support the lives of 20 million people, Arcturus still needed to invest money himself. Fortunately, the Umoyan government also promised to use 3% of the fiscal revenue of Umoyan and other planetary autonomous territories to build a city belonging to the Korhal people and maintain the basic remote operation of the city until the Korhal people's territory can achieve self-sufficiency. For the time being, no one is starving or freezing. It's just that Umoyan is not a garden world with a mild climate and suitable for life. The Korhal people need to go through many hardships to adapt to this planet whose environment is much worse than their hometown. You also hired thousands of skilled Kel-morian miners and took advantage of the turmoil in the internal market when the Union and the Federation signed a peace treaty to purchase 2 orbital starports filled with ore scanning equipment and Kel-morian planet excavators at extremely low prices. Juliana asked again. How about it? Do you want to lead them to be miners? You ask too many questions. Arcturus glanced at her and said, quoting a wise saying, if you want to be rich, start mining. After that, the two of them stopped talking, and the only sound in the room was the TV screen. Moral degradation, forcing women into prostitution, and selling people into slavery. This is a trampling on humanitarianism. Angus and his lackeys have destroyed the balance of order for their own selfish interests. They intend to turn the whole world upside down and establish a feudal dynasty belonging to the Mengsk family on the basis of the fair and legal Free Federation regime. We suspect that the Korhal rebels possess weapons of mass destruction. They illegally possess at least 10 to 30 Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs. In order to protect the people of Korhal from the destruction of the rebels, we destroyed Korhal IV. Interview? Terrible. What I want to say yes, the Korhal are shitting on our heads. The Federation Navy is a bunch of rubbish. Welcome to Watch Franz Vermilion's special program. Augustus Mengsk, the head of the devil in heaven, the hero of the people. How could he fall to this point? Augustus Mengsk, a ruthless butcher, a cannibalistic demon, an nymphomaniac, a transvestite. He let women and children carry high explosives to attack the rebels, ordered underage children to drive fighter planes without landing gear into naval warships, and his minions once hijacked cargo ships and crashed into the Federal Security Bureau building. Arctur immediately showed an expression, as if he was choked. They have slandered Augustus too much. He was once a hero of the Federation. Julian sighed. But not anymore. Arcturus was not surprised. Why didn't they report what had become of Korhal? After a long silence, a revolutionary soldier walked into the room. He had the symbol of the ring whip arm on his arm. Unlike the different ring whip arms of the Revolutionary Army, there was no pentagram in the center of the ring, and the whip was covered with sharp serrations. You formed the Sons of Korhal, Juliana said, a real terrorist organization. Since the Federation says we are a terrorist organization, then we are. Someone has to do it anyway, Arcturus said. They are my people. Arcturus pointed out the window at the city, looking at the people with thousands of different faces. I will fight for Korhal, so that everyone can have a home to return to. Thanks for voting. Chapter 162 Masala. Chapter 162 Marsera 2489.7.24. Joe Ires Bar. This dirty little bar needs renovation. It was built in the red wasteland of Marsera. It was made of rusty cargo ship planks, recycled steel bars, integrated panels and cheap glass. The roof covered with a layer of rusty sand was equipped with a satellite TV antenna bracket tied with cables. When the sand that swept across the dry earth of the planet dissipated, the sun shone through the bamboo lacquered blinds behind the bar window, weaving finely on the long table in front of Jim Raynor. Raynor held a bottle of No. 8 whiskey in his sun protective gloves, and was tilting the bottle to fill the glass in front of him. The cyan bottle shone golden in the sun. People here do not use the temperature stabilizers produced by the core world, and still rely on fans to find coolness. Compared to its sister planet in the same star system, Chatsera, which has lush forests and rich resources, this planet's orbit is closer to the star, and the ozone in the atmosphere is thin. The hot starlight mercilessly burns the land of Marsera. About 70% of Marsera's land has been dried up in the same time as the life of the planet. The dry and hard land is only interspersed with shrubs and weeds with tenacious vitality. A pocket projector plays the news from Uncosmic TV a week ago. A female member of the Terran Federation Federal Parliament is shouting at the top of her lungs to call on the people of the Federation to be vigilant against the threat of the rebels. She calls Augustus Mengsk and his son the most heinous terrorist leader in history, a crazy terrorist, a scum of society, and those in the Marine Corps who awarded medals to Augustus Mengsk are simply heinous. This small bar has little business during the day. Only when the weather cools down at night will the residents of the town come here to drink and have fun. At this time, Joe Ires Bar was very quiet. Only the sound of fans and news could be heard in the bar. We always believe that justice will be served. The federal congressman raised her hands, and several assistants behind her waved the Federation's X-Star flag. Even if Augustus Mengsk and his rebels run to the end of the galaxy, we will find and catch him and put him on public trial. Did you hear that? You scum, Augustus. Raynor laughed and teased his old friend. After they catch you, they will definitely lock you up and announce that you have been brought to justice. I've seen her, a mean woman named Bimonshi, a distant relative of the Tagore family. Her figure is just like her unpleasant personality, boring and tasteless. At this time, a cowboy with a wide-brimmed cowboy hat walked in and placed a capacitor electromagnetic pistol on the table in front of Raynor. Oh, I don't have much impression of her. I only remember that the raspberry cake and wine of the Tagore family are terrible. Raynor didn't look back, but continued to drink the whiskey in the glass. This kind of whiskey is cheap in the core world, but on Marsera, a few main planets that were nominally colonized, but actually stagnant in development, you have to spend money to get it. It's the same as always. No. 8 whiskey. We often drink this in the military camp. By the way, it was when we were in the Telesis boot camp. The cowboy walked in. He was well built and well proportioned, wearing a black vest with beautiful patterns. The buttons of the vest had eagle and wolf patterns. There were 4 revolvers in the 4 large and wide pockets. The trousers made of thick woolen cloth could effectively prevent sunburn and avoid being scratched by the sharp thorns of Marsera's branches. His reindeer leather boots were very beautiful, and the high uppers creaked on the wooden floor. Such attire is very common on the hot and dry Marsera planet. Their cowboy hats are always wide and tall, which can block the wind and sand in the sun, and can be used as a tool to hold water when necessary. Most cowboys' clothes, trouser legs and boots are inlaid with various glittering metal buttons, which is a symbol of status in a sense. This is a world that advocates tough guys. The sheriffs and police chiefs under the law enforcement officers always ride their modified vultures to chase the criminals in the desert and wasteland. Joe I. 5 plates of fried chicken, and 1 plate of tough French fries. He said, 2 bottles of Pintardy Island port. The cowboy had a trimmed grey lip mustache and sideburns, and his tough face was full of traces of weather and roughness. There was a 3-inch scar at the corner of his right eye, which almost destroyed his handsomeness. He didn't look young anymore, but really looked like a tough guy who grew up in Marcera. Augustus, still the same. Renault handed the bottle to Augustus and watched him drink all the whiskey without any hesitation, and then returned the bottle to Renault. Looks a bit like a cowboy, but Marcera has no cows. When the bar owner brought the plate full of food, Augustus sat down next to Renault. He pulled over a metal chair with a backrest, leaned against it, and lowered his head, hiding his face in the brim of his hat. How did you get into this state? Although Renault also made himself look dirty and covered his eyes with his deliberately untrimmed hair, it was actually not very clever. It was not a very clever disguise for the federal sheriffs who had experience and sophisticated identification equipment. But fortunately, Renault was not famous. The federal government only knew that he was a small leader in the rebels. Because Augustus' performance in the Marine Corps was too eye-catching, Renault and others had nothing to show for themselves under his dazzling brilliance. As a small fry, Renault's name was not even worthy of appearing on the top 10 wanted list. Even Augustus Mengsk, who had not participated in the independence campaign of Korhal, made it into the top 20, which shows that the Federation still believes that a retired colonel is a huge threat, and a small Marine corporal is not to be feared at all. The Universal Human Agent disguise. This is a plastic mask, nanotechnology, using optical imaging technology to simulate the appearance of other people, enough to fool the human eye and most holographic scanning equipment. Augustus just leaned back in his chair and stared at the food on the plate, without any appetite. Compared with the Terran Federation and the Kel-morian Combine, Humagen has neither a large colony nor a large number of mining worlds. For a long time, Humagen's emphasis on democracy and the government that truly implements it have been considered weak by the Federation and the Combine, but this planet has always been able to rely on a lucrative economic system and cutting-edge technology that is far ahead of other planets, to be independent of the rule of the Terran Federation, and to make a lot of money by selling high-precision mining equipment to the Kel-morians. Make me one too. Raynor took a fried chicken plate and munched on the chicken. What kind do you want? Augustus asked him. My suggestion is that it is safest to dress up as a woman. A sturdy man who was a head taller than Augustus walked in. He was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt. His exposed, thick arms, which were reddened by the scorching sun of Marcera, were full of muscles. The lavender tattoos made him look very impactful. In the noble circles of Tarsus, this is an art, just like those fat and big-eared nobles are keen on dressing up their male favorites, and like to keep pedophiles. I think we can start with you, Titus. Raynor was unmoved. I think this is hilarious. Titus grinned like a villain. The wrinkles on his face spread out like dragon scales. We are wanted criminals, and we must be careful. In the days to come, the entire Terran Federation fleet will hunt us in the universe, racking their brains to find even the slightest clue. The Federation has at least 10 fleets like Edmund Duke's Alpha Squadron. After annexing the mining worlds and industrial cities of Kel-morian, the Federation will build more ships. Then let them come looking. Raynor sneered. I heard that Duke's Alpha Squadron followed Jackson's Revenge all the way to the outside of the Caprulu sector, all the way to the galaxy in the Perseus sector. Captain Jackson has a more vivid description of this. Titus said cheerfully. Duke has been following the source of the signal tracker closely, like a pig chasing an apple. Duke realized something was wrong when he received Tarsinus' order for the entire fleet to return, but even so he still didn't understand that he was not chasing us. He said vividly, Duke and the pirates on Jackson's Revenge had some grudges, which is why they worked so hard to get the commission. In order to make the performance more realistic, they also simulated the communication between NORAD and Hyperion. In the end, Jackson almost brought Alpha Squadron into the gravitational field of a newborn neutron star. If Duke's people hadn't had some intelligence, they would have been burned to ashes now. Ha ha ha, Renault was overjoyed. He never liked Duke's arrogant face. However, Renault's laughter soon disappeared. He realized that even Titus didn't smile much, and he should have realized that Augustus was depressed from the beginning. Josephine is dead. After a pause for breath, Titus said softly, but his expression didn't show how sad it was. He seemed to have never shed tears for the death of others, even though Titus used to go out with Hanak and Josephine to seek flowers and ask for willows. He may not have experienced much pain. In the high temperature that can melt glass steel, death is just a matter of a moment. Renault was silent. He remembered the photo they took in SYNOPSIS. Now, there was one less person in it. Was Josephine buried in her hometown? He asked Titus. No, the survivors did not find Josephine's body. The carbon element that made up her body were melted by tens of millions of tons of fortresses and metal rocks. Canis, the satellite of Korhal, is her grave. Someone erected a monument for everyone who died there. Titus shook his head and said, I really want to see him again. Raynor's eyes were red, but he didn't hold back his tears. How is Korhal? Some of us have to leave first. Everyone knows that revolution is not a game. Titus went straight to the bar counter of Joe Ire's bar and took a few bottles of wine. He said to the boss, the bill will be on Jim's head. You mean Korhal? In fact, the situation in Korhal is better than we initially estimated. Most areas have not been affected by the nuclear bomb. It can only be said that one day in the future, the Korhal people will have a chance to rebuild Korhal. Titus said. Hanak, Lundstein and Lisa are still alive. They are still leading the establishment of new cities and new governments in Umoyan. Kid and the others followed the 20 colonial fleets heading in different directions. As for what these colonial fleets will encounter, no one can say for sure. Augustus did not speak during this period, but just listened quietly. During this period, he just stared out the window, watching the hot wind of Marcera roll up the rusty sand and gravel, rising and falling. Augustus' cold grey eyes reflected the red world. No one knew what he was thinking, except the invisible ghost agent sitting opposite him. Finally, Augustus seemed to cheer up again. He picked up a perfectly fried crispy French fry and handed it forward. Crack crack crack. Then the French fry in Augustus' hand disappeared at a very fast speed. From the perspective of others, it seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Then the second and third fries followed, until the plate in front of Augustus was swept away. Finally, a little smile appeared on Augustus' face, but it disappeared quickly. Now Augustus was carrying the lives of nearly 90,000 revolutionary soldiers. There were 14 battle cruisers docked on the back of a solid giant planet in the Ceres system. Most of these battleships urgently needed resources to repair before they could be put back into battle, otherwise they would sooner or later become a pile of steel space junk. Augustus took his hand back and took out a silk scarf from his pocket to wipe the saliva off his fingers. It's time to go, Augustus said to Raynor and Titus. There's still a lot to do before we drain the crystal mines and high energy gas of Marcera. Augustus pushed open the heavy iron gate of Joe Ire's bar. The raging wind on the surface of the planet carried rusty sand into his boots, and a layer of rusty fine sand adhered to his black vest. In front of Augustus, a large crane rumbled past the main entrance of Joe Ire's bar. Revolutionary soldiers disguised as gold diggers drove away in reconnaissance vehicles and vulture vehicles. Soldiers wearing wide-brimmed hats and red turbans saluted Augustus. This is a distant world far from Tarsinus. Marcera may not be a place suitable for human habitation, but its underground is rich in precious minerals. One day, we will follow your brother's old path. Money is the bottom line. Titus walked behind Augustus. The people here welcome us. The people of Marcera are even more hopeless than the people of Kar. There are rebels in every region and criminals everywhere. But there are only a few million people on this planet, so it can't make many waves. We will build a base here to train new soldiers. Augustus said. It sounds good. Raynor stood on Augustus' left and said. The governor of the colony of Marcera has just made a small fortune these days. He needs to spend a lot of time to deal with those women's bellies, so he has no time to take care of us for the time being. A group of gold diggers flocking from Agria are just small waves hitting the beach. Titus patted Raynor's shoulder. What a happy life, these corrupt officials. Please vote. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 The Outlaws of Masala. Chapter 163 The Outlaws of Marcera. The rusty sandstorm that covered the sky and sun dissipated as suddenly as it had arrived, and the gradually cold sun cast a magnificent colorful light and shadow. The evening glow surged from the horizon like a rising tide, gradually covering the entire land. The orange-gray sky of Marcera was connected to the endless red plains, forming a magnificent desert scene. As the light and shadows slowly faded, the temperature began to drop sharply. Augustus changed into a thick windbreaker with woolen fleece and a felt hat, opened the curtain of the marching tent, held a mining pick in his hand and an E7 Gauss rifle on his shoulder, and walked towards the barracks garage, where the air-cushioned motorcycle was parked with powerful steps. The Revolutionary Army camp was built between several low hills, consisting of dozens of square-shaped military tents, all of which were covered with a layer of rusty waterproof cloth of the same color as the land of Marcera. The tent in the middle of the camp had two gas-fueled engines that provided electricity for signal lights and living facilities. The signal light tower nailed deep into the ground, enveloped the entire camp in a layer of bright white light. This camp was inhabited by about 2,000 revolutionary soldiers wearing local clothes. No matter what profession they were in Korhal, whether they were hotel managers or salesmen in small shops, they now worked for Augustus as miners. Marshal Mengsk. As Augustus walked towards the parking garage, he was saluted from time to time by revolutionary soldiers wearing khaki thick woolen coats and long boots. The remaining more than 4,000 soldiers of the more than 20,000 Korhal revolutionary soldiers brought by Augustus from Korhal were reorganized into a marine brigade. These revolutionary soldiers, immersed in the pain of Korhal's destruction and the loss of their hometown, have transformed into iron-blooded warriors after a series of tragic battles. Almost all of them are members of the Pan-Terran Party, and some are even members of the Revolutionary Committee within the party. The Pan-Terran fighters all have lofty ideas and a high revolutionary consciousness. They believe in Augustus' revolutionary goal of overthrowing the Terran federal government and establishing the Terran Republic, and take it as their own responsibility. Returning to and rebuilding their home planet, Ka, is the ideal that everyone wants to achieve throughout their lives. At present, the members of the Pan-Terran Party deeply understand that this is the most difficult time for the Ka Revolutionary Army. They are far away from their home world and wandering in the dangerous universe, facing the pursuit and interception of the Federation fleet. Therefore, they refuse to accept the salary paid by Augustus and only receive standard individual rations and a small amount of tobacco and alcohol. Thank you for your hard work. My logistics consultant told me that the engineers have just built a water tower and a reservoir. Their people have found an underground river with clean water. Augustus looked at the faces with scars and frostbite caused by the wind and sand of Marcera and the extreme climate erosion. Among them are middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s and young soldiers under the age of 16, both men and women. Our furnace is powered by a generator from an abandoned battle cruiser. You all should take a hot bath before going to bed. As soon as Augustus finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter. It was not easy to take a hot bath in the wilderness of Marcera. The sound wave bath could clean the dead skin and dirt on the body, but it could not replace the human desire for water. Even so, these revolutionary soldiers did not slack off. Under the leadership of the officers and the political commissar of the Pan-Terran Party, they dressed up and walked towards the residential area in the distance. At this time, 2 new moons rose in the sky of Marcera, which still had some rosy clouds, and shining stars emerged. Augustus walked into the garage built with alloy steel frames and tent camp cloth, opened the door, and sat in the back seat. The Vixen light infantry armored vehicle and the transport ship of the same name produced by the same company are fast and cheap spaceships. The Federal Marine Corps and the Army will purchase them in large quantities. A red-haired ghost holding the steering wheel appeared from the driver's seat. When she leaned over to adjust the equipment, the curves from the back of her neck to her waist and hips formed a perfect S shape. The black tights showed her beautiful curves to the fullest. We got a lot of these vehicles from the locals. Its wide and high floor and strong horsepower can perfectly adapt to the environment of the desert and rugged rocks of Marcelado. Kerrigan was talking when she suddenly turned her head to look at Augustus. She was wearing the mask of the Umayan Shadow Guard, except for the sexy red lips like fire. Her whole face was covered with Umoyan nanofabric and grey soft alloy. Can we set off now? It's not far to the mining area, but we don't have any sentries along the way. When Augustus realized that he was staring at Kerrigan's perky butt, he quietly changed his sitting position and wrapped himself in a thick coat. Wait a minute, Corporal Faraday is on his way. As soon as he finished speaking, Corporal Faraday, wearing a cowboy hat, ran over with Augustus's guards. At least 20 fully armed Revolutionary Army soldiers stood around Augustus with Gauss rifles and shotguns. They were all dressed like Marcera cowboys with resolute expressions. Corporal Faraday and his men boarded the other 4 armored vehicles and drove in front to clear the way for Augustus. Several Vulture scouts followed and escorted them. With me here, no one can hurt you, Kerrigan said as he started the armored vehicle. I never doubt this. You are the best ghost agent, Augustus said as the convoy drove out of the camp. There are several sentries with high beams outside the revolutionary camp. These sentries are only used to scare away wild beasts, malicious scavengers and wandering criminals in the wilderness. The real detection equipment is 4 types of detection equipment including infrared and thermal forming scanning. There are 3 revolutionary soldiers on duty at the monitoring center 25 hours a day to ensure that nothing goes wrong. The road from the revolutionary camp to the mining area was recently built, so it is not too rugged. From time to time, jeeps and trucks loaded with revolutionary soldiers and minerals pass by Augustus. This rich ore is enough for us to mine for a month, Augustus said. Swan needs these resources to repair those broken ships. I hope we will have good luck. He did not mine this mine illegally, but bought the mining rights from the local judicial officer for a price acceptable to both parties and some rare crystals. It is worth mentioning that compared with core worlds such as Tarsinus, the corruption problem in Marcera is not that serious. Town residents can use their voting rights to elect leaders that satisfy them. The bureaucratic corruption here is not so deep-rooted. In order to manage the tough Marcera people, the local judicial officers and law enforcement officers are generally iron-blooded and strictly abide by the federal laws, much better than those who make the laws. What you are looking for is not those crystal mines, Kerrigan said while driving. Not all. Augustus looked at the scenery outside the armored car window. Under the illumination of the front and rear car lights, the rocks, bushes, and road signs on both sides of the road are desolate red deserts, and the sky is full of stars. The beauty of this alien world is very different from the prosperous and brilliantly lit advanced worlds such as Korhal and Tarsinus. What I'm looking for is some alien ruins, but that all depends on luck. Alien ruins, because those things are valuable? Kerrigan asked. I never knew you were a fan of alien civilizations, a rare alien archaeologist. Because these things can be used as weapons. I liked alien mysticism very much when I was a child. My brother and I have always believed that aliens are evil. Augustus shrugged. Anyway, if you find some abnormalities in this regard, please tell me, because I have no idea about it. The rich mineral resources are not the only reason I came here. I heard that the people of Marcera are the most rebellious. Many people here have wanted to launch an uprising many times, but failed due to the lack of organizers. Augustus said, I have thought about it. What the people of Marcera actually need is a revolutionary idea that can guide them on the right path of resistance, a complete and clear-cut action program, and a true leader. Our goal is not just to liberate the Marcera people and ignore them, but to rebuild order, so that everyone here can live a life of plenty. Compared to this, only Korhal and Antigua have such a spirit of resistance, he said, but Antigua is stationed with many Federation troops, while Marcera is ignored. Here is one of the fulcrums for us to pry open the entire Federation world. Excuse me, I'm driving and can't applaud you. Kerrigan chuckled and said, one more thing. There are 3 cowboys hiding in the bushes at 1.1 mile at 3 o'clock in front of us to the right. They are 3 thieves who want to steal something in the mining area and are not carrying heavy weapons. They are monitoring this road. Corporal Faraday, there is a group of local thieves at 3 o'clock in front of you. Augustus turned on the communicator. Bring them to me. The armored vehicle that Corporal Faraday was riding in drove away from the convoy after a beautiful turn. The 3 cowboys hiding in the bushes were obviously unable to outrun the armored vehicle. They had 2 vulture vehicles hidden in a nearby cave, but the distance was too far. Even at this distance, can your telepathy sense it? Augustus asked Kerrigan when she stopped the car. I can sense it a little bit. Kerrigan said, as long as they are still thinking, I can sense it, unless they are carrying equipment that can block psychic energy. Although the effect is minimal, the equipment of the Umajan Shadow Guard can indeed amplify psychic energy instead of suppressing it like the equipment of the Federation ghost agents. Augustus nodded, but if the base number is large enough, then the effect can be seen. Your psychic talent is also unique among humans. You may be the most powerful psychic I have ever seen in my life. While Augustus was talking to Kerrigan, in just over 10 minutes, Corporal Faraday's armored vehicle had already brought 3 disarmed local cowboys to Augustus' side. The 3 cowboys were quite calm. They seemed to be sure that Augustus's people were not human traffickers or organ smugglers. Sir, we just want to stay there for the night, but we haven't had time to set up the tent yet. The sheriff in the Shiloh area is most praised for his impartiality in law enforcement. He knows that we are the most law-abiding and good people in this area. The leader among them had a full beard and deep eye sockets. He was held down by 2 revolutionary soldiers. I think you can understand that it is illegal to restrict a law-abiding federal citizen, regardless of whether the person concerned is willing or not. Yes, I won't do anything to you. Although Augustus, who had been disguised, had a fierce and mature face, he still showed a kind expression, as if he was just an elegant and easygoing interstellar businessman or an ordinary mine owner. Our car broke down on the way to New Maine, and we are hungry and cold. If you can take us to the nearest town, near the Deadwater base. Of course, I would be very grateful, even if you just provide us with a piece of bread to fill our stomachs. The cowboy was happy. They're lying, Kerrigan said. They're members of a local gang, and they're in the business of child trafficking and smuggling illegal drugs. The gang's backer is Gustav Pharmaceuticals, an intergalactic corporation listed on Tarsinus. The centers of their activities in Marcera are mainly in several large towns near the Deadwater base. Augustus walked up to the cowboy and said, it sounds like you're not only villains, but also unforgivable crimes. This beautiful lady has left you a chance to confess your crimes. Tell me, why are you monitoring this road? I haven't heard of this. I don't know anything. The cowboy smiled. Do you think I'm an easy person to talk to? Augustus said with a serious expression, I'm going to sell you to slave traders. I heard that the nobles of Tarsinus have recently begun to replace slaves with resocialized servants, and factories are more inclined to replace workers with resocialized slaves. This has caused the slave trade that had disappeared in the early days of the Great Colonial Era to revive. He said, even the military camps are short of people. Maybe you have more or less heard about what resocialization is. What I want to say is that by then they will do something in your brain and turn you all into idiots. This doesn't scare me. The Federals are all bastards. The cowboy spat on the ground. That saved your life, Augustus said to Corporal Faraday, who was carrying a Gauss rifle beside him. Send them to the mines. We are in need of some cheap miners. Augustus lost interest in talking to these people and walked to his armored vehicle while Corporal Faraday and his men blocked the mouths of the Marcera cowboys and drove them to another larger armored vehicle. They are eyeing this valuable new mine and the equipment inside, but they are more wary of outsiders. Kerrigan explained. Corporal Faraday, gather all my guards. Augustus said, call Raynor and Titus over. Let's go say goodnight to the neighbors of Marcera. Leave now? Corporal Faraday walked over and was not surprised at Augustus's swiftness. I just probed their minds deeply and found out where the gang's base is. The specific location is not far from the Deadwater base, but not in the town. Kerrigan looked at Corporal Faraday with his pale green eyes. Black eating black? Corporal Faraday laughed. After all, he was still a young man who loved to joke. Wrong. Augustus waved his hand. We are justice. Thank you for the reward from the helmsman and the deacon. Thank you for the monthly ticket and recommendation ticket. Thank you. Chapter 164. The Pickaxe of Justice. Oh, Marcera, the pit of hell, and we are just bugs in the pit. Titus Finley put on his customized CMC power armor. There were many miscellaneous patterns and emblems on the deep red paint, nothing more than naked women, cigar brands and beer. This old guy also likes gambling, so there are a few dice painted on the shoulder armor of the power armor. Behind Titus were the revolutionary soldiers lined up in several columns. The logos of the Stealing Wolf Hunters and the Korhal Revolutionary Army on their power armor had been erased and repainted in rust color. There were only a little over 40 revolutionary soldiers in total, equivalent to a whole platoon. At this moment, they were standing between a tall thorn bush. All of them turned off the searchlights on the chest of the armor, and the communication channel remained silent. Come on, Titus. Apart from Korhal and Tarsinus, other planets are either latrines or piles of shit in your eyes. Jim Raynor, wearing a crimson CMC 200 power armor, said with a smile. Sometimes they are worse than piles of shit. Even a pee from me is more comforting than what they look like. Raynor and Titus chatted while waiting for Augustus's order. About half a mile ahead of them was an undiscoverable sunken dry river valley. According to Kerrigan, a group of about 60 members of the local gang Pegasus Brotherhood were hiding in an abandoned wasteland stop and several huts in the river valley. The members of this local gang came from all walks of life. Some of them were robbers, thieves addicted to theft, or wandering Marcera cowboys, while others were residents of the local town. In such a marginal world far from the civilized world, many things are not black and white. Even the most impartial and selfless judicial officers and their sheriffs are not pure and flawless, and there is no black material to catch. Most of the time, the Pegasus Brotherhood helps their behind-the-scenes sponsor, the Gustav Pharmaceutical Group, in the local branch, to deal with some shady activities, such as kidnapping, deceiving, or trafficking minors for experimental materials used in live experiments, or transporting drugs from smuggling starports to the Deadwater base to hand over to their customers in the Federal Army. The Pegasus Brotherhood often sets up some transfer stations on the land smuggling routes to transfer their smuggled goods. Augustus learned of one of them, but such lucrative jobs are not always available. As the gang gradually expanded to an astonishing 800 people in a few years, their ambitions also expanded with the expansion of their strength. Gradually, the Pegasus Brotherhood set its sights on the crystal mining area in the area of Shiro. Of course, the Pegasus Brotherhood never thought of taking over the mining area in the hands of the Revolutionary Army. They just wanted to use some force to make them pay some protection fees, so that they could take a generous commission from the revenue of the mine without paying any cost. Unfortunately, the rebels in the Terran Federation's mouth are the most vicious and notorious terrorists in the entire Federation. Just when they were just testing the wind and hadn't kicked the iron plate had already smashed over. If I rush in first and knock down all those third-rate cowboys, then the best spoils will belong to me. Titus was eager to try, and he didn't take the enemy seriously at all. The gangs here have at most experienced gang disputes between regions, and the power armor is even more difficult to make up for the gap. Be careful, Titus. Augustus stood between Raynor and Titus. His crimson power armor was no different from that of others. The Marcera people are not easy to mess with. This is the battle plan. He opened the mask and said to Raynor, Titus and Corporal Faraday beside him. We have provided drones to detect the terrain of this gang's stronghold. The riverbed is not deep. After going down to the riverbed, there is no cover or bunker in the stronghold except for a few bushes. They have 2 sentry posts, but Kerrigan will eliminate all the sentries. It's the same as before. Raynor takes a squad from behind them. We set out at the same time, or 1,000 yards apart from each other, and jump into the riverbed at the same time. Augustus finally said, I will take Titus to the front. These people are not necessarily unforgivable villains, but as long as someone dares to fight back, they will be beaten into a sieve full of holes. Augustus is right. Raynor said to them, before leading the first squad away, quick battle, quick decision. These Marcera bandits have no protection, except a few reindeer leather clothes to keep warm. Their weapons are varied, including P-20 pistols, revolvers and shotguns, but those things can't do anything to our armor. Let's act. Augustus moved his wrists under his power armor, feeling a little eager to try. Since he became the leader of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, the number of times he personally led troops to fight has been very rare. Augustus was wearing a universal CMC 200. The military technology of the Terran Federation continued to accelerate after the Battle of Kalian. Compared with what Augustus had seen in the Telesis training camp, this power armor has added some new functions, such as alloy boots with computer balance and stabilization devices and ammunition storage units. The universal CMC-200 and CMC-300 have added heat source shielding functions, which can prevent the enemy from tracking soldiers wearing power armor through heat signal detection devices. When the indicator light on the power armor HUD display screen was always green, Augustus began to run on the red sand of Mars Era. The servo system connected in series with cables and precision sensor arrays gave him powerful explosive power. He ran a half-mile distance and jumped into the riverbed with almost no effort. The Pegasus Brotherhood base in the corner of the riverbed was still dim, and the members of the Brotherhood seemed to be asleep. Augustus then realized that he had overestimated the gang's combat effectiveness. He regarded all enemies as elite federal troops or Kel-morian troops, and as a result, those Mars Era villains who usually fought bravely and called themselves cowboys were shocked and thought Augustus's people were federal marines. At this time, CMC power armor had not yet been distributed on a large scale to the planetary defense forces and police stations of the governors of the marginal colonies. It was still a symbol of the federal marines. They thought they had not committed a crime that deserved the death penalty or life imprisonment, and did not want to be convicted of attacking soldiers, so they surrendered immediately. Not only that, the Brotherhood members also consciously handed over their weapons and squatted against the wall of the abandoned docking station. "Move your asses, guys, or I'm going to kick them hard." Titus had no time to pay attention to them. He kicked several Brotherhood members to the corner and began to search for spoils. "I'm Captain Caesar of the 321st Battalion of the Federal Marines. You have 5 minutes to tell us about the other bases of your illegal organization. Otherwise we have plenty of ways to make you tell the truth." Augustus said calmly, "If your brothers tell more than you do soon." Almost without hesitation, the members of the Brotherhood rushed to betray their brothers, and Corporal Faraday wrote down all the locations one by one and sent them back to the Revolutionary Army camp, where dozens of Revolutionary Army squads were ready to go. "Honestly, this is not what we should do." While waiting for the armored transport vehicle that was coming, Renault said to Augustus, "Besides, what should we do with these people? Send them to the local sheriff. This is not like you, Jim. Once we get rid of these villains, the locals will have a better life." Augustus looked around and found that the buildings built by the Pegasus Brotherhood were solid and reliable rock buildings and poured with concrete and slag. Similar to the planet Meinhof in the Kel-morian Federation, the developed mining and quarrying industries are the main economic pillars of Mars Era. At the same time, the service industry, provided to gold diggers from Chatsera and other planets in the Federation territory, is also relatively developed. Maybe, with fewer bad guys, the good people will have an easier life. Raynor felt that it made sense, but it shouldn't be just like this. You should have other reasons. "We are still short of some workers on the construction site." Temporarily, Augustus' cold grey eyes seemed to have light. "It's much more comfortable here than in Mars Era's prison. I hope they can reform themselves during this time and become law-abiding citizens of the Federation." The Revolutionary Army's mine is located in a foggy valley, with straight, steep and smooth walls on both sides. Even in the daytime, the sun is rarely seen inside the valley, and most of the day is dark. This valley was once a tributary of a long river, and the bottom of the valley was still flowing with rushing water tens of thousands of years ago. Hiram Fike, the former armored mechanic of the Heavenly Demon, drove a coffee-colored CSX 410 harvesting robot 12 feet, about 3.5 meters, above the ground in the rich black night of Mars Era. Fike sat in the open-air driver's seat suspended above the ground, with only a windshield in front of him to isolate him from the howling wind. 2 beams of white light were projected in front of the robot, illuminating the dark thorns and jagged rocks. This type of harvesting robot is commonly seen in the agricultural-based colonial worlds of the Terran Federation. It has a compound cutter on the front and a tool threshing barrel on the back. The harvesting robot uses a bipedal servo-powered foot to move, and is mostly used to enter the rugged mountains and gully-filled plateaus that giant harvesters cannot enter to harvest rye. The 2 auxiliary mechanical arms of the CSX 410 robot driven by Fike were equipped with T-60 green heavy machine guns and synthetic resin shields respectively, and the 2 pressurized cooling water tanks behind the driver's seat were filled with curling white steam. These modifications, added by Chief Engineer Ori Swan, made the rumbling bipedal machine even more cumbersome, but successfully transformed it into a brutal war machine. When not in combat, the robot can also assemble power tongs and welders for repair and mining operations. New miners? I heard that the kindest among them have sold drugs to miners, so I have less psychological burden when ordering these people. I hope these people can go home early and turn themselves into the police. Want some donuts, baby? As Fick turned a corner, the lights of the mining area finally dispelled the darkness around him, and his good friend Rory Swan's voice came into his ears. When Fick drove the harvester robot to a stop, he could see a huge drilling tower occupying the center of the entire valley. Amid the roar of the drilling tower, dark soil was continuously transported out by conveyor belts. Even in the deep soil that was sent out, some sparkling light blue Adine crystals could still be seen. The crystal ore reserves buried under this vast mining area are so huge that workers inside the pit can dig out a piece of crystal with a hoe. Even a crystal of only 1 cubic meter can make an ordinary person rich overnight. Unlike those open pit mines on the surface, this crystal mine buried several miles underground is extremely difficult to mine. Even the hardness of the open pit crystal mine is not something that can be cut by a small laser welding gun. What's going on, my friend? Where did the marshal find these people? They don't look like our people. Next to the tent full of green storage boxes and worn drill bits, Fick found his friend Swan. At this time, the short and sturdy Kel-morian man was wearing a thick vest and brown goggles. His thick mustache was trembling, obviously because he was concentrating on dealing with the honey donut in his mouth. Oh, Boss Mengsk took down a local gang. Swan smiled when he saw Fick leaving. After their first meeting on NORAD 2nd, they soon became good friends because of similar occupations and hobbies. Swan is shorter than most of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, and Fick is a dwarf who is less than 4 feet tall, so the two of them are called the dwarves and hobbits under Augustus Mengsk. As for Augustus' other capable generals, they also have their own names. Of course, there are praises and criticisms based on their popularity. For example, Raynor is called the cowboy and Mr. Justice of Joe Ire's bar, and Titus Finley is Augustus Mengsk's vicious dog. It must be said that it is quite appropriate. These people are not trustworthy. They can't abide by military discipline like our revolutionary soldiers. When the time comes, we will have to find extra people to guard them. In many cases, marginal colonies are synonymous with backwardness, poverty, and barbarism. There is a shortage of supplies here, and people become as fierce as beasts. Many of these people are not really bad guys. To use Titus Finley's words, if you whip them a few times, they will be as obedient as old hens sitting on their nests. God, this is too bad. Swan shook his head. Boss Mengsk seems to be planning to open more mines, and needs more miners, and the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army have to maintain warships and train. You are too kind. We don't have to be too kind to criminals. Fick said with a smile. How many mines does he plan to build? At present, it seems, a lot. Swan said, the whole Marcera is his mining area. Great. Fick couldn't help laughing. He obviously didn't think what Swan said was true. Unless we hire all the people in Marcera, we can't mine so much. Who knows? Swan didn't believe it either. It seems that he just wants to find some rare crystals, so he explores all over the planet. Well, what should we do with those bastards? Treat them like slaves. Fick stopped asking questions and pointed at several local cowboys with confused faces. In our mining area, these villains will live a regular life, go to bed early, and get up early, eat 3 meals a day at regular times and places with balanced nutrition, and before they go off work and rest, they will have to go to night school. Classes. So what do they teach? Literacy? Fick asked in surprise. Learning art and philosophy. The political commissar of the Pan-Terran Party will teach them, and I heard that they will also be taught about revolutionary spirit, revolutionary traditions and revolutionary military discipline. I don't think they will be able to get out in this life. The textbooks are Mr. Angus's book Car and Revolution and Eanes's August and Angusism, each of which is 5 inches thick. Thank you for the reward, Hallmaster. Thank you for the recommendation votes and monthly tickets, brothers. Chapter 165, The Sons of Korhal's First Action. Zillow Autonomous Prefecture, Revolutionary Army Camp, Marshal Command Post. August 17th, 2489, 1921 local time. in Silo Autonomous Prefecture, near the equator in the southern hemisphere of Marcera, the deadly fireball in the sky always lingers in the orange-gray sky. The long sunset process burns the clouds into red bit by bit, as if God has hung a piece of gradient red cloth in the sky. The dome tent used as a temporary marshal's command post has an old-fashioned temperature control device, which is a discarded product from Tarsinus Prime 4 generations ago. It is said that it can adjust the temperature, humidity and even air pressure according to the user's mood. Augustus believes that this is not false propaganda in a sense. The temperature in the entire tent depends entirely on the strength of the regulator button when he is shivering from the cold. In the center of the dome tent is an alloy-long table moved from the armory of the NORAD 2nd battle cruiser. Next to the table is a weapon rack with more than a dozen different electromagnetic and laser guns and a shaped hat rack for hanging the hats and coats of the officers of the Revolutionary Army. On one side of the wall lined with presteel plates, there were dozens of wanted posters and a news report cut out of a newspaper. Everything in Augustus's barracks was simple, but the chairs he and Renault were sitting on were out of place in the serious and cold barracks. The local gang's lair imitated the Tarsinus-style court chairs with exquisite materials and delicate lines. These chairs were of different styles, including the luxurious Tarsinus style and the Chatsera Sunwood chairs that were famous throughout the Star region, and one from Pegasus II in the Umoyan Autonomous Territory thousands of light years away. Only a small number of Pegasus Brotherhood members are still at large, but I swear to those good people in Marcera who believe in God, that they will be brought to justice by me sooner or later. Renault and Augustus were the only two people in the command post, so Renault crossed his legs on the long table without any consciousness of being a major of the Revolutionary Army. It's like that, Sheriff Jimmy. Now no one can remember when Augustus called Jim Jimmy. It was a kind of affectionate nickname. At present, Renault only reluctantly accepted Augustus and Titus calling him Jimmy. If it was anyone else, he would feel uncomfortable. It doesn't sound like a tough guy's name, isn't it? We have helped the local town sheriff arrest more than 2,000 criminals, including smugglers, drug dealers and maglev-trained thieves. Even the petty thieves' gangs have been cleaned up. Only the gang members hiding in the town are left. Augustus only wore a grey military shirt. When he was in the barracks, he would take off his Umoyan plastic mask to reveal his original face. They still think that the Federal Marines destroyed their base in the wilderness and took away their accomplices who had disappeared without a trace. The Marines are a military force, independent of the Marcera militia and the police. No one except the governor can find out which fleet has been wandering around recently. Augustus is already 19 years old this year. He has only been in the Caprulu sector for more than a year. Even so, his fair skin, which was originally cultivated in the aristocratic environment, has turned into a healthy wheat color, and he has also developed strong muscles. But Augustus still has no beard, which is no different from his usual image. These villains don't deserve to be called cowboys. They have basically done all the evil things they can do. Renault was obviously disgusted with the gangs that fell into his hands. I believe the sheriff here must be snoring all day. The agents of OGB, August National Security Committee, got a few identification cards by paying money. A few days ago, when they sneaked into Echo Town, they found out that the position of the sheriff here is vacant and has been idle for a long time. The sheriff doesn't seem to be so anxious to recruit a new sheriff to lead those leaderless sheriffs and police officers. What is the sheriff thinking? Renault shook his head. Did the local sheriff resign? It looks like he was transferred to the core world. I heard that his body was hung at the entrance of Echo Town. The part below the chest was gone, but a bloody spine was left. No matter what he encountered in his life, the person who killed him must have hung him up and slaughtered him with slaughterhouse equipment. Augustus sighed. Many townspeople feel sorry for this sheriff who died in the line of duty, saying that he was too upright. It's regrettable. Renault said, the criminal who killed him must have lost his humanity. As he was speaking, the curtain of the tent was lifted by Rory Swan, and he rushed in impatiently. After turning around on the spot to adapt to the light intensity in the command post, he sat down on a court chair that was much more valuable than his clothes with a body covered in dust. A new batch of Adian crystals has been loaded onto the ship, just waiting to be sent to the fleet. Swan said, standing up again. and brushing off the dust under his buttocks, looking at Augustus. "I'm sorry, boss, I didn't knock before coming in, because I couldn't find the door panel." Revolutionary Army Vice Admiral Warfield was preparing to lead the 6 most severely damaged of the 14 battle cruisers to the Umoyan dockyard for extensive repairs, just in time to use the empty battle cruisers' cargo holds to load cargo. The Augustus fleet wandering outside was not living too comfortably. They lacked medicine and ammunition supplies, and there was no manpower to make up for the losses, and Marcera didn't even have a few production lines that could produce C-series Gauss rifles. If there were no rich mineral reserves here, the Revolutionary Army would not have been able to stay. In addition, as reported by the UN, at least 6 Federation Navy squadrons were searching for traces of the Revolutionary fleet in the Korhal sector. The editors of the news also said that they would soon find and defeat the fleeing rebel fleet in a few days, and emphasized that the rebel ships were few and vulnerable. But relatively speaking, the remote Marcera was hard to be noticed by the Federation fleet. "Tell the new workers that they can take a break, temporarily," Augustus said. "How many crystals are there?" Augustus only remembered that the Zelniger artifact of Marcera came from a mining outpost, and his purpose of coming to this planet was to collect this fragment first. In this way, whether he can find the remaining fragments to assemble the artifact or not, he can seize the initiative and prevent the artifact from falling into the hands of other forces. By Kel-morian standards, it should be 10,000 cubic meters, equivalent to a larger swimming pool. If the market is the same as before, we can probably sell it for 20 million Umojan citizen points. This is a huge sum of money, but it is not enough to repair the warships, provide supplies to the people in the new city of Umojan, and help them rebuild the city and industry. Swan reminded Augustus, if we didn't lack the cutting and refining plants for Adian crystals, we would have earned more than just the money from the raw materials. Marcera is too far from Umoyan, and the round trip alone would take nearly a month, which is not cost effective. This is equivalent to the monthly output of the Canyon mine marked as A1 by Augustus. The A1 mine is currently managed by a cousin of Rory Swan. It is mainly staffed by local gang members who are undergoing labor reform, Kel-morians hired by Augustus to train miners, and a company of revolutionary soldiers who guard them. Augustus now has 2 small mines, and the combined output is only 1/10 of the A1 mine, but the advantage is that they are not far from each other, and the Revolutionary Army camp can immediately send reinforcement in case of an emergency. Each mine is personally appointed by a second-level political commissar of the Revolutionary Army for ideological guidance, and ideological and political education is carried out for miners who finish work every day. Performance indicator tables and slogans such as "Labor is the most glorious" are posted in many places in the mine. At the same time, the political commissar also served as a military chaplain to chant prayers for the religious believers among the miners, whether to God, Jesus, Allah, the evil god, or Marcera herself. "You are a genuine Kel-morian, Swan." Augustus smiled and said, "At present, it seems that we can only sell to the Umoyan people. Even the Peak mine in Arcturus can only supply goods to the Umoyan people. The Kel-morian Federation is not worthy of our trust now. Unless we build a factory in Marcera to refine the impure crystals into high purity crystals, and then process them into armor plates or other products for battle cruisers, we will not be able to make more profits from the mines." Renault is not completely ignorant of the mining industry. Compared with Titus Finley, who only cares about himself, he cares much more about the Revolutionary Army. After being away from the battlefield for nearly a month, the engineers of the Revolutionary Army could only make minor repairs to some of the electronic equipment of the battle cruisers. If they want to restore these battle cruisers to their pre-war state, they must return to large military shipyards for port maintenance. "You know very well that we can't spend a lot of money to build a complete crystal mine processing industry chain on this planet." Augustus just shrugged. "The federal fleet may arrive at any time, so we must be prepared to pack up and evacuate at any time. Maybe we can move the factory to a ship, a large mining ship. Do you know Telada's whaling ship? Hunting and processing of finished products are done on the ship, and a mining ship is the same as this." Swan said, "I know the Kel-morian have this kind of ship. They have many plundering fleets composed of giant mining ships." Augustus nodded, "But the Kel-morian never sell their mining ships to outsiders. The situation has changed now. Swan obviously knew more about the current situation of the Kel-morian Federation than Augustus. My relatives who stayed in Meinhof told me that, because the mining guild was unable to repay the large amount of Federation bonds issued during the 4 Years' War, the Federation's economy is on the verge of collapse, and most people can't eat enough. At this time, they are willing to sell even battle cruisers. Well, I also had plans to go to Moria. Augustus nodded. There is such a good thing. Raynor put down his feet on the table. You are a Kel-morian. How can you let us do such a thing? If people can't survive, what's the point of other things? Swan sighed and said, the Revolutionary Army will provide Kel-morian with a large amount of Umoyan foreign exchange reserves, which can at least solve the urgent problem. Everything will be fine. What's the matter? What are you whispering about? Let old Titus listen too. At this time, the sky was getting dark, and Titus, wearing a long windbreaker, walked in with a few newspapers just brought back from the nearby Echo town. What's wrong, Titus? I heard that you went to the town to have fun. Raynor looked at Titus, and said with a smile, now I'm a wanted criminal unless I'm crazy to do such a thing. During this period, I'm in a relationship with a lieutenant of the Revolutionary Army Marine Corps. I just went to the town to buy some clothes. Do you understand what I mean? Titus glanced at Raynor. Jimmy boy, you are just a boy after all. You don't know anything. Now we are in the revolution. It's too early for me to get married. Raynor explained. Besides, this kind of thing depends on fate. Do you expect two people to fall in love at the same time? It's as incredible as two male Marcera groundhogs falling in love. Titus showed a playful expression and put a few wanted posters in the latest Marcera Global Evening News on the table. Let's not talk about this. I think there are some things you need to see. One of the wanted posters was a portrait of Augustus' father, Augustus Mengsk, an Arabic numeral 5 followed by a series of amazing zeros, and Augustus's photo was only 200 million lower than his father's. The photo used was the one he took at the Tel-Assis Marine Corps recruit training camp. At that time, Augustus had just shaved his head and looked like a prisoner who had just been released from prison. Not bad. If the Revolutionary Army is in trouble, you can use Angus's head to exchange for money, Augustus commented. Then, Augustus pulled out another one. It seemed to be a recruitment poster for the local sheriff. Judging from the date, it was posted yesterday. Jimmy, there is an opportunity to turn over a new leaf in front of you. You can try and see if you can get a position in the government. Marcera needs an honest sheriff. Renault smiled. You can even run for mayor of Hero City. Maybe? Augustus also smiled, but when he picked up a newspaper, his smile gradually solidified. A newspaper with some fonts, erased with red paint said, on July 28th, a synthetic intelligent drone assembly factory of the Tagore family on the main planet of Tarsinus suffered a fire. Except for 2 material buyers who disappeared after their vacation, none of the hundreds of employees on duty that day survived. An organization called Sons of Korhal soon announced its responsibility for the incident on a website with an anonymous address. The publisher left only one sentence at the end. This is just the beginning. An expert invited by the newspaper believes that the accident destroyed a large number of drone products and parts in the factory. Not only that, Tagore Group will also pay a huge penalty for failure to deliver to customers on time. Compared with the sharp decline in Tagore Group's assets caused by the large-scale selling of shares by shareholders due to this incident, the penalty and the loss of factory equipment are insignificant. The first terrorist act of the son of Korhal caused a huge shock to the equity trading market in Tarsinus, and the chief of the Tarsinus Police Department, who was unable to close the case, was forced to resign. Just when Tarsinus entrepreneurs greatly increased the security of their factories, the son of Korhal disappeared immediately and never appeared again. It's a great relief, Mengsk. Titus said. Who did it? I only know that it must be the Korhal people. Maybe I just took it for granted that someone is using your name to do good things. I don't know, Augustus said, but I can guess who did it. Why didn't anyone vote? CAC. Chapter 166. Marsola Sheriff. Chapter 166. Sheriff Marcera Recco town is about 14 miles away from the revolutionary camp. The main population is farmers and skilled workers such as welders. These workers mainly work in factories in the only city in the Shillong Autonomous Prefecture, Rotten Stone Castle, and travel between home and the city via air-cushioned buses that run once in the morning and evening. It was early in the morning, and a thin layer of fog covered the entrance to the road leading to Echo Town. Augustus, Renault, and Titus drove the Vulture car on the old road, so fast that it seemed like a phantom. Behind them followed Corporal Faraday and more than 20 Vulture cars driven by the guards, like a group of local gangs on the road to a fight. Augustus held the Vulture car's control stick tightly and stared intently at the road flashing past the windshield. He was wearing grey goggles, leaning forward with his legs tightly across the seat, enjoying the feeling of speeding. This Vulture modified by Swan can reach a speed of 220 miles per hour and can accelerate to the extreme speed that can accelerate your heartbeat in a very short time. It takes less than 10 minutes to drive from the Revolutionary Army camp to Echo Town. Of course, Swan has also upgraded the fixed computer and sensors of this little monster that can even run diesel. The idea is similar to the computer-assisted balance and stability device and sensor automatic calibration system of CMC Power Armor, which can assist the driver at high speeds and improve his reaction speed. This design can be seen on all Vultures, but Swan's improvement makes this system more reliable. Even so, only the wildest and bravest cowboys in the whole of Marcera dare to try the fastest and most fierce modified Vulture, because even if they buy insurance, they still have to take a lot of risks. Those cowboys with missing arms and legs are the best proof. But it must be said that the Vulture is the most perfect single-person transportation in Marcera. This wedge-shaped single-person motorcycle is one of the masterpieces of human pursuit of speed. The Vulture can use magnetic levitation technology to hover several dozen centimeters above the ground, avoiding the broken rocks cut by wind and sand erosion and the wildly growing shrubs and thorns in Marcera, and will not sink into the desert. The vast and unobstructed desert of Marcera also provides a wide space for the best Vulture drivers to display their hands and feet. Why don't you take that red-haired beauty with you, Mengsk? I heard that she is inseparable from you. Titus shouted at the top of his voice. I can't hear what you are saying. Augustus' car was in the front, and only Renault's car could barely keep up with him. I said Titus was talking when he saw a red-haired ghost with her arms around Augustus' waist appear in the backseat of the Vulture. Her long fiery red hair was like a swaying ponytail. Kerrigan's beautiful figure in a black tights only appeared for a moment and disappeared, as if it was just Titus's illusion. What a ghost. Titus shook his head. What the hell are you talking about, Titus? Augustus still didn't hear Titus' words. The Vulture was driving very fast, and the airflow gathered into a gust of wind in his ears. Damn Mengsk. The convoy drove through the road section and the wasteland in a few minutes, raising a long trail of dust and smoke. A Caprulu glider with grey feathers hovered above the dozens of Vultures parked at the entrance of the town. Its dim yellow eyes stared at the humans below, and occasionally let out a short howl. Before the sun rose completely, the temperature was still very cold. Augustus put on a crimson cloak and walked to a wooden sign at the entrance of the town, looking at the sign that read "Welcome to Marcera." Except for an asphalt road, most of the roads in Echo Town are paved with slate. The houses here are mainly built by local residents themselves, and the styles are also different. There are towers more than 10 stories high and low double-story dome houses. The only thing in common is that these buildings are covered with a layer of rusty sand, and the doors and windows are small. Echo Town lacks tall trees, and only dark red thorns grow. In the early morning mist, colorful lights are hung between buildings. These lights flash with a dreamy brilliance, giving people the illusion of being in a prosperous city, while the dilapidated buildings around them, that have nothing to do with beauty, remind people that this is just a small border town. There are many workers waiting for the early bus and farmers setting up water pumping robots to go to the farmland on the road in the town. The rumbling sound of machinery makes Echo Town always lively. There are dozens of hectares of farmland outside this town. Since most of the land in Marcera is extremely dry and barren, the farmers here have to extract groundwater to irrigate their sparse crops. This is similar to Renault's hometown Shillong, but the land of Marcera can at least make the local food self-sufficient, and even export some to other planets in the years of good harvest. All the townspeople noticed Augustus and his cowboys, but they didn't care much. People from other regions often came to Hiro to do some business, but perhaps these people were used to traveling around, fierce and unruly, but almost every resident of Marcera would carry a long-handled automatic rifle and 2 pistols when they went out. Regardless of gender, age or status, everyone could complete the transformation from civilian to warrior in a very short time. In the turbulent era, when the Kalian War had just ended, and rebellions were rising one after another, anyone who underestimated a Chasera hippie from Marcera would pay an unforgettable price for his whole life. Walking on the densely populated streets in the center of the town, just like all the planets in the territory of the Terran Federation, Echo Town, a town with a population of less than 5,000, also had sex workers. Girls with dyed hair in various styles frequently flattered the young but shy revolutionary soldiers, but the burly and loyal old Titus immediately and resolutely blocked the dangerous women who might be assassins. Whenever a prostitute rushed towards Augustus, Titus would say, "Hi, Daddy is here." Then he would stuff a few small federal credit notes into the other's cleavage, and then slap their butts, to drive them away like sheep. Before Augustus, Raynor and others could react, Titus had disappeared from their sight with those women. Follow him, don't let him forget his name when his tail is up in the sky. Augustus ordered Corporal Faraday to lead people to follow Titus. With Titus's character, I'm not surprised at all that he can do such a thing. This has a bad influence. Raynor pointed out seriously, the discipline of the Revolutionary Army must not be violated. Even Titus should strictly abide by it. Revolutionary patriots cannot visit prostitutes, at least not. Yes, this has a bad influence. Officers should set an example. Thanks to Titus, Augustus quickly walked out from the girls exuding strong perfume, and walked towards the center of the town. At this time, Augustus was very close to his destination, the Echo Town subcourt. Jimmy, let Titus go. It's better for him to mess with those poor women who rely on this money to support themselves than to harm the female soldiers in the Revolutionary Army. Augustus laughed. He saw that Raynor's young and restless heart was eager for the opposite sex. Augustus was not surprised by this. After all, everyone has a young time. After I become the sheriff, let's go to the bar for a drink. Although it may be incredible to think about it, Augustus, the most famous rebel leader in history, really came to apply for the position of sheriff. In order to cope with possible assessments, he even spent a lot of time practicing pistol shooting without wearing power armor, and memorizing the laws of the Federation. Now, the members of the Federal Parliament, the Government Cabinet, the Federal Internal Security Department, the Security Department, the Navy Command, and even the officers and senior officers in the Army of the Terran Federation are racking their brains to think about where the rebel fleet is hiding, but they never thought that Augustus was going to sneak into the police system of Marcera and was planning to buy a new cowboy hat with the salary issued by the federal government. Okay, I want number 8 whiskey. You know my taste. Raynor obviously didn't intend to embarrass Titus. You like this kind of wine very much. When you were in SYNOPSIS, you kept your distance from it at first. Augustus laughed. Now you can't live without number 8 whiskey. Everyone knows that your safe password is old.08, abbreviation for number 8 whiskey. I'm sorry you guessed wrong. It's actually my mother's birthday, damn it. Raynor could only follow Augustus with a curse and knock on the door of the Colonial Court Hall with him. The Colonial Courthouse is a white marble columnar building with simple lines but magnificent momentum. All the stone materials come from the local quarry in Echo Town, and the doors, windows, and glass are all purchased from local factories. Since the grant in hand was only 1/12 of the approved funds, Echo Town's local judge Adario had to apply for a loan from the federal bank when he started to build the courthouse. This debt was not repaid until 2 years ago. When Augustus knocked on the door of Judge Ada's office, this respected judge was handling a civil lawsuit caused by a family dispute. The small office only had 2 cabinets for storing archives, a mechanical clock and a Mark-I railgun. The man with a wisp of beard and short hair like golden sand was holding a fountain pen and making a sloppy draft on paper. His exposed forearms had muscles that had been trained and hammered for a long time, and his muscular back was like that of a lion. The men of Marcera are like the sand and stone that make up this orange-gray planet. They are strong and tough and stand firm. As he was writing, Judge Ida put down his pen and said "Come in," before looking at the slowly opening office door. Augustus's eagle-like sharp eyes immediately left a deep impression on his heart. Dear Judge Ela, I'm Caesar of Agria. I have previously served as a sheriff in Agria, Hermes, and Tarsinus, the Victoria District Police Chief of the Tarsinus Police Department, and the head of the Serious Crime Unit of the General Administration. This is my detailed resume. Augustus handed Judge Ela the printed flyer for recruiting sheriffs in Echo Town and the application form with his forged personal information. The photo above is consistent with the face shown by his nano mask used for disguise. In a marginal world like Marcera, the local government's personal information database may only be updated once every 10 years. For Augustus's Umoyan agents and the Ogbo intelligence personnel they trained, it is easy to forge information. The registration location of the personal information ID is far away from Marcera, and these people do exist. Much earlier than the Terran Federation Security Bureau knew, the Umoyan agents integrated into the local society in various identities. Once the Umoyan agents killed a Federation person of similar size and used chemical agents to destroy the body, their nano-disguise masks would disguise the face of the dead person until the Umoyan agents found the next target, and the previous person killed would be confirmed as missing. By disguising themselves as colonists, more than 200 agents and astute revolutionary soldiers have now successfully settled in Echo Town and 2 other nearby towns, spreading ideas in secret through various means, and recruiting new members of the Pan-Terran Revolutionary Party. Augustus believes that in time, as more and more residents of the town join the Revolutionary Party and are infected by revolutionary ideas, this will become a solid position for the Revolutionary Army. With the help of Umoyan, Augustus also obtained an identity that was almost flawless. Even if someone went to the registration point of the identity to investigate, the life trajectory they obtained would be consistent with Augustus' description. And if someone wanted to confirm Augustus' identity through retina, fingerprints and higher-level genetic identification methods, Augustus still had many ways to deal with it. Your resume is excellent. Judge Ada took a terminal computer from the side and looked up Augustus's information in the Federal Citizen Information Database, but I'm very confused. The treatment of the Tarsinus Police Department is much better than that of marginal colonies like Marcera. Even the local sheriffs and capable police chiefs will immediately apply for transfer to Tarsinus or other main star worlds once they have achieved some results. Why did you give up a better job and go to Marcera to be a small sheriff? He stared at Augustus' eyes, trying to find any signs of panic in them. Although it's impolite, I still have to say, I have met many people from the core world, Sarah. Most of them are excellent, but in fact they are villains who have to flee here because of crimes, or anti-government activists who are escaping political persecution. So, what kind of person are you? Thanks for voting. I was locked outside for an afternoon today because I didn't bring my key, so I came back to write in a hurry. Too funny. Chapter 167 Letting the Wolf In. I'm just a law-abiding citizen of the Federation. The Umoyan nano mask on Augustus's face simulated a majestic male face with a strict beard. His eyes were firm, but sometimes melancholy, and his voice was deep, which vividly portrayed a Hemingway-style tough guy who had been through many hardships, but still survived the storms. The identity represented by this face was already 42 years old. When he was young, he had served in the Federation Marine Corps. Then he served as a sheriff in 3 Federation colonies and interstellar orbital living stations, but he was forced to leave before his 5-year term. He had 2 wives and 2 daughters, but they all died of illness, traffic accidents and the Battle of Kalian. Tarsinus is far from being as good as you think. Even in the Tarsinus Police Department, which should be the most impartial in law enforcement, corruption and money for power transactions are rampant, and bribery is everywhere. Tarsinus is too prosperous. It is a towering tree with flowers on its branches, but the roots that support it are rotten. Augustus tightened the front of his cloak, and the scar under his eye trembled with his subtle facial expression, like a winding snake. The government of the Terran Federation is much more corrupt than it was 30 years ago. The uprisings of the Antigua and the Ka people explain many problems. Then I thought that, although the crime rate and economy of the marginal world are far inferior to Tarsinus, at least there is some justice here. Someone told me that only Marcera has some good people, and they will definitely give me a suitable job. Augustus' hoarse voice and sad facial expression infected Judge Ida. He searched through the personal ID card attached to the application form and retrieved some information from the federal data network with the authority of a judge. Augustus's experience with this identity was not legendary. Apart from solving several major cases, he was conscientious in his duties. But he was very unlucky. After working in a police station for a few years, there would always be major incidents of government officials being assassinated and important documents being copied and transcribed. No one knew that the owner of this identity was a Umayan shadow guard from the beginning, a heroic agent who used powerful psychic powers to control people's hearts. Oh, you should be glad that there are no federal agents or secret police from the parliament here. Otherwise they would define you as a terrorist and rebel because of what you said. Then, Judge Ada motioned Augustus to sit down. Please sit down, Mr. Caesar. Your last name must come from the ancient earth. I have read many books about ancient figures. Judge Ada was very satisfied with Augustus' resume and conversation, and no longer rejected him from the beginning. Most fugitives who mixed with Marcera could only buy false identities from friends or merchants at grey ports, but as long as they compared the database, they could easily find something wrong. If I'm not mistaken, Caesar is a noble surname, and Caesar the Great came from that family. Yes, my father always wanted me to become an emperor before he died, which was his lifelong regret. Augustus smiled softly, humorously. Well, I'll think about it. Judge Ada's words made Augustus frown, but he only thought about it for less than a second and said, you graduated from the Tarcinus Police Academy and have met the minimum requirements to become a police officer. You are a federal citizen. Your health report is also fine. You have no overdue loans. Your personal credit is good. And you have no record of drug abuse. Judge Ada listed the basic requirements to become a police officer one by one. Of course, even if these conditions cannot be met, a criminal can become a police officer as long as he has a friend who works in the court and can afford the pardon money. In view of your outstanding resume, I can apply for an exception to let you skip the identity of police officer and sheriff and become a sheriff directly. Then Judge Ada said to Augustus, at the same time, you also need to understand. Your direct superior is actually the judicial officer of Hero Continent, and I'm just a judge in the Echo Town Court. I recruited the sheriff in the name of the judicial officer, but we don't actually have a direct relationship. His tone softened. We will need to help each other in the future. The judge and the sheriff are actually equivalent to the mutually beneficial cooperative symbiosis between the thorns and the thorn moths of Marcera. I can help you to fight the lawsuit, and all you have to do is to arrest people. After the court judges their crimes, the prisoners will be sent to LNDO prison. The sheriff is equivalent to the highest law enforcement officer of one or several nearby towns. He is the direct report of the sheriff. His main responsibility is to maintain the stability of the jurisdiction. In some cases, he can also replace the judge to formulate laws based on the federal constitution and the current immigration laws based on the actual situation of the local area. In some remote areas of Marcera, if there is only one sheriff in the area, his authority is also equivalent to that of a sheriff. In the marginal colonies farther away from the core world, the sheriff is equivalent to the sheriff of the area. They are actually the same position. The judicial officer is equivalent to the highest executive officer of a region, who is the promulgator and enforcer of the law. Sheriffs like Augustus are the law enforcers under them. In places like Marcera, sheriffs often bear more responsibilities, and many sheriffs who drive vulture cars and enforce the law alone are really like cowboys in the West. These humane systems are the legacy of the early pioneering and enterprising colonial era of the Terran Federation. During the 70 years of the colonial era praised by later generations, the far-sighted and pioneering senior officials of the Federation Parliament gave many freedoms to the marginal colonies and established the most extensive and powerful human regime in the Kaprulu sector. However, with the formation of the Genesis family's monopoly capitalist system and the gradual corruption and degeneration of the Federation Parliament, many policies that are conducive to the development of colonies have been abolished, power has been taken back by the central government again, and the people of the colonies have become the objects of exploitation and slavery. The people of the entire Terran Federation are looking forward to the good times more than 100 years ago, and that has long become a beautiful script praised by epic operas in the Tarsinus Opera House. There are no other problems. You must have a fixed address, whether it is through a mortgage agreement or a temporary rental, as long as you can go to get off work on time. You can go through the entry procedures and sign the contract. Judge Ada said. The probation period is 1 month. No matter if you are a barbarian from Agria or a businessman from Herms, if you can't perform the duties of a sheriff, I will kick your ass and let you go. Do you understand? There will never be such a time. Augustus's confident and firm expression made Judge Ada turn his anger into laughter. Very good. Judge Ada said, in the fastest case, you can go to the Echo Town Police Department to collect your uniform, police badge and sheriff badge after 1 standard Earth week. You can recruit 2 more sheriffs and police officers within the salary allocated by the town government, because there are really not enough people. Is this a recent problem, or has it been there for a long time? Augustus asked Judge Ada. There has always been a shortage of manpower. Not many people want to get paid a pittance to chase criminals and murderers in the desert. Almost everyone here has a gun, and even children who don't look threatening are not easy to mess with. To be honest, when no one has applied for the position of sheriff or even sheriff for more than a month, I simply can't refuse you. Judge Ada seemed relieved. It seems that you have just arrived in Echo Town. To be honest, I was worried that you couldn't deal with these rough Marcera people. I'm reasonable. Augustus took out a revolver from his pocket. If they want to challenge the authority of the federal sheriff, then they'd better pray that they can escape faster than my vulture car and bullets. I also want to know, what should I do if I hire too many police officers, more than the number that the town government can provide? Augustus asked. If you can pay their salaries on behalf of the government, or let these people voluntarily reduce their salaries to follow you, then this is all possible. Judge Ada said, and pondered for a moment. Are you worried that it's not enough to deal with those gangs? Then you can try to apply for a colonial militia. I see. Augustus smiled on his bearded face. This is why Augustus wants to be a sheriff. If nothing goes wrong, he will be able to obtain considerable power. This will help Augustus further control Hero and spread the revolutionary ideas of the revolutionary army here, with workers, farmers and new nobles who have risen due to new industries as the main propaganda targets. Sheriff is not Augustus's ultimate goal. If everything goes well, and he stays in Marcerado for a longer period of time, he can control more areas. Although Augustus accepted the recruitment and became a Marcera sheriff, he did not plan to stay on this planet for long. Now the Revolutionary Army fleet is a wandering lonely army. Once discovered, the Federation fleet will come from all over the Caprulu sector to encircle and suppress it. This is determined. Although the Revolutionary Army does need a base, they must move to other planets every once in a while. Every time they arrive at a place, the Revolutionary Army will leave behind some Pan-Terran Revolutionary Party backbones and Revolutionary Army soldiers to establish a secret base and take away the recruits recruited on the planet. The remaining Revolutionary Army will form a planetary guerrilla force to spread revolutionary ideas on the planet and recruit new party members and Revolutionary Army soldiers. In the remaining 3 months of Augustus's plan in 2489, he plans to rest and recuperate in Marcera for a while and accumulate some wealth by mining crystal mines. By 2490, Augustus will go to the Kel-morian Federation to replenish ships. There are about 4,000 Revolutionary Army soldiers disguised as miners on the surface of Marcera, and the food they need for life comes from the Echo Town market. In the Revolutionary Army fleet in space, in addition to the 6 ships that Warfield has taken to Umagen, there are 8 warships and about 40,000 Revolutionary Army soldiers. The battlecruiser does not have a self-sufficient ecological circulation system, food synthesis factory or hydroponic plant farm, which means that every 2 to 3 months, Augustus's logistics officer must go to various cities in Marcera to buy food. However, with the Federation fleet constantly searching for the Revolutionary fleet in the Federation territory, such a huge amount of food purchases will inevitably arouse suspicion. Currently, Augustus's logistics officer uses a disguised businessman to purchase food and other supplies from the capital of Marcella and 2 other large supermarkets, but this is not a long-term solution after all. Then, Judge Ada tapped the table with his fingers and his voice became lower. Although it is strange, after Sheriff Thomas died in the line of duty, the law and order in Echo Town has improved a lot. Sheriff McAllen also reported that several hateful gangs withdrew from Echo Town and moved their headquarters to other towns. This is a rare thing. After all, those villains and hooligans will only put away their hands that they shouldn't have extended when they are hurt. He looked at Augustus and said, at the same time as the crime rate has dropped significantly, reports of missing persons have also increased dramatically. Even though many cities have a considerable number of migrant populations, this is sensational. I hope the first thing you do after taking office is to investigate this strange thing. It sounds very tricky. Augustus knew the reasons for the drop in crime rate and the disappearances, because that was what he did. I will deal with this matter as soon as possible. Very good. Judge Ada stood up happily. Then I'm just waiting for your good news. These have not been peaceful in recent years, with 4 years of war, rebels, and witchcraft cults in the marginal world. Although no one here believes that the group of stray dogs who escaped from Tartarus could come to Marcera, you must pay attention to those who walk stealthily and have unknown origins. Judge Ada did not know that Augustus was the owner of the mine. The person who registered the identity of the mine owner locally was one of his Umoyan consultants. There is a newly built mine not far from Echo Town. The miners there are all from Agria. Well, I think you should keep an eye on them. I'll keep an eye on them. Augustus said, I have always hated the Korhal rebels. Those scum will definitely pay the price for their betrayal. To be honest, I still sympathize with the ordinary people of Korhal. The fault is not with them, but with the few rebels who coerced them into rebellion. Judge Ada nodded. I admire you very much. I originally wanted to invite you to have a drink at the Zenning bar. It is the best bar here, small but quiet, suitable for talking about work. But it's still working hours now, so we can only make an appointment next time. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future. I hope we can become good friends. Augustus shook hands with Judge Ada, said goodbye, and then walked towards Renault and others at the door. Is it done? Renault had been waiting impatiently. Everything is going well. Augustus put his arm around Renault's shoulder. Jimmy, let's go to the bar for a drink. Just like in the past, I'll pay the bill. Where to? Renault smiled. Good brother, just point this. I will follow you to the ends of the earth. Judge Ada said that the local Jennings bar is good. Let's go there. When Augustus, Renault, Corporal Faraday and more than 20 other revolutionary soldiers arrived at Jennings bar, the seats were soon insufficient. Jennings bar is a clear bar with a cleaner layout, without so many dazzling lights and noisy music. The owner is a middle-aged man wearing glasses. From his words and conversation, it can be seen that he should have received aristocratic education in the core world and understands many etiquettes among Tartarus nobles. But there is no number 8 whiskey here. Augustus sat at a table with the listless Renault and Corporal Faraday, drinking port wine that Augustus himself liked. Although Renault was not interested, he also accepted all alcoholic drinks. Originally, Renault was just drinking the wine in his glass until a tall girl from Marcera came into his sight. She was probably only slightly younger than Renault, with a slim figure, wearing light-colored trousers and a windbreaker robe, and had light brown skin from the scorching sun of Marcera. She was very beautiful, with a natural beauty that had neither the heavy makeup of colonial women nor the unnatural traces left by laser surgery on noble women in the core world. The girl was very beautiful, and she quickly attracted Renault's attention. I must have seen her somewhere. Renault looked at the girl standing at the door and whispered to Augustus next to him. This is my ideal type. How should I say it in righteous words? In this broken place of Marcera, roses are grown in the toilet. Hey, little girl standing at the door, my friend wants to know your name. Augustus put his arm around Renault's arm and laughed. Lydia Elizabeth. The girl looked at them and smiled naturally. Cowboys, welcome to my town. Lydia Elizabeth had long blonde hair, white and neat teeth when she smiled, and blue eyes that were bluer than the sky. Thanks for voting. Elizabeth was Renault's wife and the mother of Johnny, Renault. They met 7 years earlier. Chapter 168 The Thief Cries Thief. Echo Town, in front of the immigration police station. August 28th. 2489, 9 AM. Aside from the instinctive imagination of humans for the blue sky, the pure orange-gray sky of Mars Era has a unique psychedelic beauty of an alien world. Deserts, red thorn forests, dust oceans, canyons, dry rivers piled with ginger-colored sediments, lush fields between large irrigation machines and underground canals, and rugged towns located in them. The architectural style of Echo Town is different from Augustus's limestone and marble buildings on the equally desolate Kel-morian planet Mengsk. It is difficult for him to see a standard modular building in the town, and the bizarre illegal buildings remind Augustus all the time that he lacks the most basic understanding of the heights that human architectural art can reach. Outside the low two-story courtyard building of the immigration police station, there is a crooked round tower, which looks like someone has stacked a dozen discs together at random. Whenever the wind starts to blow, this strangely shaped round tower will make a sound of steel frame shaking, which makes people always wonder when it will collapse. The exquisite small house with white walls and grey tiles is a post office that delivers paper letters and freight express. Several capsule hotels with chimney-like spires pierce the sky. A few hundred yards away from where Augustus is standing now, there is a local bar that is shrouded in purple and pink halos even in the daytime, looking like a cut starfish. Above the bar is a huge holographic projection, which is a sexy and hot pink-haired girl wearing a Federal X-Star bra, with only an inch-wide silk rope tied to her lower body. When Augustus jumped off the seat of his vulture car, the people in the vulture cars behind him also got off and stood behind him. This time, Augustus no longer paraded through the streets with dozens of Revolutionary Army soldiers. Behind him were only Raynor, Titus, Corporal Faraday, and Sergeant Mirahan, a Revolutionary Army recruit who had just been transferred from the Revolutionary Army recruit training camp to the Guards Company. Currently, Augustus has officers and political commissars operating the 3 mines in Mars Era. The Revolutionary Army also has a think tank composed of staff officers and Umoyan consultants, as well as an officer corps composed of lieutenants. He doesn't have to put so much pressure on himself, and stays in his office all day to deal with documents. Pushing open the old-fashioned swing-style composite wooden door of the Echo Town police station, Augustus could see dozens of wanted posters nailed to the wall at first glance, and some of the wanted posters even had crosses drawn on them in red ink. As expected, the wanted posters for Augustus and his father Angus were placed in the most conspicuous position, with slogans like scum, traitors, and riot makers written on them by police officers like graffiti. However, Augustus' wanted poster was completely different from his current appearance. It was difficult for others to associate his image in the barracks with the current middle-aged man with a thick beard. There were several police officers sitting behind their desks in the police station. They were all wearing khaki uniforms and hats that looked very similar to cowboy hats, with police badges of eagles and 5-pointed stars on them. If you want to report a case, please follow the standard procedure and report it to our operator first, and let the intelligent robot handle it. If you are here to cause trouble, then we can kill you now. A police officer with short sandy blonde hair walked towards Augustus, with no smile on his face with several scars. This was Augustus' first day at work. Although the immigration police station must have received the news that Augustus was about to take office and got Augustus's photo, it now seemed that the police officer did not recognize the new sheriff. However, Augustus did not look like he was here to take office. Titus, who was following behind him, was fierce and looked like a desperate criminal who had committed several murders. "I'm the new Sheriff Caesar. Here are my police ID and badge." Augustus couldn't get angry about this. He just took out his ID and handed it to the other party. There was a golden bronze 5-pointed star between Augustus's round badge, and the edge was engraved with regular English letters. Federal Sheriff Marcera. "I'm sorry I didn't recognize you, Sheriff. Sheriff McAllen is in the inner office." The police officer with sandy blonde hair said to Augustus. "What's your name, young man?" Augustus asked him as he walked past the police officer. Chris Elder." The police officer looked into Augustus' eyes and didn't flinch. "Your future has unlimited possibilities, Mr. Chris. As long as you work hard, you will get the opportunity to become a police officer sooner or later." Augustus patted his shoulder and then looked at Renault and others behind him. Augustus was not pretending. In fact, he would say this to almost all the revolutionary soldiers who could talk to him for a few words. It has almost become a conditioned reflex. These are some of my new recruits. Time waits for no one. I've already started looking for new candidates before I took office. Some of them are my old subordinates when I was the sheriff. Then Augustus led Raynor and others past Officer Chris, and they all greeted the officer who stood upright. Is today your lucky day, you hairless little bastard? Ty just knocked the officer away with his shoulder, causing him to stagger back. Except for the new recruit Mirahan, everyone else had their faces adjusted with nanomasks, their skin became darker, they had a few more scars, and even their facial bone structure was adjusted. But no matter how they were adjusted, their faces became more fierce without exception. This guy is a bastard, just ignore him. Raynor smiled, feeling very proud. Renault has been in a very good mood these days. After meeting Lady Elizabeth at the Genine Bar last time, he first used a free glass of lemonade to win her friendship, and then casually talked about some little things in the Federal Army that were not worth mentioning. Even after being dressed up with a nano mask, Renault's face is closer to another him 10 years later, and any Marcera girl of this age should like Renault's humorous conversation and his resolute expression, and Liddy was attracted to Renault as expected, while Augustus and others had to worry about how to stop the other party's father who might rush in at any time. It can be predicted that Renault will be able to please Elizabeth, as long as he spends some time. And from Augustus' understanding of Renault, he is probably a loyal man. You have angered the big bad wolf of Marcera, and you are in big trouble. Mirahan wore a vest with many pockets, and a pair of sunglasses used to deal with the dazzling sunlight of Marcera were tied on her pink hair, and her beautiful eyes kept turning. Our superior never cares about these trivial matters. Faraday's expression was unusually serious. The man who just walked past you is a great man who is about to create an era. He is a giant thousands of feet tall. His eyes can see countless times farther than ours. He will not care about the small stone under your feet. Officer Chris felt confused. He watched his immediate superior who was airborne walk into the inner office of the police station with a group of strange subordinates. Even if he messed up his hair, he couldn't figure out why. When Augustus walked into the inner office, Sheriff McCallan was dozing with his cheek in one hand, and the fat and rosy cheek skin overflowed from the gaps between his fingers. Our respected sheriff must have been fighting fiercely with the enemy in his dream. His brows were furrowed, and he was unaware of the movement at the door. Ahem. Augustus coughed, but Sheriff McCallan still did not wake up. Seeing this, Ty just calmly lit a cheap brand of cigar in the office, then walked in front of McCallan and lit the hot cigarette, but on his forehead, which was piled with layers of fat. Ouch. Sheriff McCallan immediately jumped up, his light blue eyes widened, and his fierce eyes were like an angry lion. Who? He roared, and his tone was no less than that of a lion with the same fat body as him. You bastard born by a bitch mother, I will put you in an Audi prison. Teach our sheriff a lesson. Before Titus could get angry, Augustus looked at Renault next to him, who immediately took out his Colt revolver and pointed it at Sheriff McCallan's head. How did you thugs get in here? No matter how you threaten me, you can't get the combination of even one safe from me. McCallan immediately realized his situation. He finally came to his senses and began to identify Augustus's appearance, comparing him with the faces of those wanted criminals that he knew by heart. Are you the new sheriff? The sheriff's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. I'm Sheriff McCallan. This is my negligence. Last night I received a report that robbers were going to attack the small town bank and were waiting there all night. His greasy face showed his signature smile in the officialdom. Then I blamed you wrongly. Augustus threw his holsters containing his double revolvers on Sheriff McCallan's desk without asking whether this was true. Sit down. Please sit down. Sheriff McCallan is almost 50 years old this year, and he will retire in 6 or 7 years. He has a long career, and became a federal police officer at almost the same time as the oldest sheriff in Hilo. If nothing unexpected happened, if Augustus had not suddenly replaced McCallan, Judge Ada, who had no one available, would have let the only sheriff in the town take over the position of sheriff. I want you to sit down. McCallan gave up his position. He was not a weak and incompetent sheriff who was domineering in a small place. Although the photo of his youth on the wall had nothing to do with being romantic, he still had a strong and capable physique. However, obesity itself is still quite common among the police in the Terran Federation, especially for sheriffs like McAllen who gradually retreated behind the scenes due to age issues. No, I have my own office. Augustus waved his hand. He had already learned about McAllen from Judge Ada. When he was young, he was also a tough guy who hated evil. As he got closer to retirement age, some scars he had in his youth could only make him retreat to the second line. Sheriff McAllen, who was famous for his hatred of criminals and foul language, eventually lost to donuts, carbonated drinks and other carbohydrate foods that would quickly deform his body shape after relaxing, and became increasingly obese. Of course. Sheriff McAllen smiled and said, "This is your territory now." The former sheriff's office is right next to it. He's quite reasonable. At this time, Titus whispered to Raynor in a voice that everyone could hear, "Otherwise I will make him regret being born into this world." "You're right." Raynor agreed. McAllen then looked at Raynor and others behind Augustus. His eyes, no longer the same as before but still sharp, saw that Titus and Raynor were definitely not good people, and Mirahan, who was bored and eating gum and blowing bubbles, was just a little gangster. As for Corporal Faraday, his attire and the aura he showed were too sparse and ordinary, and he looked like an ordinary and unknown young man. "They are my newly recruited police officers. You will be needed to help them with the onboarding procedures. There is no point in saying more. I just want to remind you that from now on, there is only one person who keeps his word in the Echo Town Police Department, and that is me." Augustus flicked the dust off himself. "I don't want a respected sheriff to have to rely on early retirement to protect his reputation." Augustus sighed heavily and changed the subject. "This place needs to be rectified. Yes, the professional quality of the police officers does need to be improved." Sheriff McAllen realized that his subordinates may have left a bad impression on the new sheriff, but they are still young, and they can still learn. "That's not what I'm talking about," Augustus said. "I think there are still too few police officers here. We need to recruit more people." He made an unquestionable conclusion. "Well, there are still 69 vacancies now, and there is also a shortage of hangar managers." McAllen asked, "How many people do you want to recruit?" "Recruit 200 people first," Augustus said shockingly. "That's impossible." McAllen immediately reacted and reminded Augustus that he was dreaming. "We can't afford that much salary. Besides, this is not your first time in the industry, a government employee, especially in a small place like Marcera, that is almost forgotten by Tarsinus. We all know that the federal government is the largest and most vicious vampire in the entire Terran Federation. They may be able to send me to prison for these words, but the government is just stingy and hopeless. They don't often delay salaries, but they always pay very little, and it has been getting less and less over the years. In Marcera, only those who are blinded by justice will become police officers, because the income is not as good as the previous factory worker, but they have to risk being shot in the head. Even if we have so much money, we can't recruit people." McAllen's words were true. "Don't worry about this." "How many sets of power armor are there in the arsenal?" Augustus asked again. 22 sets of CMC-200. McAllen said, "and these are the junk that were eliminated from the military camp and given to the local police. Don't worry about it." Augustus shook his head again. "In a few days, he will be able to lead a company of revolutionary troops to gallop on the land of Marcera openly. We don't need so many people. Echo Town is just a small town." McAllen said doubtfully. "Rebels," Augustus said righteously. "Remote colonies like Marcera are the most likely places for rebels to hide. In order to deal with these rebels, we must strengthen the local defense force. I also need to know if there are any hard bones to chew nearby or the nest of some local snakes, not to mention the Pegasus Brotherhood." Then, Augustus thought of something and asked, "There is one." McAllen thought for a while and answered, "There is a canyon in the desert known as a death zone. It is also the only way for many people to travel between the capital district and the Shiloh district. It is also the place with the most criminals. We call that canyon the Purgatory Corridor. According to people from other police stations, there is a special rare crystal mine underground there. The electric pulses released by the crystal mine disrupt the magnetic field and electric pulse signals, making it almost impossible to communicate with the outside world. It is also the best place for criminals to hide. Can you be sure that the source of the disturbance must come from the rare crystal mine? Augustus asked casually, but now he is concentrating. I don't know. Sheriff McAllen was stunned by the question. What else could it be? Thanks for voting. Chapter 169. Purgatory Corridor. 2489, 7 AM. Echo Town, Sheriff's Office, Temporary Command Center for the Anti-Gang Operation. Mittel Severa, the leader of the Pegasus Brotherhood, committed suicide by shooting himself in our final roundup. All his personal terminals, electronic products, and old records have been destroyed. Titus Finley was wearing a khaki immigration police uniform, with an electromagnetic pistol on his waist and a rough and vicious face under a wide-brimmed high-top cowboy hat. Titus pressed a wanted warrant in front of Augustus with one hand, pulled out a shiny blood-grooved dagger from the dagger sheath on his waist, and nailed it to the table. This also means that it will be difficult to find the boss behind this notorious drug trafficking organization or to catch a larger criminal group. Not bad, Sheriff Titus. Augustus took some effort to pull out the dagger nailed to the desk and looked at the photo on the wanted warrant that had been stained with blood. Has no one ever told you that you have the talent to be a policeman? It's just a show. Titus said nonchalantly. If you let me be a police officer, I will definitely think about getting some benefits from the weapons warehouse or supply station. But if you pay me to play a policeman, I will still be happy. I think it's not difficult, as long as you can control your bad temper and your habit of stealing. Augustus threw the dagger to Titus, and then tore off a wanted poster nailed to the wall. So far, there are only a few wanted criminals in the whole Federation. In addition to the new drug lord emerging in the Port of the Dead, Augustus and his father Angus are also on the wanted poster. Maybe. Titus lit a cigar. We have cleared out all the gangs in this town. Even those hooligans who were walking on the streets doing nothing were taught a lesson. Titus suddenly laughed. I think it's funny when I think of the gangs seeing more than 100 Revolutionary Army guys in power armor blocking their doorsteps. They probably only have this one chance in their lives to see such a big scene. For Augustus, who has a Revolutionary Army, it is still easy to clear out the gang forces in a small town. Augustus has several ghost agents captured from Victor V with their excellent telepathic abilities. The underground grey network in Echo Town is nowhere to hide. Then the well-trained Revolutionary Army can disguise themselves as police and strike hard. Now the Echo Town Police Department nominally has nearly 200 police officers, but in fact, Augustus only needs to issue a few more police uniforms, and the police force that can be mobilized will be much more than the actual number. We have wiped out the Yibu family. We have brought back the gang leader and his blonde mistress. At this time, Renault pushed open the door of the sheriff's office again. We also brought back a lot of addictive white powder. It looks like a kind of enhancer drug. It should also be able to enhance sexual performance. Do you want to check the goods? Renault walked in with a strong step and put a bag of drugs and a wanted order on the table. No, I bet Titus will need this. Augustus picked up the wanted order. Let Corporal Faraday calculate how much it is worth. This is a great achievement. He said, this is the last gang leader. Yes, the others have almost all run away. Now the wind is tight. Everyone knows that the iron-faced and selfless Sheriff Agrea has come to Echo Town. He has a battalion of fully armed police officers under him, using Rattler electromagnetic cannons to clear the way. Renault said, and took a chair and sat down opposite Augustus, while Titus had already walked out with a happy whistle to find some fun. I've captured quite a few people, all of them scum with notorious records. As for the rest, I've sent them back to their homes and their mothers. After all, can the prison in Echo Town still accommodate so many people? The prison is already overcrowded with more than 200 people. I heard that many people have suffered in there. Augustus picked up the internal terminal in the office. Sheriff McAllen, arrange a few hovercrafts to send the criminals to the mining area. Yes, it's the Mont Canyon mine. I have signed an agreement with the owner of the mine. We provide them with cheap labor, and the mine pays with unrefined Adian crystals. I know the owner is from Umoyan, but that doesn't matter. The diplomatic conflict between the Umoyan United States and the government has nothing to do with us. I will take all the responsibilities. If there is a problem, let the hero state attorney come to me. This is a good business. When Augustus hung up the phone, Renault said with a smile. We punish evil and maintain order, and then throw those villains to the mining area to let them mine, and atone for their sins. Now the streets of Echo Town are all covered with the police station sweeping away gangsters and eliminating evil slogan. Anonymous reports are awarded. Let's build a better Marcera. In the past 2 weeks, the town residents could hear fierce gunfire from time to time and watch the police officers marching in neat steps like an army under the leadership of the fierce Sheriff Titus rampaging through the town. During this period, even the most arrogant villains would tremble at the sight of police uniforms. The number of police officers in Echo Town is so large that there are police officers patrolling every street in vulture cars or Marcera ponies, and there are checkpoints for checking federal ID cards at every intersection. For a while, some wanted criminals who were in a state of panic were forced to surrender voluntarily. The new sheriff cleared out the gangs and hooligans of all sizes in Echo Town with unprecedented force. His iron-fisted approach to dealing with the villains was praised by people, and he won the praise of the Echo Town residents for his public remarks that the federal police are servants of the people. Soon, Augustus's revolutionary army actually controlled Echo Town as a police force. This is called squeezing out value. Augustus clasped his hands together and rested his elbows on the table. As for those death row prisoners, the scientists at Cerberus, who are studying limb modification and neural control, will definitely be interested. Augustus has fully controlled Cerberus Biological Corporation, which will manufacture future war dogs, and transferred its main researchers to a scientific research base in a distant galaxy of the Umoyan National Defense Army. Aren't they already studying the alien creatures on Victor V? What did the Cerberus people get from those monsters? Raynor seemed to remember something. 2 studies on Zerg and humans are being carried out at the same time. Augustus replied, by studying the Zerg's shell, they improved the armor of the battle cruiser and made it tougher. New discoveries like this continue one after another, but there are only a few available Zerg specimens left, and the lack of living Zerg has also stalled the project to control the Zerg. In general, we still need to obtain more Zerg samples to support the further research of the Cerberus project team, he said. What is certain is that the Federation must have a lot of Zerg samples in its collection, and it may even be keeping a lot of them alive like wild animals. No matter how dirty the federal government does, it won't surprise anyone. Renault agreed. At least we already have a lot of evidence of the Federation's crimes. Augustus stood up, took a cloak from the hanger, and turned to look at the map hanging on the wall behind him. As long as we have enough evidence, our evolutionary comrades at the headquarters can once again expose the crimes and ugliness of the federal government to the entire Terran Federation through television. That Mike Liberty has already got a column in the Morning News, and he sneers at the federal government every day. Renault walked around the desk to Augustus' side and looked at the map of Hero Continent. Although I admire him very much, how did he survive until now, when he didn't give face to those senior federal officials? The Tagore family and the Hot family have blocked a lot of dangers for him, and as long as Mike doesn't expose the scandal of a certain creation family, he will be safe. Augustus smoothed the wrinkles on the map with his hand. I think he can't help it. Raynor followed Augustus's gaze and looked at a corner of the map. The Purgatory Corridor, between the Ridge Plain and the gray-spotted wasteland. The exit is a serrage desert, which is 200 miles away from Echo Town and even farther from our camp. According to the initial survey records, the crystal mine reserves in the Purgatory Corridor can be equivalent to 1/10 of the total reserves of Marcera, but because the interference of those bangs is very strong, electronic equipment cannot work. Raynor looked at the map. A more fantastic theory is that anyone who passes through the Purgatory Corridor will see bizarre scenes inside, such as chaotic whispers and strange images of planetary destruction. This is because a new religion with many believers has been born, believing in the so-called goddess of death and worshipping witchcraft. I believe that this is a psychic behind the scenes, or a criminal group or pirate hidden in it deliberately spreads it to create panic, so that people dare not approach. Augustus gestured slowly on the map. The 2 ghost agents I sent out have discovered at least 4 different forces and organizations in the Purgatory Corridor. The Chimera pirates have a scientific research base in the Purgatory Corridor. They kidnapped a dozen archaeology doctors and alien biologists from Tarsinus University to study the strange phenomenon of rare crystal mines releasing strong electrical pulse signals in the scientific research base. The Federal Resistance has 2 mobile bases there. There is a new Trinidad pirate scrap recycling station on the edge of the Purgatory Corridor. In the center stands a mining base of the Kel-morian Federation. Kel-morians? Raynor knew the style of the Kel-morian Union quite well. If the United States of Umoyan had many scientific research stations and flying fortresses in the Kaprulu sector, then Kel-morians might appear in any land rich in minerals. Because Kel-morians were like potatoes in the soil, they could suddenly pop out from any corner at any time, holding a piece of crystal and shouting in a rough voice that it belonged to them. They are really brave. This is one of the core worlds of the Terran Federation. This is stealing. No matter what, we have to take this place. Augustus had a hunch that the strange phenomenon in the Purgatory Corridor was caused by the fragments of the Zelnagar artifact. As long as the artifact was excavated, he could also successfully obtain a rich mine. Send the Revolutionary Army Marines in the fleet. With only 2 battalions of Rangers and a few arc-light tanks, I can clear out the pirates and Kel-morians entrenched in the Purgatory Corridor. Raynor said. No, the orbiting satellite on Marcera can easily capture the movements of our troops on the plains. Augustus had already thought of an action plan. A battalion of Marines will be divided into smaller units, with squads as the smallest unit, and enter the Purgatory Corridor in batches within a week. They will gather at the preset assembly point to set up camp. He marked on the map with a marker pen. After that, I will lead the troops disguised as police to join them. Step by step. First establish multiple outposts and supply stations in the Purgatory Corridor, and then gradually eliminate or expel the forces inside. Then, we may need to hire some archaeologists and professional teams engaged in related work to solve the mystery of the Purgatory Corridor. Have you chosen anyone? Raynor said and shook his head again. Since you already have a plan, you must have thought of even the details. The main thing is to recruit people in Umoyan, and then find some young archaeologists in the Terran Federation, who are young and energetic, but have not yet made a name for themselves. As long as they are not spies of the Federation, there will be no problem. 7 days later, the Ridge Plains, the entrance to the Purgatory Corridor. The Purgatory Corridor, the only road from one desert to another, the paradise of the Marcera Villains and the hell on earth. In the vast desert with jagged rocks, howling winds blow up yellow sand all over the sky. The temperature had reached 104 degrees Fahrenheit, and the dazzling sun continued to emit scorching rays. Only some tenacious Sarah crabs were still turning over sand and stones. It was hot and dry, and there was no one living. Hundreds of vultures were speeding on the red land of the ridge plain. These hoverbikes were like light leaves on the desert, and the propellers raised dust that covered the sky. Augustus's vulture stopped after a beautiful turn. With bursts of engine hums, more vultures stopped with a sudden brake. This is a deadly hell. Ty just stood behind Augustus and pulled down his sunglasses. The Purgatory Corridor is a 1,600-mile long canyon. The sand at the entrance is full of the bones of people and livestock. The howling wind seemed to be howling by tens of millions of evil spirits. Going deep into this terrible place of death is full of risks. Most of the people who died inside were lost because of compass failure and personal tracking and positioning devices not working properly. Some were kidnapped and killed by the robbers inside. Augustus said to his subordinates, "This operation is likely to be difficult." After entering the Purgatory Corridor, the first thing we have to deal with is the Chimera pirates. The Chimera pirates are accustomed to using fast assault ships and high-tech weapons to attack their targets in the interstellar trade routes. Sometimes they even raid the outposts and interstellar ports of the Terran Federation. I heard that the Chimera pirates like to collect high-tech parts of weapons and warships. Maybe we can impress them in this regard and avoid a bloody conflict. Corporal Faraday next to Augustus suggested. Or kill them. Ty just bit a cigar. All the collections of the Chimera pirates will belong to us. By the way, this Mike Liberty is a character in the official novel and also appears in the comics. He is the predecessor of our female host Kate Rockwell. Kate was influenced by him and learned part of the truth, so she would side with the Rangers and imply the Empire. Her character of telling the truth and making a fool of herself should be the same. By the way, I feel nauseous and carsick when I look at my phone in the car. I can't write more than 500 words in 2 hours. It's a bit uncomfortable. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Chimera Pirates. On September 20th, 2489, the Augustus convoy was speeding about 40 miles into the Purgatory Corridor. The Purgatory Corridor is a wide canyon with rock walls over 1,000 feet high. The air inside is dry and the land is as solid as hardened stone. Sand mixed with yellow bone pieces and metal fragments and tree-shaped thorns more than 10 feet high are the only scenes that make up this monotonous world. Even the wind is hot, as if it can blow away all the moisture in the human body. The vast area of ridge plain Purgatory Corridor Grey Spot Wasteland has not seen rainfall for many standard years. Only the most tenacious local species are still hiding underground and struggling to survive. Even the most adaptable Mars-era immigrants will not build a home in this extremely desolate area. It takes a lot of unnecessary effort to take root and feed their families in this land of death, and a sudden sandstorm or a bandit attack can turn the immigrant savings into nothing. Augustus and Renault's vultures were in the front, followed by a large group of vultures. In Augustus' eyes, the scenery he saw during the 40-mile journey had hardly changed. He had not seen anything else except sand, thorns, and sedimentary rock layers exposed on the ground. Along the way, they passed 3 or 4 Revolutionary Army outposts. Each outpost was welded with glass steel plates by space engineering vehicles. They were several miles apart and had enough food and ammunition for a month. Since all radio communication equipment would fail or be inaccurate once entering the Purgatory Corridor, all outposts, forward bases, and camps had optical cables laid to communicate. After driving 60 miles, Augustus's convoy stopped in front of a steep rock wall marked in the Purgatory Corridor. Compared with other sections of the Purgatory Corridor, the rock wall here was no different. The angle between the rock wall and the ground was close to vertical, and there were no leverage points or grip points for climbing. At a height of about 100 feet above the ground, Mars-era barnacles similar to agave grow upwards. The fruit of this rare medicinal herb contains a small amount of water, and is the main food source for Caprulu's glider eagles. But when Augustus approached the rock wall suddenly disappeared as he approached. A steel gate cast from fine steel suddenly appeared between Augustus and the rock wall. Amid the roar of the rotating axle, a revolutionary frontline base dug between the rock walls appeared in front of Augustus, Renault and others. Fick, a former Heavenly Demon power armor technician, was waiting for Augustus with 2 revolutionary soldiers wearing brown denim jackets and carrying Gauss rifles on their shoulders. Sir, this base has supplies that can be consumed by a full-strength revolutionary camp for 3 months. We have controlled the canyon entrance of the Purgatory Corridor leading to the ridge plain. These supplies are transported by transport planes and trucks. Well done, Fick. Have you ever encountered pirates or people from any other organization? Renault bent down and patted Fick on the shoulder. Compared with the many tall and strong revolutionary soldiers around him, Fick's dwarf-like figure was immediately exposed. The ghost agent responsible for providing us with cover has captured 2 Chimera pirates. Through mind reading, we easily obtained the location of the Chimera pirates' scientific research base, and they have obviously noticed our invasion. Because his legs were 2 steps shorter than others, Fick needed to walk a few more steps to get to Augustus. Now Fick is the person in charge of this frontline base. Although he is not a cave expert like the Kel-morians, he is also good at building bases and bunkers in various dangerous terrains. And because Fick is a member of the Heavenly Demons and is deeply trusted by Augustus, he also got the position of leader. Fick had just finished speaking when a female ghost agent in a light blue tight combat uniform appeared in front of Augustus. This ghost agent was one of the 7 ghosts captured by Augustus from the Federal Scientific Research Station on Victor V. These ghosts all turned to the Korhal Revolutionary Army without surprise after removing the psychic inhibitors. The ghost's right forearm has been replaced by a prosthetic limb, and the left eye has been replaced by a red glowing Umoyan mechanical eye. As she spoke, the mechanical eye was still rotating, radiating a breathtaking light. Oh my god, I like that thing. Mirahan, the captain of the Revolutionary Guard standing behind Raynor, pointed at the ghost's mechanical eye, and said very impolitely, "At present Augustus's army is divided into 3 main systems, the elite squad, the martial guards and the regular army of the Revolutionary Army. The regular army is divided into the core of the car soldiers and the new recruits from the Port of the Dead. It is worth mentioning that the fighting spirit of the army from the Port of the Dead is not inferior to that of the veterans who have experienced several wars. No, you don't like this," Augustus said sternly to Mira, who was 3 years younger than him. "If you are still so crazy, I will let you stay in the army to practice shooting next time. Please forgive this child's ignorance. She actually has no ill intentions," Augustus said to the ghost with apology. The ghost agents who survived the Battle of Victory all had some physical defects to a greater or lesser extent, and the one in the best condition also had a broken index finger. "She is a fast-talking person." The voice hidden under the ghost mask was unexpectedly very pleasant and rhythmic, as if a nightingale was singing, "But I can see that she has a kind heart hidden under the shell to protect herself." "Well, you are right," Mira answered her proudly. "Tell me about those Chimera pirates, Natasha." After removing the psychic suppressors of these ghost agents, Augustus has been calling them by their names before they became ghost agents instead of their numbers. This means that the ghost agents of the Revolutionary Army have their own personalities. They choose to fight for the Revolutionary Army because of their hatred for the Terran Federation and their personal worship of Augustus himself. The Chimera pirates store a lot of sophisticated weapons, ship parts and equipment components in their research bases. They operate black markets of varying sizes on dozens of colonies of the Terran Federation, taking a large commission by guaranteeing transactions and obtaining ship parts through many channels. Ghost Agent Natasha replied. In short, the Chimera pirates are a group of profit-seeking technology dealers. They not only use the advanced technology products and precision parts obtained through robbery, purchase and theft, but also sell them to others for huge profits. These pirates not only rob private enterprises, but also attack or try to seize sophisticated high-tech weapons from the research stations of the Terran Federation, the Kel-morian Federation and the Umajan United States, and also steal military intelligence that can be sold at high prices. She said, "It is rumored that the Chimera pirates came from the United States of Umajan. They were once a scientific expedition fleet of the Umajan Protectorate, but eventually rebelled against the Umajan Protectorate for some reason. Although the Umajan Protectorate denied it, the founder of Chimera was indeed a Umajan. One of the leaders of the Chimera pirates is a psychic, and the Chimera pirates generally believe that their current leader is a former Federation ghost agent. It sounds like the Chimera are uncontrollable chaotic element in the Korhal sector. As long as the other party has high-tech parts, there is nothing they dare not do. They are the most brutal thugs and technology maniacs in the Korhal sector." Titus has also heard some rumors about the Chimera pirates. They can be found in many black markets of the Terran Federation. The notoriety of these pirates in the Korhal sector is probably second only to the Kel-morian pirates. After listening to this, Augustus nodded and concluded, like Captain Jackson's men, the pirates are profit-driven, but the Chimera pirates have different preferences. Perhaps we should negotiate with these pirates. Corporal Faraday said, the Chimera pirates also take on mercenary business, just like many pirates. Sometimes they are pirates who kill anyone they see, and sometimes they are mercenaries with a spirit of contract. Just like what we did to Jackson's Avenger, turning enemies into friends, and paying them to work for us. How to negotiate? Titus laughed. My suggestion is to kill them first, and then negotiate with the dead. Honestly, unless they are all hurt, those Chimera pirates will never calm down and negotiate with us. Augustus spoke at this time. If they are willing to provide some technology to the Revolutionary Army, then everything will be easy. We can buy it with money, and the Revolutionary Army never robs. The attack on the Chimera Pirates research base will be launched at dawn tomorrow, which is 15 standard Earth hours later. This is just the first step for us to completely control the Purgatory Corridor. Augustus took a few steps forward, and Fike and others standing in front of him immediately made way for him. The key is to solve the puzzle of the Purgatory Corridor. The space inside the Revolutionary Army base built inside the rock wall is supported by solid cylindrical alloy columns, and the conical dome is hung with LED lighting that emits pure white light. Augustus walked straight to the airlock door marked with the laboratory phrase. As the airlock door banged open, he found an old acquaintance in the laboratory that could only accommodate a few tables and a few glass containers. Dr. Francus from the Victor V Federal Research Station. Dr. Francus is one of the few scientists under Augustus. Although he specializes in the dissection of alien insects and has never participated in the research of rare crystals, Augustus, who has no one to use, can only capture him for the time being. Doctor, how is the research going? Augustus, dressed in jeans, walked towards Dr. Francois. At the same time, the ghost agent Sarah Kerrigan, who had been secretly protecting him, revealed her figure from the invisible state. As her hips twisted into the tight black pseudo-light combat suit, she spun a butterfly knife in her hand that flashed cold light under the light. The rose-colored butterfly knife turned in her beautiful and dexterous fingers, spinning out gorgeous knife flowers. Then, Kerrigan did not speak, but just supported a test table with one hand and sat on it. Her red lips were tightly pursed, and her light green eyes looked at Augustus instead of the panicked doctor. Sarah Kerrigan, a former federal ghost agent who was inseparable from Augustus and was said to never leave his side and follow him in everything, would only show up in a few specific circumstances. Kerrigan's appearance at this time could only mean one thing. She thought Dr. Francois might threaten Augustus' safety, so this was a warning. However, Kerrigan was actually just a little bored and wanted to show up. Maybe Kerrigan just wanted to show her presence. We have made some progress. But Dr. Francus, who was weighing a piece of rare crystal, or excavated from the purgatory corridor, trembled. The appearance of the red-haired female ghost naturally scared him. Most scientists in the Federation believe that the cause of the abnormal band of the purgatory corridor comes from the rich crystal or air in the geological layer. But in fact, there is no scientific basis for this speculation. At least the crystal or metal samples we obtained are no different from ordinary iodine crystals. After taking a few deep breaths, Dr. Francus got rid of the psychological pressure brought by Sarah Kerrigan's appearance. Marshall. Dr. Francus connected his personal terminal to the only holographic projection screen in the laboratory through a data cable. When Augustus looked over, he found that Francus was showing a flat map of the purgatory corridor. The high-intensity electrical pulses that disrupt the band are all over the purgatory corridor. The signal source is buried underground. The strongest signal source is even buried hundreds of miles underground. Francus talked freely, and he became more and more confident. In fact, the research on crystal ore is not difficult. As long as the experimental observation is carried out through analytical equipment, discoveries can be made through sorting and comparison. This is consistent with the general speculation that the source of the interference is a rare crystal or vein, but the real cause is still unknown. So you still don't know what the reason is. Kerrigan glanced at Dr. Francois. A few drops of sweat flowed out of Franco's bald head. I think the source of interference is likely to come from an old federal equipment with strong interference, or some mysterious alien relics. I have consulted some documents. Several Kel-morian explorers once discovered mysterious pyramids and temples of giant creatures on planets outside the Prelude sector. Through the analysis of those mysterious building materials, we can know that these buildings may have existed during the period from the Big Bang to the birth of the planet, and their history is at least more than 14 billion years. The clustered crystal mines outside those temples also have a strong impact on electronic equipment that uses radio wave communications. You are just guessing. Augustus pretended to show impatience. What makes you have such an association? I have a piece of the same material as the exterior wall of the mysterious temple. Dr. Franco took out a triangular dark green fragment from the pocket of his white coat. This is an isosceles triangle that perfectly follows the golden ratio, with two base angles of 72 degrees and the vertex angle of 36 degrees. The ratio of the base to the length of one waist is the golden ratio. There are some cracks on the triangle, and the edges and corners are as neat as if they were cut by a machine tool. Aside from the possibility of infinite coincidences in the universe, this is obviously from an alien civilization. This should be a fragment of a container. I observed that this fragment is slowly absorbing energy to replenish the damaged part on a scale of more than 10 years or longer. The doctor said confidently, I swear, this must be related to the mysterious alien ruins. Maybe there is a temple of mysterious race that is much older than humans under our feet. I'm home. Thank you for the reward and vote. I can see everyone's name, but I really don't have the energy to type out the names one by one. Chapter 171, Digging for the Artifact. The Chimera Pirates scientific research base is about 450 miles away from the entrance of the ridge plain. The main building of the base is underground. There is only a mining base station on the ground that looks abandoned long ago. The base station has the kilometer logo of the Kel-morian Union. This mining base station looks like it has been idle for many years. The bright yellow rectangular steel frame is covered with a thick layer of rust-colored dust, and 1/3 of the wall is buried in red sand. From the broken glass, you can see that the interior is piled with sand and abandoned miners. A broken section of the cable on the crane arm is hanging in the air, swaying with a strong west wind in the purgatory corridor. It was the dark night of Marcera. Unlike the scorching heat during the day, the temperature dropped sharply below zero, and the heat wave immediately turned into a bone-chilling cold wind. In the darkness, the 1st Company of the 1st Battalion of the Stilling Wolf Hunters led by the Revolutionary Army Commander Titus Finley was marching west along the Purgatory Corridor 1 mile away from the abandoned mine. 120 Revolutionary Army soldiers in dark red power armor formed a skirmish line, with 2 arc-light tanks rumbling forward in the middle and 4 8th fighters hovering dozens of miles in the air. Half a mile behind Titus's unit was Raynor's Rangers, which had less than a platoon. The Rangers were a special tactical and rapid strike force. They had the best weapons and the fastest vehicles in the entire Revolutionary Army, and could resolve the battle before all friendly forces arrived on the battlefield. At the same time, each squad of Raynor's Rangers had a heavy machine gun, 2 firebats, 2 grenade infantrymen with reinforced power armor, an infantryman using a single-person rocket launcher, and a medical soldier carrying a multifunctional medical kit. Raynor's unit's mission was to provide fire cover for the vanguard troops, and serve as a communication transfer point between the vanguard troops and the subsequent main force. The Rangers' logo and representative colors were determined by the Revolutionary Army Marshal's command post, which was sky blue and wings of freedom. This unit was the first to recruit soldiers from Marcera, because Renault himself had a good impression of the Marcera people, because of his girlfriend Lady Elizabeth. Order the Titus unit to run forward immediately. Augustus led the other 2 main companies of the Revolutionary Army Marine Corps to the finale. He was wearing a power armor command armor, and was guarded by many fully armed Revolutionary Army sergeants. The Renault unit is responsible for covering the right wing of the Titus unit, and will open fire after the front troops open fire. The Faraday unit will continue to advance along the left ridge and block the Chimera Pirates' retreat to the west. Since this is the area with the strongest band interference, all means of using electromagnetic waves for communication are ineffective. Augustus can only command his subordinates by shouting. Each platoon resumed the position of the signalman, responsible for conveying the commander's orders to the entire company and even the follow-up troops. At this moment, the sky was dim, and a very thin dark red light appeared on the horizon of Marcera. There were 2 huge round moons in the sky that were 4 times the size of the Earth's moon. Even though the moon's light had obscured most of the star's brightness, Augustus' head was still full of stars. Beside Augustus were Ghost Agent Sarah Kerrigan, who was holding a canister sniper rifle, and 4 Revolutionary Army sergeants wearing CMC 300 power armor. The former's powerful psychic power, assisted by the advanced equipment of Umagen, could cover a radius of 1 mile, and any telepathic fluctuations could not escape her perception. The first gunshot rang out at 0:56 local time, and then a fire that was enough to illuminate the sky lit up in front of Augustus, and the guns and cannons roared like thunder. The arc tank behind Augustus began to fire. The power armor blocked most of the noise, but the roar of the artillery still blew his eardrums. Several flashes of light fell a few miles in front of Augustus, setting off a dazzling fire. Because the available communication equipment had failed, Augustus had no way of knowing what was happening in front, but he knew that what he should do now was to move forward quickly. The Chimera research base is not an impregnable fortress, and the pirates inside cannot be the opponent of Titus. Even if Titus's attack is blocked, Raynor's Rangers can immediately provide fire suppression. Full speed forward. Charge. Augustus's order was passed to the company and platoon by the signalman, and all the revolutionary soldiers wearing red power armor began to run. These soldiers still use the badges of the Marcera Shiro Autonomous State Civil Defense Force, militia, and the Echo Town Police Department, so the Chimera pirates would only regard the enemies attacking the research base as an open encirclement of the Terran Federation, rather than other forces. Augustus has reported this action to the Shiro State Attorney's office and obtained official approval, so this is just an official military action, although the firepower of this militia organization is comparable to that of the Tarcinus army. When Augustus's troops advanced at full speed, the fire of the battle on the surface in front quickly disappeared, and Titus led his men into the underground building of the Chimera pirate research base in less than a minute. At 1:16, 20 minutes after Titus's troops exchanged fire with the Chimera pirates, Raynor's rangers entered the underground part of the research base building. Augustus had no way of knowing the true situation inside, but when he arrived at the abandoned mining base station, Titus had already grabbed a Chimera pirate leader and came to him. The main building of the mining base station had been blown up by the arc tank. Under the shattered wall was a circular entrance with a diameter of only 20 feet. One after another, the bloody bodies of Chimera pirates were carried up by the revolutionary soldiers. There was not even a complete power armor on these Chimera pirates. At most, they had energy armor plates sewn on their clothes. There were no more than 10 bodies, and then the Chimera pirates wearing purple turbans and boat-shaped hats walked out of the research base in an orderly team. The fighting spirit of these pirates was far inferior to that of the Kel-morian army that had fought with Augustus, and they collapsed at the touch of a button. These pirates are very famous, but they are no match for the Kel-morians in a real fight. They are so vulnerable. Like I said, we can deal with these scumbags in a nap. Titus grabbed the collar of the Chimera pirate leader and came to Augustus. He pulled the Chimera pirate's forehead with his hand and forced him to look at Augustus. The Chimera pirate wore a dark purple long-sleeved windbreaker with a white shirt inside and a dining scarf around his neck. He had a tattoo of Chimera on his right cheek, which was a mythical monster with a lion's head, a goat's body and a snake's tail. He had long golden hair and a high nose bridge, and he had a distinct Jumoyan accent when he yelled. "What are you researching here?" Augustus waved his hand. "Don't be so rude, Titus. Be nicer to our pirate friends. Captain Zambu's fleet will arrive at Marcera soon, and you will soon know how much trouble you have caused." After spitting at Titus, the pirate stood up and threatened Augustus. "The ghost of Chimera will find you. But you can't even send out a distress signal. Even if they figure out what happened here in a few months, they won't come to Marcera for you." Augustus did not lower the mask of his power armor. Although Kerrigan could read other people's memories, the pirate leader who managed this scientific research base still had value worth using. In fact, you and I both know that this low-level threat is meaningless. If you know something, please tell me. Otherwise I will hang up this bastard like you, expose him to the sun in Marcera, and then whip you hard with a whip to rub salt into the wound. Titus came over and stared viciously at the pirate who dared to spit at him. "You think you'll have a good ending? The sun will dry you out in just one day. We are studying the strange phenomena here." The pirate leader finally gave in. He knew he was finished. "I don't know whether to call you sir or officer. We are just doing scientific research here. The Terran Federation and the Kel-morian Federation have been fighting each other. Only we are still contributing to the progress of all mankind. Have you found anything?" Augustus smiled and asked him. "Yes, in fact, we have a clue about the cause of the band anomaly." The Chimera pirate leader had no awareness that he had been captured. "I will tell you everything I know, but you must promise to let me go." "That depends on how much truth you tell." Augustus pointed to Kerrigan beside him. "She is a seeker. I have a way to find out if you are fooling me. If you don't cooperate," Augustus replied, "I will hand you over to the United States of Umagen. Don't worry, there is no death penalty in Umagen. It must feel good to be home." The pirate leader looked at the Federal Civil Defense Army logo on Augustus' armor. "I thought you would just shoot me or send me to federal prison. I never knew that the federal government would send the Chimera pirates back to Umagen." "Now you heard it," Augustus said. 4/5 of the Chimera pirates' scientific research base is underground, and 60 feet below the ground are deep excavated laboratories and living spaces. The architectural style of the scientific research base is similar to that of Umagen, with smooth blue and white alloy panels, and each room is connected by a passage that can accommodate 2 people passing through side by side. Here, both living and entertainment facilities are fully available. It looks more like a scientific research base built by the official scientific expedition team of Umagen, and most of the people living inside are scientific researchers. Augustus led the way in the passage leading to the main laboratory of the scientific research base, followed by the leader of the Chimera pirates, Tiffins, and Sarah Kerrigan. Dr. Francus, who is in charge of the research of alien creatures in the Revolutionary Army, followed them in a CMC-200 power armor, and a team of Revolutionary Army sergeants lined up in 2 rows followed closely behind. We have discovered the remains of a mysterious alien civilization here, because with our poor brains, it is impossible to understand what the civilization of an intelligent race that has conquered the Milky Way 10 billion years ago is like, so in the end we can't figure out where those fragments came from. The leader of the Chimera pirates, Tiffins, recognized his situation. Remains, Augustus said as he walked out of the passage and came to a large laboratory of the Chimera pirates. A prismatic crystal several feet long was hanging from the ceiling of the laboratory. This crystal emitted a bright light green light. It was obviously not a common Adian crystal. I have seen this kind of crystal. There are a small amount of green crystals in the geological layer of the Purgatory Corridor. I suspect that this kind of crystal can resonate with psychics. Francus pointed at the crystal. It can regenerate and absorb energy. This is indeed a strange crystal. It contains some strange energy, but now it can only be used as a decoration. Along with this crystal, there was also a stone slab full of patterns and symbols. Tiffin handed Augustus a fluorescent green crystal made into a pendant. Augustus stroked the pendant in his hand, feeling the coldness from the void, and thought that this should be a Zelniger crystal. What can we do with it? We can't use the energy in this crystal for the time being. Tiffin shook his head and said, but the cooling effect is quite good. Okay, how is the work of deciphering the text? Then Augustus observed the internal structure of the laboratory and did not find anything special. The answer is obvious. There is no progress. Kerrigan folded her arms across her chest and finished the rest of the words for the hesitant Chimera pirate. Augustus came to the glass container where a slab of stone was placed, observing the spiral pattern and the extremely regular hexagons on it. The writing of the Protus and the Zelniger is very similar, but in Augustus's impression, the Protus seems to have no connection with this planet except for purifying Marcera with the Star Destroyer. Put it away. Maybe this is a prophecy left for future races. Augustus couldn't understand it either, but he believed that someone would understand what was written on it. You only found these? Augustus asked him when the 2 revolutionary soldiers carefully took the slab of stone out of the glass container. Only these. Tiffin said, the race that left this slab did not build a city in Marcera, and it seems to have just been placed here casually. It is not this slab that caused the abnormal phenomenon of the Purgatory Corridor band. I believe it came from the creation of another ancient race, and the source of the signal is under our feet. He pointed to the ground under his feet and said, keep digging until you find the source of the strong electric pulses. You can start digging now, Augustus said to Kerrigan beside him. Notify the Revolutionary Army's engineering corps and construction team. I need them to build a mining outpost at this location within a week. Chapter 172, Revolutionary Fervor in a Border Town. 2489. The change of seasons and the alternation of cold and warm on Marcera Prime were not obvious. The weather was still hot, but fortunately it had just rained in Echo Town half an hour ago, and there was an arched rainbow in the sky. Compared with the past, the sheriff's office of the Echo Town Police Department has a set of wooden tables, chairs, and bookshelves. Augustus leaned on his bench, holding a cup of military-style instant espresso in his hand. For more than a month, Augustus basically spent his time in the police office. This place has actually become the command center of the Revolutionary Army in Marcera, and Echo Town is their actual backyard. It has been more than 3 months since the battle called the Siege of Tarsinus by the Universe News Network and many colonial TV stations. The Revolutionary Army fleet and the terrorist organization Sons of Korhal that only appeared once have disappeared. The politicians of Tarsinus were relieved and repeatedly stated in public that the rebels had been annihilated. due to concerns that the core world would be raided by the remnants of the Revolutionary Army fleet again. Many fleets have returned to their bases. Only the Alpha Squadron was still searching for the traces of the Revolutionary fleet. Colonel Edmund Duke, who thought he was tricked by Augustus, was full of anger and had no place to vent. In front of Augustus was a large stack of documents. Although he did not put his hands on the table, the documents were still moving without wind, as if an invisible hand was flipping through them. Judge Adder of the Echo Town Court wrote a letter asking you to conduct a detailed investigation of the revolutionary pamphlets that have been circulating in the town recently. Arrest the reactionary and terrifying Korhal rebels and their despicable accomplices who are roaming around in Echo Town. He hopes that you can immediately erase those discordant voices and arrest one or two masterminds. As soon as the voice fell, a pair of tight long legs in black combat boots appeared in front of Augustus, followed by the curvy waist and hips and the iconic fiery red long hair. Ghost Agent Sarah Carrigan was standing next to Augustus reading the documents. While flipping through the documents, she asked Augustus, "How are you going to reply to him?" "I'll deal with it as soon as possible." Augustus took a sip of coffee. "If he urges me again, just say I'll deal with it right away." Rodfowel Slater, the Attorney General of the Shiloh Autonomous Prefecture, wrote a letter praising you as the most outstanding sheriff in all of Shiloh, because you not only eradicated the drug trafficking problem in Echo Town, but also cracked down on gangs in 4 areas including Echo Town, Redstone Town, Thorngrove and Anthem Town, bringing the crime rate in these areas to the lowest level in 10 years. Carrigan turned to the next document. "He has approved your plan to form a civilian defense force for the Ridge Plains equivalent to 2 full militia companies with 320 people. Carrigan said he will provide you with kinetic armor, Gauss rifles, grenades and other military supplies that match this organization within 2 months. With the end of the 4-year Kalian War, the Terran Federation's military industry continued to produce kinetic armor, guns, and weapons, and multifunctional vehicles, and worked hard to expand sales. Arms dealers have become accustomed to making a fortune through war, and cannot tolerate the sharp drop in profits due to declining sales. They have earned enough reputation and money, but still feel it is not enough. A group of Genesis family company groups, led by the arms dealer Brubaker family and the shipbuilding leader Bennett family, began to promote the threat of the Korhal rebels. In addition to selling to the military, they also sold obsolete arms to wealthy businessmen, dignitaries on marginal planets, and anyone else who could afford it. In this year, weapons and vehicles such as CMC-200 power armor, E-series Gauss rifles, and Vulture vehicles, which were originally prohibited from being sold to the outside world, began to flow into the arms market on a large scale. Of course, since it was the first time to open the purchase restrictions, the sales price was of course quite expensive. It became possible for private armed forces and mercenaries to hold power armor and Gauss rifles on a large scale. And with the widespread popularity of CMC-300 in the military, the planetary defense forces and regional militias on colony planets such as Marcera also received a large number of obsolete CMC-200 power armor. However, these armors will not be replenished in large quantities after being damaged, and the militia organizations must patch them up to survive the next equipment upgrade that may be more than a decade later. Justice Slater is a good man. I hope to have a chance to invite him for a drink. Augustus put down his coffee cup and smiled. He knew that Judge Slater had nothing to do with good people, but he always did things in a straightforward manner. As long as Augustus could show results, he would have people and money. Augustus's agents from the Car August Security Committee have investigated the backgrounds and preferences of almost all officials in the Hero Autonomous State in detail. Some officials live a simple life and have no hobbies to exploit, while others are smart and capable, but have some minor flaws. For example, Rodfowel Slater, the judicial officer of Hero State, is a very greedy person, and his hobby for women is also beyond ordinary people. Greedy and lustful, but very capable. The Slater family is a branch of the Flanders family of the Creation family. Most colonial governors or judicial officers are related to a certain Creation family, because these positions are not elected, but directly appointed by the Tarsinus federal government. Few of these people can resist corruption. They are used to the prosperous life of Tarsinus, and coming to the remote and desolate wasteland of Marcera is in a sense an exile. Is there anyone else looking for me? Augustus sat up straight and picked up the document to read it himself. With the crime rate dropping significantly, the sheriff of a small town is still quite idle. Most cases were handed over to the sheriffs below to handle. When the police had to go out, Titus would do it. He was not good at other things, but he was very good at fighting. The residents of the town wrote you a thank you letter. Kerrigan handed Augustus a sealed paper letter. Put it in the box, where I keep letters. I will read it tonight. Augustus looked at the light yellow paper letter and suddenly felt sad. When he was in the Telesis boot camp, his sister and mother often wrote to him, and he gradually developed the habit of reading letters at night after the training. Is there any progress in the Purgatory Corridor mine? Augustus asked again. Chief Engineer Swan and his men dug out tons of crystal ore. The ritual layer is almost all Adian crystal, but they still haven't dug up the signal source that emits a lot of interference electromagnetic waves. Kerrigan pulled a chair and sat down next to Augustus. It's almost November, and we have been digging in the Purgatory Corridor for a month. Augustus sorted the documents and put them in the filing cabinet. What did Swan say? How long will it take him to dig up that thing? Are almost there, just a few hoes left. Hand me my toolbox, man. Kerrigan said, imitating Swan's unique rough voice. I already have his voice in my head. But even if we don't find the source of the signal, the crystals we collected are equivalent to the output of Arcturus Peak Mine in a week. Augustus said, adding the amount Arcturus transferred to my Umagen account, I now have about 55 billion Umagen citizen points, which can buy 1 or 2 Kel-morian Hercules battle cruisers. Augustus also received news that his brother, Augustus Mengsk, the eldest son of the Mengsk family, resolutely led a huge mining fleet of tens of thousands of people to the star zone outside the Kaprulu sector for his people last month. At the same time, an organization called the Sons of Korhal was also taking root on various colony planets of the Terran Federation. In order to revive Korhal, Augustus Mengsk resolutely went further and further on the road of becoming a mining boss. With the financial support of his brother, Augustus could not be too short of money. My only concern is whether the Kel-morian Combine will still have sovereignty over its home planet Moria after the defeat. After saying that, Augustus stood up, opened the door of his office, and walked out of the police station, and Sarah Kerrigan followed him invisibly. The news said that many residents of the Kel-morian mining planets were expelled back to Moria, and only a few planets are still under the control of the Kel-morian fleet. Due to the return of the colony population, the population of Moria has now exceeded 4 billion. It is really a terrible number, and the barren land of Moria is already overwhelmed. Kerrigan said when Augustus walked out of the office. But the government of Moria sternly rejected the Federation's agreement to build an outpost and military base in Moria. They would rather block all interstellar ports and close the country than allow the Federation's army to enter Moria. There were more than a dozen second-level police officers in the outer office of the police station. After seeing Augustus, these police officers immediately stood up and saluted Augustus with a straight posture. These police officers are the backbone officers of the Revolutionary Army and the Pantaron Party commissars responsible for the ideological work of the army. The purpose of these commissars is to prevent the Revolutionary Army from abandoning the ideals they swore to fight for, so that this army is firmly controlled by Augustus and the Angus government. The Echo Town Police Department nominally draws wages from the federal central government, but in fact it is full of rebel members who are deeply hated by the federal government. The Tarsinus Federal Council and the Creation families have never thought that the rebels are hiding under their noses. They have not become weak due to their constant wandering in the universe, but are hiding in Marcera to recuperate. Keep working. There is still a long way to go to overthrow the tyranny of the Federation. Augustus looked at these spirited soldiers and nodded with satisfaction. For freedom, for Korhal, and for the new republic. These revolutionary soldiers dressed in the uniforms of the colonial police shouted out these extraordinary words. Then Augustus walked out of the police station gate, and in front of him was a clean bluestone road. On both sides of the road were colonial cottages with reddish-brown roofs. The dark orange sky was cloudless, and 2 patrol officers riding on Marcera ponies were passing by the police station. After living here for a while, Augustus actually felt that Marcera was a good place, in the rare sandstorm weather that did not cover the sky. Since Augustus came to Echo Town to purge the town's gangs and criminal groups and use the power of the sheriff to formulate new laws, the changes in this border town are obvious. The most intuitive feeling is that the streets of Echo Town have become cleaner and tidier because people who litter will be fined if caught by the police, and the gangsters who graffiti on the walls will never return to their homes after being arrested. A small town in the desert has suddenly changed a lot since then. Since almost all criminals have been caught, there are police patrols at night, and the residents of Echo Town now dare not go out at night without guns. And because all kinds of people were sent to the mining area by Augustus, the local custom industry has also suffered a great blow. Only 2 strip clubs have been supported by Titus. At the same time, the advanced ideas brought by the revolutionary army have completely penetrated the streets and alleys of Echo Town. Because the people of Marcera originally have a rebellious spirit that is not inferior to the Ka people, after the destruction of Ka IV, there are more Ka sympathizers here than on any other colony planet. The reason why Augustus chose to temporarily settle in Marcera after evacuating Tarsinus was not only because of its remote geographical location, numerous rich mines, and a fragment of the Zelniger artifact, but also because it was a fertile ground for revolution. Spreading revolutionary ideas to the people of Marcera would not cause any unexpected backlash, and the actual situation was not beyond Augustus's expectations. As the revolutionary soldiers began to infiltrate the surrounding towns, the revolutionary ideas had gradually affected the population of nearly 1/3 of the Hero Autonomous Prefecture in more than a dozen towns. Just opposite the police station, where Augustus was standing, the lead billboards on the street were openly printed with satirical cartoons and jokes about resisting the tyranny of the Federation. The residents of Echo Town began to talk loudly about politics in public and expressed their dissatisfaction with the Terran Federation. The Pan-Terran Party began to try to develop party members in Marcera, and a huge underground party network consisting of thousands of people gradually took shape. This is also the reason why Judge Ada asked Augustus to investigate this matter thoroughly, not only in Echo Town, but also in all police stations where members of the Pan-Terran underground party are stationed. They are in a state of panic. It can be said that as long as Augustus wants, he can launch an uprising in the Hero Autonomous Prefecture. But this is not Augustus's goal. He is used to making plans before taking action. Only when the Pan-Terran underground party organization spreads throughout the entire Marcera will he consider launching the next plan. Step by step, spreading revolutionary ideas planet by planet, these influences will eventually accumulate and subvert the rule of the Terran Federation. Now Augustus has 14 battle cruisers, 6 of which are anchored in Umoyan and 8 in the Ceres system. The strength is much weaker than that of the Federation fleet, but it is enough to compete with a naval squadron or the armed forces of a colony. The closest friendly force to Augustus is the 2 colonist fleets led by the Heavenly Demon Kid, about 1 million Korhal civilians and revolutionary soldiers, more than 1,000 light years away from Marcera, and has left the Kaprulu sector. Will this attract the attention of the Terran Federation? Looking at the billboard opposite, Kerrigan asked Augustus with some concern. That's for sure. Augustus spread his hands. It would be a joke if they didn't react. But by the time they react, the revolutionaries have already taken root in Marcera, and our fleet can also evacuate. He said, according to common sense, they will first send the militia and the Planetary Defense Force to investigate, and then the Federation Marines. After a period of chaos, we will jump away before their fleet arrives. Thanks for voting T. I tried the Star Tavern today, and it felt okay. I hope the half-dead Star Tavern can gradually get better. Chapter 173, Zelniger Artifact Fragments. At the end of November, Purgatory Corridor, a mining outpost of the Revolutionary Army. In the footage, captured by the 2-winged turbo drone patrolling from high in the sky, a circular mine pit reinforced with alloy plates and a full metal frame is like a black spot on the red sandy soil of the Purgatory Corridor. Surrounding this giant mine pit with a diameter of more than 700 feet, about 210 meters, is a drilling platform cast with concrete and steel plates. On the platform are continuous miners' barracks and ventilation ducts piled on the open space, building panels, large cranes, and large excavators. From time to time, bustling workers and armed patrol militias pass by under the camera of the drone. In the center of the camp is a federal red and blue flag fluttering in the wind. The diagonally crossed white crosses and a large number of 5-pointed stars on the flag indicate that this is a mining base belonging to the Terran Federation. Due to the harsh environment, rampant banditry, and the weak police force of the local police station, the Purgatory Corridor has always been in a no man's land, where black transactions frequently occur. For many years, the Purgatory Corridor has been the most chaotic and disorderly area in the entire Hero region and even the entire hemisphere. Due to communication difficulties, several clearing operations organized by nearby police stations have failed. The sheriffs are out of reach of this more than 1,000 miles long evil canyon and are helpless. It was not until a federal sheriff named Caesar appeared and cleared out the Chimera pirates entrenched in the Purgatory Corridor in one fell swoop, bringing these notorious interstellar pirates to justice, that the Purgatory Corridor established a rare order. Then, with the help of Rod, the judicial officer of the Hero Autonomous State, Sheriff Caesar sold a part of the mining rights of the Purgatory Corridor to a mining company named Steel in the name of the Hero State government. Both Sheriff Caesar and Justice Rod were fair and selfless people. They had a lofty belief in absolute loyalty to the federal government. They solemnly signed the mining rights transfer contract under the witness of the cross, stars and stripes and the flag of the goat state of Hero State. All the income will be handed over to the Tassinus Mining Administration and used to build the Hero Autonomous State. No one will get ill-gotten gains from it, because all the transactions are legal. If someone questions Justice Rod's increasing number of luxury goods, luxury cars and mistresses, then he certainly does not give face to the mining administration and some officials in the cabinet. Questioning the mining rights transfer contract is as ridiculous as questioning the fairness and justice of the federal government. Augustus, who was in an orange-gray barracks, felt ridiculous when he thought of the scene of himself and Justice Rod of Hero State toasting in the star-rated hotel in the capital of Hero State. Augustus only spent a small amount of money to make the justice blush with joy. They all took the money from the steel mining company as a matter of course, and Judge Rhodes firmly believed that Augustus would not betray him because they were already on the same boat. But in fact, this mining company with thousands of people was full of revolutionary soldiers and miners mainly composed of criminals. The seemingly huge bribe was just put from Augustus' left pocket into his right pocket. Only Augustus himself knew that more than 10,000 revolutionary soldiers had landed in Marcera, plus the more than 2,000 prisoners who were forced to work in the mines. The number of these people was much larger than the population of any small town in Hilo. The Revolutionary Army also had 7 small and medium-sized mining areas, 4 of which recruited miners from local towns, effectively boosting the local economy. Compared with other private mines in Marcera, the Revolutionary Army's mines had the best welfare, working hours and safety environment. At this moment, in front of Augustus standing in the barracks, there was a holographic projection screen playing drone surveillance images. Today was a rare day off, and Rory Swan vowed to dig out the source of the disturbing electromagnetic waves under the Purgatory Corridor today. So Augustus went to the Purgatory Corridor mining area. Although after Augustus defeated the Chimera pirates and seized their research station, other pirates and criminal organizations immediately abandoned their original bases and fled. But according to intelligence, there are still a considerable number of criminals lingering in the depths of the Purgatory Corridor, so the Revolutionary Army in the corridor must be careful of those malicious enemies or those with ulterior motives who spy on this mining outpost. Marshal Mengsk, the archaeological team you invited, has arrived at the Purgatory Corridor. As Augustus was watching the monitoring screen, Corporal Faraday walked into the barracks. The latter scanned the area carefully when he walked in, but did not see the figure of Ghost Agent Sarah Carrigan. Most of the time, the mysterious and powerful former Federation Ghost Agent Sarah Carrigan is invisible. It is said that she stands beside the Revolutionary Marshal at any time and anywhere. When you are talking to the Marshal, Carrigan may stand between you. This ghost agent, who is only 16 years old, is already a deadly killer at the age of a teenager, and she should be a cute and innocent girl. After joining the Revolutionary Army, Sarah Carrigan has always stayed by Augustus' side, and has never carried out assassination missions. Officers close to Augustus, such as Corporal Faraday, believe that when Sarah Carrigan no longer lives as a killer and is forced to suppress her emotions, she may show more of her side as a human being, rather than a humanoid weapon of the Federation. Please let them in. Augustus looked at Corporal Faraday. This archaeological team has about a dozen people, most of whom are doctoral supervisors in the history department of Moriasake University and Tarsinus University, and the youngest is also a newly graduated doctoral student. The team members are, or have been engaged in the research of mysterious alien ruins, and have published a large number of papers on this research, and have authoritative works. Augustus first asked them to participate in an unprecedented archaeological discovery with a generous and irresistible reward, and then waited for their invitees to come. For various reasons, including economic reasons, quite a number of Kel-morians and Umoians responded. Influenced by the propaganda of the Kel-morian Federation and the internal government of the Umoian United States, these people are quite favorable to the revolutionary army that resists the tyranny of the Terran Federation. Although they did not know where they were going before arriving in Marcera, these scholars who were either living in poverty or simply wanted to make a career in their own industry still rushed here at great risk. When Corporal Faraday walked out of the barracks, a grey-haired elder and a brown-haired young scholar walked in. He is Professor Jordan Kaczynski of the Kel-morian Sake University. Corporal Faraday introduced to Augustus. He is mainly engaged in the study of alien relics. His brother Abraham Kaczynski is a senior official of the Kel-morian Federation's independent government. The Kaczynski family is a prestigious family with many talents. The Kaczynskis are mainly known to the Kel-morian people for their achievements in mechanical engineering and starship manufacturing. He continued in a low voice. "Hello, Professor." Augustus walked over and shook hands with Jordan Kaczynski. The list was finalized by Augustus. To be precise, Jordan was invited more because of his surname. The Kaczynski family is a Kel-morian family that Augustus attaches great importance to. Unlike Rory Swan's Swan family, the Kaczynski family focuses on the field of military technology. The appearance of the Kel-morian battlecruiser in the early stage of the Kalian War benefited from the family's innovation in the field of starship manufacturing. "Nice to meet you, the famous leader of the Revolutionary Army." Jordan Kaczynski looked at Augustus a few more times, then introduced the young man next to him to Augustus. "This is Jack Ramsey, a professor of history at Tarsinus University. Although he is at Tarsinus, he is temporarily staying in my team, and he himself hates the tyranny of the Terran Federation very much." When Augustus shook hands with Jack, he continued, "I heard that many heart energy crystals have been unearthed here. Please allow me to call it that." Professor Jordan said, "My friends at Umoian University believe that this crystal can power the ship's engine. Although this amount of energy is less than 1/10,000th of its own, it does exist." "Are you referring to this dark green crystal?" Augustus took out the Seneca Void Crystal pendant that the Chimera pirate had given him before. "I call it Void Crystal." "Yes." Professor Jordan nodded. "A very good name. Void, unknown, cold, dark, very similar to the properties of this crystal. But with current technology, it is impossible to utilize the energy of this crystal. We can refine the Adian crystal, but cannot utilize these green crystals. The integrity of their structure and the way they store energy are far beyond our imagination. Moreover, I believe that this is a man-made product, rather than a natural resource given to us by the universe. It certainly cannot come from humans." Augustus nodded. "Can this crystal be used to enhance our warships?" "As long as you put these crystals on the warships, they can automatically supply energy to the engines and various systems. As for further ship steel and ship system upgrades based on this, maybe my brothers and nephews can solve it," Jordan replied. The Kaczynski family was also affected by the defeat of the Kel-morian Federation in the Battle of Kalian, but they were not as unsustainable as the Swan family. Despite this, there were still people in the Kaczynski family who were willing to serve the rebels for a generous salary. After all, many of them hated the Terran Federation. "Very good. I also thought that we could recruit some Kel-morians to join the Revolutionary Army." Augustus shook hands with Jordan Kaczynski again. Augustus had fought bloody battles with the Kel-morians in the Battle of Kalian, but now he was fighting side by side with the Kel-morians. I would also like to invite you to join the alien technology laboratory I set up, specializing in the excavation of alien ruins and studying how to apply these technologies to military and civilian life. Augustus handed Jordan Kaczynski another invitation letter. I may participate in the establishment work, but I will eventually return to Moria. Professor Jordan shook his head and said, I'm old and will retire soon, but I will recommend my students to you. Well, then I can only find someone else to lead the research work. Augustus respected the other party's choice. Marshal Swan reported that he won the jackpot. I think he means that he dug out the culprit who caused the electromagnetic pulse interference. At this time, Corporal Faraday came to the barracks after saying sorry. Just in time, Professor, my people have made a new discovery. Let's go. Augustus said to Corporal Faraday, prepare my command car. Augustus and the accompanying guards and archaeologists led by Jordan Kaczynski immediately drove to the mine. As soon as he walked out of the barracks, a magnificent scene appeared in front of Augustus. 6 Draken laser drills stood in the orange-gray sky of Marcera. A towering crane was lifting baskets of several tons of ore and sedimentary rocks with a hoist wheel. A team of militiamen in khaki uniforms with Gauss rifles on their shoulders were running in front of the barracks. When I first came here, I was also surprised by the efficiency of the engineering regiment. On the way to the mine, Augustus, who was sitting in the back seat, said proudly to Professor Jordan, who was sitting next to him, but when I think about the engineers in the engineering corps, who drive space engineering vehicles to weld plates, I'm not surprised. When Augustus arrived at the mine, Titus Finley, Jim Raynor, and the jubilant Rory Swan, who were all dressed in sheriff uniforms, were waiting for Augustus. When Augustus got out of the car, Titus came over happily with a smile on his face. He liked leaders like Augustus because he had been helping him make money. Did you dig it up? Is it a stone slab or a strange crystal? Augustus had guessed that it should be a fragment of the Zelniger artifact, but he was still unsure before confirming it. It looks like a fragment of a triangular prism. When we found it, it emitted a faint blue fluorescence in the dark. Swan replied, a void crystal as tall as a person was also found with it. What a good thing. Carrying this crystal with you saves you from installing air conditioning. Raynor gave his constructive advice. It would be a good choice to install it in the engine room of the Norad II. Perhaps it can make the warship's system more stable. Augustus nodded. It's a treasure. How much is it worth? Titus' eyes lit up. It's priceless. When 2 miners came to Dr. Jordan with a titanium alloy storage box, he immediately screamed. Augustus was not surprised by the loss of composure of a respected professor, because a piece of dark triangular prism column emitting copper blue light was floating in the air, and its cracks-like patterns emitted pure blue light, like the light from heaven. Guess what we can do with it? Said Raynor and others around Augustus. Thanks for voting. Chapter 174 Masala Separatist Movement. Chapter 174 Marcera Separatist Movement December 29, 2489. Jennings Bar. This small bar in Echo Town used to be out of tune with the noisy environment, but with the increasing stability of the Shiloh region and the influx of workers from the newly opened mines nearby, it has become overcrowded. Augustus Mengsk's new friend Mr. Jennings is overwhelmed. In the past, he and his son could take care of everything in this small bar, but now he has to recruit several new waiters. But the style of the Sake bar remains the same. There are no sexy girls with revealing clothes and provocative expressions, nor noisy heavy metal music, only the crisp sound of clinking glasses. The changes brought to the Hero region by the new sheriff's new policies and the revolutionary thoughts can be seen on the walls of the Zenning Bar. Down with the Federation, and overthrow the Creation family. Return power to the people. We want to uphold justice for Korhal IV. All the oppressed people of the Terran Federation unite slogans are openly hung on the walls and doors of the bar. When people sitting in the bar talk, they will mention revolution, freedom, Terran Republic without exception, although they may not understand the meaning of these words. In the past, the walls of the Zenning Bar were always covered with credit notes of various denominations of the Terran Federation, and the niches were filled with souvenirs collected by the bar owner, but now they are covered with propaganda posters and brochures of the Revolutionary Army. The revolutionary soldiers who died in the defense of Kara are naturally portrayed as heroes who sacrificed for freedom. The former heavenly devil Kurt Josephine became a black-hooded warrior in the propaganda poster, while Augustus Mengsk, the spiritual leader of the Korhal Revolutionary Army, placed a flag with the 3-star emblem of the Korhal Autonomous Region and the golden wolf of the Mengsk family on the rubble of the city of Tarsus. Behind him was the dilapidated federal parliament. All the paintings were in red, green, and yellow, symbolizing revolution, freedom and the Terran nation. A bright red flag was inserted at the door of the Zenning bar, with the declaration of the revolutionaries written on it. The people are the cornerstone of all political power. It was the morning of a rest day, the coolest time of the day, and many idle workers and farmers took time to talk about the Revolutionary Army's ideas and the brochures, the 6 core ideas of the Pan-Terran Party, and the current situation information they heard from others. Augustus was sitting in a corner of the Zenning bar in a denim suit with shiny buttons and high-top leather boots, opposite Sarah Kerrigan, a ghost agent who rarely showed her face in her regular clothes. A few yards away from Augustus, Jim Raynor, the Major General of the Revolutionary Army and Sheriff of Marcera, and his girlfriend, Letty Elizabeth, who was in a hot relationship, were sitting at a table drinking. At this time, Elizabeth was wearing a plain white dress and a neat ponytail. She listened to Raynor's jokes and smiled sweetly. Mr. Raynor didn't want to spend time with his girlfriend, but at least there was no resort in the Shiloh area. Even the only city in Shiloh, Tarsus or the former Car, was considered a remote western town, and even the coffee shop was very shabby. That's great. Augustus held a glass of southern wine with vermilion liquid, and looked at Jim Raynor who was laughing. Raynor would never have thought that Augustus had even thought of the name of his son. The happiness of a good brother is the happiness of Augustus. Speaking of which, Augustus, who had always been unlucky, had a lot of luck these days. In just 4 months, the revolutionary ideas had spread widely in Hero State, New Columbia State, Lawrence State, and the capital area further north. People began to think about the same question, that is, the shackles that bound them were not impossible to remove. Are you jealous? Sarah Kerrigan, who was opposite Augustus, smiled at him. Envy? Poor Jimmy emptied his mind to please that woman, and ignored his brother. Augustus said jokingly, when he suddenly looked at Sarah Kerrigan opposite him, and found that she was amazingly beautiful today. I'm not jealous at all. Kerrigan was wearing a light green low-cut suspended dress today. From Augustus's angle, he could see her deep collarbone and exposed shoulders. She had lived a life without seeing the sun for many years, so her skin was too white, like smooth condensed milk. Sarah Kerrigan's fiery red straight hair was scattered, shaking with her movements, like a willow branch swaying in the wind. It was the first time that Augustus had seen Kerrigan. The light makeup and lipstick did not make her look too frivolous, but also gave a 16-year-old girl the charm of a mature woman. In the sunlight from the skylight of the bar, Kerrigan's red hair seemed to be burning flames, her lips were flaming red, and her cheeks were flushed. Her beauty eclipsed all the women in the bar. I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't notice that you are more beautiful than ever before. Augustus showed his signature smile full of affinity, and my eyes should have been on you and the wine, and there are only these 2 things in the world that cannot be missed. Kerrigan glanced at Augustus with her light green eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering. You treat me as if I were one of those noble ladies. No, you are different. Augustus said to her clearly. Of course, just like the red and the black. He said, I said this sincerely, not falsely. You know how to read minds. You are a reasonable woman, and should know whether I'm lying or not. I'm right beside you, Kerrigan. I will not be complacent, because of your few words. Kerrigan picked up the glass and drank silently. Augustus smiled and didn't care. He knew that Kerrigan had a good impression of him. Of course, it was not surprising for all women to have a good impression of him. After all, he was Augustus Mengsk. For Kerrigan, Augustus was her savior. After leaving the Ghost Academy, they were almost together day and night. Augustus often counseled Kerrigan, who fell into depression due to past experiences. More often, he played the role of a father to fill the fatherly love that Kerrigan had lost. Moreover, Augustus's words and deeds were very charming. His subordinates loved him. Even the rebellious old fox like Titus finally was convinced by him. Yes, I know you won't treat a 16-year-old girl as a woman. You like women with unique mature temperaments, and you want stronger women to conquer you, just like you like Batan. The Queen of Blades in the original book was over 30 years old when she reigned in the Korhal sector, but she is still a girl after all. She likes to see the calm Augustus show panic. It's not like that. Augustus was angry, but he didn't show it. For a long time, Augustus only hid the secret that he was a time traveler from Kerrigan, and he thought he didn't need to hide the rest because he was really ready to overthrow the Federation. Whether it was based on the consideration that his family would always be in danger if the Federation was not destroyed, or the growing hatred accumulated by the death of those Korhal warriors, Augustus would not give up until the Federation was completely destroyed. However, there were some aspects that Augustus disdained to hide, and this allowed Kerrigan to catch him. If you ask Titus, he will say that Mr. Mengsk values people's inequalities more. Then, Augustus looked at the tables around him and saw Corporal Faraday and others who were disguised as customers. Augustus hoped that Corporal Faraday did not hear their conversation, otherwise his black history would be added with another heavy stroke. Now is not the time to talk about butts, comrade, we are in revolution. Augustus's eyes were far away, just as he saw the future of the revolution. Focus on the present. I have a lot of things to do. Marcera and the people of other colonies are still waiting for us to liberate, and Korhal IV is still waiting for us to rebuild. Watch the news. Augustus pointed to the holographic projection TV in the center of the Genine bar. He was indeed about to listen to this channel and change the subject without any abruptness. Okay. Kerrigan smiled and said, the TV screen shows a Run TV station's program studio. The host is Mike Liberty, a member of the Pan-Terran Revolutionary Party who secretly works for the Revolutionary Army. Next to him is an elderly man with graying temples, but still in good spirits. We are honored to have here with you, member of the Federal Parliament, and Alt. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to participate in the interview. You mentioned Augustus, son of Angus, and his rebels in the press conference earlier today, and you also believe that the Sons of Korhal are the terrorist organization under his instructions. My honor, Mr. Liberty. Like I said, who else could it be? If we mention terror, assassination, blood, and cruelty, then you should immediately think of the Wolf of Korhal IV, the evil member of the Mengsk family. Mr. Alt, what is your comment on the assassination of Frank Tagore, heir of the Tagore family? Some claim that the incident is related to a sex scandal that the Tassinus Police Department deliberately concealed. The reporter of the Mattered Fourth news agency stationed in Tassinus wrote that the incident was related to the promiscuous parties of the nobles. Before the incident, he photographed members of the federal parliament entering and leaving the relevant places. Oh, this matter is still under investigation, but the police officers of the Tassinus Police Department have sufficient evidence that the female agent who committed suicide was a car. I feel sorry for the death of that young man. This is a loss for all of Tassinus and even the entire Terran Federation. He should have been a rising star in the political arena and should have benefited his people. This is such a pity. I hope the police officers can bring the criminal to justice as soon as possible. Our audience has always wanted to know, is it true that the nuclear bombs dropped by the Federation fleet completely destroyed the ecology of Kar and caused the ecosystem there to completely collapse? This is not the question. Any malicious slander against the central government of Tassinus is unwarranted slander. The nuclear bombs dropped on Kar have almost zero pollution to the environment. The doubts raised by the Space Environmental Protection Organization are completely unreasonable. So, do you think that protecting the environment is more important than people? Is the Federation responsible for the deaths of those Kar people? No comment. In order to prevent Liberty from asking more questions that were not on his prompt board, the federal congressman immediately ended the interview with the following paragraph. Korhal IV is no longer the jewel of the Terran Federation. Those traitors with ulterior motives and bloody Sons of Korhal terrorists should learn a lesson from Korhal's destruction. The rebels and the Sons of Korhal are butchers who kill the elderly, the weak, women and children, and they are inhumane demons. They attempt to subvert the rule and use power and tyranny to ban freedom and democracy. Their existence is a blasphemy against human rights and a trampling on the rule of law. Justice will never be absent, and the remnants of the Korhal rebellion will eventually be brought to justice. At this time, Kerrigan frowned. They actually think you founded the Sons of Korhal. That's a good thing. Augustus' expression was relieved. I will take responsibility for it all, so that little War and his mother will not be affected, because my brother is the leader of the Sons of Korhal. Just as Augustus was speaking, the cheers in Jennings' bar suddenly became enthusiastic. As Augustus listened, he could hear someone on his right shouting. When Augustus looked at him, he suddenly found a cowboy in a khaki cowboy suit and a cowboy hat standing on the table. He had 2 pistols on his waist. He was strong and powerful. What nonsense. Do the federal congressmen think they represent the will of the people? The founding families of Tarsinus have accumulated too much wealth by exploiting the fringe star regions. The gold and silver of the colonies are pouring into the core worlds, but they still want us to bear more. Is he one of ours? Augustus called Corporal Faraday to the side, and the latter just shook his head in confusion. Not one of ours. He should not be a candidate member of the Pan-Terran Revolutionary Party. My people have never even seen him, you know. They always remember the faces of those who go in and out of Echo Town. I suspect he came from other areas. Corporal Faraday stared at the cowboy sharply. There is a Cossack scimitar emblem on his clothes, indicating that he is from New Babylon, which is even farther away from us than the capital. The Marcera people have long been dissatisfied with the federal government. This planet is one of the 13 core worlds of the Terran Federation, but its development has almost stagnated. Compared with its sister planet Chatsera, which has a booming technology and economy, it is poor and backward. The rebellious sentiment of Marcera comes more from its hardman style and rebelliousness that are generally rooted in every Marcera. The hatred of the federal government has been growing with the burden of heavy taxes and levies brought to the people by the 4-year Kalian War. The wealth of the Terran Federation is in the hands of a very small number of families, and even so, they are still exploiting the people more and more. However, Ka and Marcera are different. The initial conflict was due to the dissatisfaction caused by Ka's strong economic strength and the extremely inconsistent voice in the Terran Federation. As the lower level demands for freedom in revolutionary thought became more and more high, Augustus Mengsk raised his arm and called for the outbreak of the revolution. Let's unite under the banner of revolution and make Marcera independent, the cowboy of New Babylon said passionately, which aroused a lot of response. This is a good thing, but be careful not to overprovoke their enthusiasm for resistance. Avoid causing tragedy, and let Marcera suffer the same fate as Ka. Augustus did not have any joyful expression on his face. He said solemnly, next, we must be careful about the police, militia and federal army's encirclement and suppression of revolutionaries. I have received a notice from the Hero State Attorney General, asking us to assist the Hero Militia in encircling and suppressing the revolutionaries and possible remnants of the Revolutionary Army. Move the alien technology laboratory underground, and send the alien holy object to the fleet. Thanks for the votes. Chapter 175. Lure the snake out of its hole. Judge Ada, I have confiscated nearly 3,000 traitor pamphlets and leaflets, and prohibited Echo Town residents from publicly printing and reading these illegally issued publications. The Echo Town Immigration Police Department is taking all effective measures to prevent them from poisoning the thoughts of federal citizens and safeguarding the citizens' right to read correct and legal reading materials. In the sheriff's office of the Echo Town Immigration Police Department, Augustus was still on the phone with the only judge of the Echo Town court. At this moment, Augustus, dressed in a brown federal police uniform, was sitting in his log office chair, sitting upright with a serious expression. It was February 2490, and the Hero region entered a short rainy season that lasted from a few hours to a few days. Dense raindrops splashed on the blinds of Augustus' office, and the orange-gray sky was filled with dark clouds. The rain curtain was like an inverted waterfall, and the rain was pouring down. This office of more than 10 square meters was full of bookshelves, and on the bookshelves were some books about Terran Federation legislation and politics, including a large number of works related to the crystal mining industry. There are 3 flags behind Augustus' desk, namely the red and blue cross star and stripes of the Federation, the flag of the Marcera settlement, and the conch flag of Echo Town. This upright and loyal sheriff also hangs a portrait of Marius Tagore, the current Prime Minister of the Federal Cabinet, in his office to express his admiration for the Prime Minister. I will deploy police forces to prevent the mob from storming the town government building and the immigration court. No, I have to do that. As sheriff, I have to protect the safety of all employees serving the government. This is my duty. You can rest assured that my police officers will not prevent you from communicating with the townspeople who are suing. But I don't think you should go too far, from Zillow to the capital district to the vast area of millions of square miles in Elrun, where people believe that they no longer need the federal government. Sensational, but it's true. Okay, I'll do what the governor asks, arrest every rebel, and send them to jail. Putting down the old landline phone on the desk, Augustus clasped his hands on the table and said to Sarah Carrigan, who was standing beside him, "Tell my staff and military advisors to draw up a plan to attack the Planetary Defense Force outpost in the Marsera Capital District and destroy the federal train tracks. The Marsera Governor's Office must mobilize the outer planetary defense forces and militia to rescue the capital." By February of 2490, the Governor's Office of Marsera finally realized that the revolutionary wave in full swing had threatened their rule on this planet. More than hundreds of thousands of people in several autonomous states and directly governed urban areas had changed their minds. Although under the leadership of the revolutionaries, these people who accepted the revolutionary ideas did not attack the government like the Ka people. The federal government could not turn a blind eye to this, especially since so many people refused to pay taxes that they considered unreasonable in addition to the taxes that had been paid for hundreds of years. The tax officials who could not collect taxes were of course furious and complained to their superiors. In fact, these were still secondary. Governor Marsera, who indulged in sensual pleasures all day long, never asked about these things, but only handed them over to his officials to deal with. However, after the Ka Rebellion, the two words Revolutionary Party and Rebel Army were enough for the federal government to attach great importance to, and even to go to war. For this reason, in early February, the encirclement and suppression of the revolutionaries led by the Marsera Civil Defense Force and a small number of federal marines began. What Augustus had to do now was to deal with the encirclement of the federal army and prepare for the next plan. Our governor is a timid and pleasure-seeking man. When he heard that there were signs of rebel activities in Marsera, he was so scared that he fled from the social gathering to the governor's mansion. He said to Carrigan, "We just need to scare him, and he will show his true colors." Okay. Carrigan did not ask Augustus why he did that. It was not because they had developed a tacit understanding in the nearly 1 year they had been together, but because Augustus never deliberately hid his thoughts. When Carrigan walked out of the sheriff's office and passed Augustus's order to the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Marshal's command post in another sheriff's office, Augustus called Jim Raynor's personal terminal again. "Jimmy, pull up your pants and come to my office immediately. You'd better take contraceptive measures. I don't think Elizabeth is ready to be a mother." Augustus changed his position to hold the phone. "By the way, call Titus. You know where he usually stays." After saying that, Augustus put down the phone and picked up a draft of notice to warn town residents to avoid traveling during the rainy season that he had drafted and prepared to put it in the storage bag. At this time, Carrigan, who was wearing a khaki police uniform, had walked in again. She didn't like to wear high heels, so she wore a pair of leather boots that clicked on the wooden floor. "Your order has been conveyed to the Revolutionary Army camp staff. They will submit a detailed plan to you within a standard Marsera day." Well, Augustus nodded and stopped talking. He just looked out the window at the heavy rain, lightning and thunder, and fell into deep thought. "Are there any more news about Imogen and the 6 colonial fleets?" Augustus asked Carrigan again after a few seconds, but his eyes were on the 2 photo frames on the desk, one of which was a group photo of the Heavenly Devils, and the other was a photo of the Mengsk family and their butler. The dozen colonial fleets that left the Korhal system were emerged and integrated into 5 large fleets that fled in different directions with Korhal as the center. Each fleet had more than 2 million people, and the largest fleet had 3.5 million people, led by former Heavenly Devil senior generals Xander Maximum, Connor Ward, Amy Brandon, Ilya Kilovsky, and Rick Kidd. These colonial fleets were all traveling at superluminal speeds, and except for the navigators, they were all in hibernation. They would probably have to travel for several years or even longer before they could find a habitable planet, and before that, the immigrants had to face the unknown and dangerous universe. The closest to Marcera is Rickid's colonial fleet. This revolutionary general has not entered hibernation, but is always awake, sending a positioning signal to Yumajan every 3 months. 4 colonial fleets are sailing in the middle section from Korhal to the edge of the Kaprulu sector, and 1 fleet is about to sail out of the Kaprulu sector. Karrigan replied, as for Yumajan, 2 weeks ago, the Gamma Squadron and Sigma Squadron of the Terran Federation and the Yumajan Defense Forces fleet had several conflicts on the border of the Yumajan United States. Both sides have their own opinions on who is the final winner of these conflicts. What is the real situation? We should be able to get news that is closer to the facts. Augustus felt a sense of urgency in his heart, because his family and more than 20 million Korhal people are still on Yumajan. The truth is that the Umayan Protectorate did not have the upper hand. Karrigan said, the Federation fleet roamed within the borders of the Umayan United States for 2 weeks, before it was expelled by the Protectorate fleet. The combat capability of the Umayan Protectorate Navy was questioned by the Parliament, but the people knew nothing about it, and they thought their army had won the battle. If the Federation fleet rushes in, then Umayan will definitely not be able to resist. Many scenes of the battle between the Terran Federation and Umayan flashed through Augustus' mind, but it is undoubtedly a pipe dream for the Terran Federation to swallow Umayan in one bite. It will take at least a few years for them to completely conquer Umayan. Coupled with the Kel-morian Federation who are unwilling to accept defeat and the local rebels, the Federation Parliament dare not launch a full-scale war for the time being. We have been resting for too long. It's time to make some noise. After more than 6 months of rest, the combat effectiveness of the Augustus fleet has been fully restored, and it is time to tighten the Terran government's already relaxed nerves again. Let the Terran Federation's naval fleet move. When they are exhausted, it will be time for us to concentrate our superior forces to defeat them one by one. Once Umayan goes to war with the Terran Federation, the Revolutionary Army will probably lose its biggest backing, and he and Arcturus will even have nowhere to sell the crystal ore they collected. As he was talking, Jim Raynor and Titus Finley, wearing waterproof cloaks, pushed the door open. As soon as he entered the room, Augustus could hear Titus's dissatisfied muttering, "What happened? I want to know what is worth." Old Titus turning back when he was galloping. "Are we going to go to war with the Federation's army?" Raynor knew Augustus inside and out. Jimmy is right. Augustus glanced at Titus and said, "Finley, no one cares how much time you spend on those flashy girls. You should notify us in advance next time." Titus didn't dare to lose his temper with Augustus. "Today, so many good things I prepared to add interest are useless." "Then leave it to next time." Augustus interrupted Titus. He knew very well that, if he was not stopped, the latter would whimper and complain for another half an hour. Then, Augustus looked at Renault again. "Jimmy, I have to transfer you to the state of Lorenza to lead the troops there. Take your rangers and set off lightly. I have received accurate information that Governor Marcella is about to order the Defense Army to search for evolutionary comrades there. I want you to defeat them. The same encirclement and suppression operation will also be launched in states where we have an advantage, such as Hero State. A planned large-scale encirclement and suppression against us is about to begin. If you want to ask why Augustus knows so much, it is mainly because he, as a local sheriff, got the news in advance, and he established a very good personal friendship with the governor of Hero State by currying favor with him. His agents and intelligence network are also monitoring Marcella's backward communication network. It shouldn't be that difficult to deal with those militias. Renault hesitated for about a fraction of a second. "You can't bear to leave your girlfriend?" Augustus smiled slightly. "I can't bear to leave her. It sounds like I have to leave Hero for a while." Renault did not equivocate. He was always very frank with Augustus. "I can understand." Augustus nodded to Renault and turned on the wooden holographic projector on the desk. A vertical map appeared in front of everyone, present with colorful light and shadow. The background of the map is the red and yellow land of Marcera. This is a map of the southern hemisphere of Marcera, and this hemisphere is home to 2/3 of the population of Marcera. Since there is not even a vast ocean on this planet, only a dust ocean like a lake, the land area occupies a large proportion. Compared with this vast land area, the area available for human habitation and development of wasteland is very small. Zillow State and several neighboring states still have a hint of green on the map, and the capital area is even covered with more green vegetation. But on the map, this hint of green is wrapped by large tracts of yellow desert. Although the inhabited areas are also quite vast, the population is scattered in towns far apart. We already have more than 3,000 party members in the Hero region, scattered in various towns and cities. Augustus took down the map and unfolded it on his desk, pointing to the fan-shaped Hero Autonomous Prefecture on the map. At the same time, the number of planetary defense forces and civilian army in the region is less than that of a reorganized battalion, and more than half of them are from the civilian defense force of Echo Town. On this map, Hero State, New Columbia State, Lawrence State and the Capital District form a very irregular polygon. The first two states have turned red on the map, which means that they are actually under the control of the Revolutionary Army. Lawrence State is turning from green to red, and there are scattered red marks in the Capital District, marking the bases set up by the Revolutionary Army. Marcera is not a completely barren world. Some areas have very few oases and a considerable amount of green land that can be cultivated. Several underground river systems nourish millions of Marcera people and life on the planet. High latitudes have tundra and sparse grasslands, and there are even glaciers at the poles of the planet. The situation in New Columbia is not much different from that in Hero. Although we don't control the local police station and government, we have opened 3 mining areas there. These mining areas can gather a brigade of revolutionary troops, and our troops can take the initiative in these areas. Which state will I be responsible for? Ty just looked at Augustus thoughtfully. To be honest, I'm tired of those vulgar people in Echo Town here. Maybe other places can. You have to stay by my side. Augustus said, I need you to charge into battle. How can the militia of Marcera who have never seen blood be our opponents? My people have been through life and death, and faced the most fiercest elite soldiers of the Terran Federation. Titus was proud. You can't do without me, Mengsk. I really don't know what you would do without me. Yes, I can't do without you. Augustus was happy to joke with Titus. As long as the other party didn't cause any trouble, he didn't intend to have a stern face. However, although those militias can never be our opponents, Titus became serious. But once I beat them up, the next time the Federation will send out will be the Marines. Marcera does not have an organized Marine Corps, so they will definitely mobilize the fleet. What are you going to do then? This is exactly the result I want. By then, we can ambush them in the synchronous orbit of Marcera. Augustus said, the siege of Tarsinus is still fresh in the memory of the nobles of Tarsinus. They will not send out almost all of their fleets, like they did against Korhal. I hope it's that venomous snake duke who comes. This time I'm going to kick his ass hard. Ty just said viciously when the heavy rain outside the window gradually stopped. Let's do a big thing. Thanks for voting. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.